Welcome to the most comprehensive AI agency course on YouTube right now. Whether you've been wanting to freelance with AI or start your own AI business, well, this course is for you. You see, after scaling my agency to 6 figures, working with over 50 businesses from SMEs to enterprise level clients, and helping thousands to do the same, I've put together the exact roadmap I wish I had when I started. And here's why I'm so confident about this opportunity. Because right now we're sitting in one of the biggest gaps in the market that I've ever seen. Every business from a local med spa to an enterprise level client, they know that they need AI. They've seen the headlines, their competitors are using it, and they know that if they don't figure it out, they'll get left behind. But the problem is that they don't even know what's possible. They have no idea on how to actually implement it. Most importantly, they don't have the skill sets to make it all work. And the gap between the I know I need to use AI versus I have no clue on how to actually implement it, that's what we call the opportunity gap. And so this course right here is designed to bridge that gap for you. With that being said, let's look at the structure of the course so you know exactly what to expect. Module 1 is offer. This right here is where we figure out what exactly are you going to sell. We're going to be building a specific sellable offer with a clear ROI, a real pricing, and a tech stack you need to deliver it. Now that you have the offer, we go to module 2, which is lead acquisition. This is where we learn how you're going to be getting clients. We're going to be ranking the top ways of lead acquisition for an AI agency and then diving deep into the 3 most effective ways of getting clients in 2026. Once you have clients, now it's about module 3, which is sales. And this is how we're going to convert booked calls to paying clients, but also the exact sales frameworks to actually close the client and be able to make money. And once you've closed the client, then we go to module 4, which is delivery, where you learn how to onboard, deliver, retain, and upsell the client, because that's really where the money is at. And then we'll also look at outsourcing, which is scaling the agency past yourself. And by the way, if you want all the resources that I'm going to be talking about in this video, plus being part of a community of over 9,000 people who are actively building with AI, then check out the second link down below. And I'm also going to be leaving timestamps for this video in case you want to stop the video, come back to it, and keep going where you left off. All right, so now you know the roadmap, you know exactly how this course works, and you know exactly what you're building towards. But none of it matters without this one thing, which is your offer. Because your offer is the foundation for everything. It's what you sell, who you sell to, and why they buy. And so in the next video, I'm going to walk you through what actually makes a good AI agency offer. And more importantly, I'm going to walk you through what separates the offers that close versus the ones that get ignored. Let's dive in. All right, so if you're an AI agency owner, you're most likely using one of these offers, whether it's AI automation services, voice AI for businesses, chatbots and automations, custom AI solutions. But the problem with that is that they actually don't have a clear who. They sound like everybody else and they don't have a clear outcome. But most importantly, they tell the customer what you do, not what they get. So that's why we say selling the features and not the outcomes, because that's essentially what it is, right? Because you saying you do AI automation services, what does that even mean? There's all these tools out there that do AI automation. There's all these different outcomes that they can get from automation. What is it step by step that you do and who do you help in general? Then let's say you do voice AI right here. Voice AI what? For who? How? Chatbots. Chatbots for what? Automations for what? Custom AI solutions. The fact that you have custom there already tells me enough. Now, does custom AI solutions work for some businesses? Yes, but for most of you out there who are trying to build an agency around this, it just doesn't work because there's no clear offering, no clear outcome, no clear positioning, and you just sound like everybody else who's in the AI space. And so the framework that we use actually comes from the $100 million offer that you've probably seen before. And this equation right here is actually something that we tangibly use every single time that we have to make an offer, because it's very clear and it actually just makes sense and it works. So as you can see, this is an equation. So we have dream outcome times perceived likelihood of achievement up here, and time delay times effort and sacrifice right below. And everything leads to value. So of course, because of the fact that you want the value to be as high as possible, the denominator, so the thing above, needs to be as high as possible, and the thing below needs to be as low as possible. So the first thing is dream outcome. So when you think of dream outcome, you want to think of the outcome that they get from the thing that you do. Okay, that's what dream outcome actually is in a very simple way. Then we have perceived likelihood of achievement. So the fact that it's perceived actually shows that you don't have to do anything up front yet, right? But it's based on how you position yourself because it's perceived. It's how they perceive, it's how they think before they take the action to work with you. Okay, so and the likelihood is how likely is it that they're going to achieve the outcome that you set or that you told them that they were going to achieve. So if I told you, for example, that I'm going to double your booked calls in 30 days, the customer's perceived likelihood of achievement is basically them saying, okay, how likely is it that they're actually going to double my booked calls in 30 days? That's all it is. So again, these two want to be as high as possible. You obviously want the dream outcome to be I guess, as positive as possible of a value. There's no actual tangible like numerical value, but you want the dream outcome to be so good, right? And the perceived likelihood of achievement, you want them to perceive that they're actually going to get the result that you told them, right? Then below you have time delay and effort and sacrifice. And time delay just means like, hey, from where I am today to the outcome, how long is it going to take? Okay, and you obviously want that to be as low as possible so that they get the outcome. In some cases, of course, as low as possible, you can't say 1 hour. You have to be realistic with yourself. But time delay is a big one because people pay more to get things done faster. And then we have effort and sacrifice. And that just means how much effort and sacrifice do they have to put in to get the outcome in that time frame. And that's why we want the effort and sacrifice to be as low as possible, time delay to be as low as possible. So these two numbers can increase and then we can provide as much value as possible. Because business, at the end of the day, it's all value. It's exchanging value for other things, in this case, money. And so the more value that you give, the more money you get, usually. Now, in order for us to create the perfect offer, we need to start with the 3 fundamentals, which is who, why, and how, okay? Now, who are we targeting? In this case, instead of saying that you're just targeting local businesses, small companies, or service businesses, what kind of local businesses, what kind of small companies, and what kind of service businesses? Because if you think about it, local businesses can be any kind of business. If you say small business, what kind of small business? Because the problem that one small business may have has nothing to do with the other small business as well. Now, the reason why we dial in the who, right, the niche, is because we want the person to think, hey, this is made for me. But if you make such a generic kind of offer to small businesses or service businesses, no one will actually understand because the problems that one ICP has versus the other are so different that it doesn't even make sense. The solution might solve one problem, but the person itself says, I don't have that problem, right? That's why it's important to dial in on one ICP. And so in this case, let's say we were dialing in the roofing companies. Okay, so let's say you're building an inbound receptionist, which is, in this case, the example of today's video. You're building an inbound receptionist for roofing companies. And that's going to be our who. That's the first step. So define your who, define who you're targeting. Then we have pain. So what is the pain that they feel right now that you're solving? Because obviously value is just you solving that problem. So what is the pain that they feel? And the thing about most people when it comes to pain is that they start using such generic terms. So they say things like, you can fall behind competitors. AI will replace you if you don't adapt. Or even you could be more efficient. And I have to be honest, it's something that I was using too. Because the more vague you are with the pain points that you're obviously voicing out and saying that you solve, the less the actual offer will resonate with the actual client. That's why we want to be specific about what we solve. And in this case, some pain points that you could solve are missed inbound calls, lost jobs, or wasted ad spend. And in this case, we're basing it off of an inbound receptionist for a roofer, right? That inbound receptionist, of course, solves the problem of missed inbound calls. Because when people call after hours and there's no one responding, that's the problem. They miss inbound calls, which means that if someone calls and they don't answer, the customer is most likely going to talk to someone else. So they also lost a job. And the same thing with wasted ad spend. Because if someone runs ads and no one follows up with them after, let's say, 5 minutes, which is proven to increase the conversion by at least 10x, then they have not only missed a missed lead, but also they have missed a potential job. Okay. And those are the pain points that we want to tackle because those are the ones that the ICP, which is again, the roofer, actually feels. Then we have mechanism. Now the mechanism is going to answer the question, how? How do you get them from point A to point B to solve that problem? Now a bad mechanism, which in this case for voice agents, like most people would say, is we do AI voice agents. We do LLM powered assistants. I mean, I think LLM powered assistant is by far one of the worst because most people don't even know what LLM is. And so you using these fancy terms actually makes no sense. Because if there's one rule above everything when it comes to offers and marketing and sales and so on, is that you want to be clear, not clever. Most people, especially in the AI space, because of all these terms of cloud code or autonomous voice agents, artificial intelligence, all these things that most people don't even understand, you want to be clear, right? The fundamentals didn't change. It's just the tools that we have that changed that allow us to be able to get the customer from point A to point B in a much more efficient timeline for us. Okay, that's the only thing that changed. So be clear, not clever. Instead of saying AI voice agents or LLM powered assistants, what should you say? You say something like 24/7 AI inbound receptionist. And sometimes you can even remove the AI. But in this case, it's important to put there because you obviously want the business owner to know, hey, it's not a human that we're putting into your business, it's an AI inbound receptionist. Because it will make much more sense when you get to the pitch. And so 24/7 AI inbound receptionist. You don't say voice agents. We're being very clear about what it is that we're actually building and how we're solving that pain point that we mentioned we would. So now that we have the 3 fundamentals, which is the who, roofing companies, the why, missed inbound calls, lost jobs, and even wasted ad spend. But in this case, wasted ad spend doesn't really apply to inbound receptionist. And then the how, which is 24/7 inbound receptionist. Now we can get on to actually making the offer using the offer framework, the $100 million offer framework. The first thing is dream outcome. So again, dream outcome is what is the outcome that they get from the service that you provide. Is you don't want to say that they have an AI voice agent or an AI to answer questions, or even implementing AI into your business to improve efficiency with AI. And so in this case, you want to paint the picture, paint the holiday that they're going to get into. Okay. And so in this case, it would be never missing another inbound call, books you 30% more calls, and having predictable revenue. Now, out of all of those, I think the best will be obviously never miss another inbound call, or booking you 30% more calls. But that really depends on the amount of missed calls that they get out of the total calls. Okay, so never missing an inbound call is a dream outcome that they get, which leads to more revenue. So one is the actual outcome, and one is the symptom of the outcome. Then we have time delay. Then once we get the dream outcome done, in how much time do you do it? Now, what most agencies say is we build this over time, but they're not really specific when it comes to how long they will do it. As in, they are specific when they close the client and then they tell them, hey, we're going to build this in, X amount of days, or 2 weeks to 3 weeks, or even sometimes they give them a range. It can be 4 to 7 weeks. You want to make sure that you're specific about the timeline that you're doing. And an example of this could be you're live in 30 days. Now, one important factor, you never want to overpromise and underdeliver. You always want to underpromise and overdeliver. So if you have to make the timeline just a bit longer, because for example, for a voice agent, you need to hop on onboarding calls with the client, you need to test it, you need to build it, and all the process until it's live to make it actually good, it takes maybe 5 weeks, maybe 6 weeks, depending on the complexity. But it's always important to have that time delay in the offer itself so they can expect how long this will take them. And of course, because it's in the formula, you want the time delay to be as low as possible, but make sure and be careful with the time delay that you put, and don't be unrealistic, because yes, you will close the client because you'll say it will be live in 10 days and then the actual voice agent will be shit, right? And then they will ask for a refund, or they will go nuts. And that's something that's not worth it. Just think long-term, don't think short-term. There's one interesting thing when it comes to time delay, because when you are selling inbound receptionist, for example. Okay, so when we're in the proposal call, we have the discovery call, understand the pain points, and then we hop on a proposal call, proposing them the solution. When we get to the pricing itself, we're gonna offer them 2 packages. The first package is gonna be whatever you think it will take you to build at 2 weeks. So let's say you think the voice agent will take you 4 weeks. The first package will be, hey, we do everything in 6 weeks, or you can pay $100. Or if you want this done quicker, we can do it in 4 weeks and you will pay $120 or $130. So you want to charge them 20 to 30% more than you are on the standard offer. Because then by putting 2 options side by side, it becomes a binary decision. So it doesn't become a yes or no. It becomes a which one, okay? But also you're playing on the time delay, because people want to get to the outcome faster and they are willing to spend more to do that. And so once we get time delay down, now it's about effort and sacrifice. So instead of saying that you'll need to manage prompts, you'll integrate it with your tools, and you'll need a big upfront commitment, you ask yourself, okay, how can I make it so that the client itself has to do as little as possible to get from A to B? In this case, it will be fully done for you. So we handle everything from the moment that we start working together until we end. Now, there are some cases where, of course, you have to hop on an onboarding call with the client and so on. But in the offer itself, you want to make sure that you state that this is fully done for you. It's not done with you, it's done for you, because that minimizes the effort and sacrifice that they have to sort of chip in to be able to get to that desired outcome in that time frame. That's why we want those 2 things to symbiotically just go down. And so with that said, our final offer will be something that looks like this. So we help roofing companies to never miss another inbound call again by installing a 24/7 AI receptionist that books jobs automatically, live in 30 days, fully done for you. So it has the who, what, why, time delay, sacrifice, and then you might be asking yourself, where does the perceived likelihood of achievement comes in? Well, the perceived likelihood of achievement isn't something that you actually put in the offer. Like, there's nothing that you can say in a sense in the offer itself, I guess, adheres to that thing. But the perceived likelihood of achievement is a result of you having all these things line up together, because then they actually think like, hey, this guy's gonna get me the outcome, or he's gonna get me from A to Z, like he told me to. And so that right there is an actual offer that you can run today, right? That actually makes sense, that people can actually understand, but most importantly, that has a tangible ROI for the client. And you might be asking yourself, but what if I don't target roofers? What if I target agencies or dental clinics or someone else? Well, in this case, let's look at dentists. So we help dental clinics to turn missed calls into booked appointments using a 24/7 AI inbound receptionist, live in 30 days, fully done for you. Or real estate. So we help real estate teams to qualify and book inbound leads using AI assistants that respond instantly without hiring more staff. So without hiring more staff, without the extra effort and sacrifice. We help agencies to reactivate cold leads using AI follow-up systems that book sales calls automatically in 14 days, completely done for you, okay? And these are all kind of different offers, all within the same voice AI space, right? Building voice agents, just so you can get an idea of what it would look like for you. And when you're starting out and getting clients, is also one more thing or component that we add to that offer, and that is called a guarantee. Now, the guarantee minimizes the effort and sacrifice, and it increases the perceived likelihood of achievement as well. And what that does is that it minimizes the risk of the client taking the decision to work with you, hence why you add it to the offer, to put them more at ease when it comes to making that decision. And so in terms of guarantees, we have 4 different types of guarantees. We have unconditional guarantees, and this can be a full refund with no questions asked. So you try for 30 days, you cancel anytime, and you get a full refund no matter what. The risk here is high for you, very low for the customer. And one thing I'll say is that this is very useful if the cost to fulfill is low and the refunds are rare. Nobody really refunds, and the cost to actually fulfill the whatever service is low, which is where we go with the unconditional. Then we get to conditional. So conditional is you refund only if certain conditions are met. So conditional condition. And this can be if you don't go live in 30 days and you complete onboarding, you don't pay, okay? Now, the risk level here is a medium. There's half risk on you, half risk on them. Now, this is best for service businesses where client input is required, just like the inbound receptionist that we spoke about. Then we have performance guarantee. So if you don't book your 20 calls in the first 30 days, you don't pay. Now, this is probably the highest risk one for you, right? Because you have to actually fulfill on the result itself, and it's tied to a specific business outcome. Now, only do this if you directly control the result. So for example, if we're doing an inbound receptionist, the inbound receptionist is an inbound, which means that it receives calls. And so you can't really control how many calls they receive on a day-to-day basis, which is where you wouldn't use a performance guarantee. You would use a performance guarantee for, let's say, you're running ads for clients, or you're setting some sort of system where you control the output, because you can only do a performance guarantee if you actually control the output that they get, not the client. Okay, so that's important. And lastly, we have implied. So this can be if you don't get you to the outcome, we'll work for free until you do, or we have unlimited tweaks until your receptionist runs smoothly. Something that you could do. Basically, we'll fix this until it works. It's a service promise, not a refund. And obviously the risk level for you is very low. And this can be a good add-on to reduce fear of poor quality or tech issues. But it isn't the strongest guarantee, because of course, the lower the risk for you, the higher the risk is for them. And so when it comes to the specific example of building an inbound receptionist for roofers, we would go with the conditional guarantee, okay? Because the condition in this case would be, if you don't go live between a certain date, and you complete onboarding, you don't pay. So complete onboarding has to be there because you need the client's inputs for voice agents, like I guess softwares and what kind of voice they want, what kind of accent, all these things. But once you have all the inputs, then you're the one in control. I would never make a guarantee where I can't control the actual condition, because then it's pretty much, you're pretty much in the air. And so that right there is the offer framework that we've used to generate over 6 figures in 14 months with our AI agency. As you saw, it's nothing crazy because, like I mentioned, it's clear, not clever. You don't want to be sounding smart. You want to be sounding like you actually make sense, right? Especially in the space of AI, because there's all this tech, there's all these terms that people use. Nobody really understands them. And the thing is, if you don't understand them and you're in the AI space building things, how is the client? How is Jane in Canada, who has a roofing business? How is she going to understand anything of what you're saying? Put yourself in their shoes and read the offer. And if it makes sense, if it has a clear outcome, and if it follows all these different conditions that we put in the offer, then that's exactly what you should say. All right, so now you understand the anatomy of what makes a good offer. It solves a real problem. It gives the business owner real ROI, which is return on their investment. Most importantly, it is simple enough so that the business owner can understand it in one sentence. But now you might be sitting there thinking, okay, but what do I actually sell? Which is why the very next video, I'm gonna be breaking down the top 6 AI agency offers that businesses are actually paying for. And these are the exact same ones that my students are using to close deals from 1K to 15K. With that being said, let's keep going. Now, before I get into any of these 6 offers, I need to give you one framework, because even without this framework, you can take any of these 6 offers and you will still be able to struggle with them. Because when you're building an offer as an AI agency owner, it needs to do one of 2 things. It either has to make the business money or it has to save the business money. That's the filter, and that's the only questions that matter. Because if a business can't look at what you're offering and immediately understand how it pays for itself, then you're gonna have a very hard time to be able to close that deal every single time. And this is where most people in the AI agency space go wrong. They go out and say, I do AI automation services, or I build custom AI solutions. And the business owner just stares at them because that's a feature, not an outcome. That's not something that a business owner can attach a number to. Because what we want, and what every single offer that I'm about to go through has, is a clear, tangible ROI. The business owner needs to look at it and say, okay, I'm gonna be spending X on this, and I'm gonna be getting Y back. That makes sense. Now, the second thing, and this is just as important, is specificity, because being everything to everyone means you're being nothing to no one. And so you have to solve one specific problem for one specific type of business in one specific way. Because the more specific you are about what problem you solve, who you help, and how you help them, the easier it is for you to sell, the easier it is for you to deliver, and honestly, the much more you can charge. Okay, now that we have the foundations, let's go to the 6 offers. All right, offer number 1 is the AI inbound receptionist. Now, I'm starting with this one for a reason, and that's because out of everything on this list, this is probably the easiest to sell, the easiest to explain, and the one where the ROI is the most immediate for the business owner itself. Okay, so think about any local service business, a restaurant, a med spa, a roofing company, a dental clinic. They'll have one thing in common. They rely on the phone. People call to book appointments, ask questions, or get quotes. And most of these businesses already have someone on the phone, whether that's a receptionist, a front desk person, or even the business owner themselves. But the problem is that the person answering the phone only works 9 to 5, or sometimes 10 to 6. But what happens when a customer calls the business outside of working hours, right? The phone rings, nobody answers, the person hangs up, and the person calls another business. That's a missing lead, that's a missed client, and that's missed potential revenue. And it's happening every single day. And most business owners, they still have no idea how much it's actually costing them. Because one missed call for a roofing company could be a $3,000 job. For a med spa, it can be a $5,000 job. And for a dental clinic, it could be a $1,500 procedure. The numbers add up very, very fast. Now, essentially where you're gonna be building them is a voice agent that can answer calls 24/7. It can book appointments directly into their calendar. It can answer any questions about the business. It can transfer calls when needed. It can filter spam calls. And the best part about all of this is that it works 24/7 during working hours, during off hours, during holidays, and it never takes a sick day. So the business owner and their team can actually focus on doing the work, not answering the phone. Now, who do you target? Well, there's 3 different niches that work really well for this offer. The first one is med spas, beauty salons, hair salons, nail salons, home service businesses like HVAC, landscaping, roofers, and then we have dental clinics. The reason why those 3 are great niches is because they take a lot of inquiries over the phone. So they have a high volume of inbound calls coming at them every single day. And one of the best ways to actually reach out to these companies and get those clients is through cold calling. Now, I've made a full video on cold calling with this exact offer. You can check it out up here. It's a very good strategy. Check it out if you're interested. Now, what tools do you need and how much is it going to cost you? Well, we use NA10 for the backend automations, and we use Retail AI for the voice agent and Twilio for the phone number. The cost is almost nothing because if you self-host your own NA10 account, that will be $5 a month, and you will make the client pay for all the subscriptions of Retail and Twilio. So your fulfillment cost is essentially 0. And the way to think about pricing here is what is one missed call worth for the business? So for example, in med spa, where the average treatment is about $400, missing 5 calls a week is $2,000 a week of potential revenue. And that's $8,000 a month. And so you would charge 20 to 25% of that, which is roughly $1,600 to $2,000 for the setup fee, which pays for itself in less than a month. And so like I mentioned, the pricing consists of setup fees and a monthly retainer. You'd have a $2K to $15K setup fee, depending on the value and the complexity of the actual system. And you would have the monthly retainer, which is 20% of the implementation fee, which is anywhere from $400 to $3K per month to maintain, monitor, and optimize the voice agent over time. Now, one more important thing here is that if the pricing model is based on the value that you provide for the client, then ideally, we want to work with clients who have a higher ticket, where each client is worth a lot of money for them, because that means that we can charge more because we provide more value for the business, which is why med spas, HVAC, and dental clinics are really good. And this is how Joseph and Vanessa were able to land their first automation client with their agencies using this exact offer. And the reason is very simple. It's because the ROI is obvious, the problem is real, and the solution is something you can build and deliver within a matter of weeks. Now, offer 2 is lead reactivation. And this is one of my personal favorites because of how easy it is to sell. Because you're not asking the business to spend more money, you're helping them make money by using something that they already have. Now, almost every business that runs ads or does any kind of marketing has a list, a CRM full of leads. People who opted in, people who came in for a consultation, maybe filled out a form, showed interest at some point, and then just disappeared. Maybe the timing wasn't right, maybe they got busy, or they simply were just not interested. And here's the thing, because most times businesses already paid to acquire that lead, right? The money is already spent, but the leads are just sitting doing nothing. They're in a random spreadsheet that collects dust over time. Well, that's a problem, and that's your opportunity. Because what you do is you build a lead reactivation system, which is an AI that goes through the list one by one, reaches out to each person, maybe with a promotion, maybe just a check-in, and tries to re-engage them, book them back in, and get them back into the pipeline. And the reason this is such an easy sell is because you're not asking the business to spend more money to acquire new leads. You're saying, hey, you already have the list of leads. Let's go get the money from the leads that you already paid for. Now, who do we target? Well, this is any kind of business that has a CRM with old leads. This can be home service businesses, it can be med spas, it can be real estate, it can be agencies, or it can be a high ticket service business. Because if that business has been running ads for more than 6 months, well, they have a list, I promise you. Now, what tools do you need? Well, pretty much the same as before. We have N10 for the automation backbone. Then we have Retail if you want to do the phone-based outreach, or you can run it through SMS and email depending on what the business prefers and what their list looks like. Now, how much can you realistically charge? Well, setup fees are anywhere between 3K to 15K, depending on the amount of people on the list, but also the complexity of the system. And one thing I really like about this offer is that you can have a performance-based element on top of it, which means that you can charge based on per booked appointment. And so you can have the setup fee plus the performance-based model. Now, bear in mind that doing both at the same time is hard for new beginners getting into this offer, which is why I recommend just sticking to the performance-based model, which means that you go to the business owner, you make it risk-free, which means that you say, hey, I'm gonna be running through the list and you only pay me per booked appointment. So there's no risk on their end and you get all the upside if they obviously book in. Now, very, very important here, we do per booked appointment because we can't guarantee that the business will close, and that's not in our control. Offer number 3 is speed to lead systems. And this has to be one of the cleanest, most undeniable ROIs of anything in this list because it is backed by data that you can literally show a business when you're pitching them. Now, there's a study, and you can show this in front of your client when you're pitching them, that if you follow up with a lead within 5 minutes of them reaching out, they are 100 times more likely to convert compared to following up an hour later. Now, think about what most businesses actually do. Someone fills out a form on their website, or someone clicks on the ad and opts in, submits their details, and then what happens? Maybe the business gets an email notification, maybe they see it, maybe they don't, maybe they're on a job, maybe they're in a meeting, and they follow up maybe 3 hours later, 6 hours later, or even the next day. And by that point, the lead has already spoken to maybe 2 or 3 competitors, and the deal is literally gone. And that's why a lot of business owners are wondering why their ads aren't working. This is not an ad problem, it's a follow-up problem, a speed to lead. So the offer is the follows. You build a speed to lead system where the moment someone fills out a form, clicks on an ad, or opts in anywhere, your AI voice agent calls them back within 5 minutes, automatically with no human intervention. It introduces itself, it qualifies the lead, it answers basic questions, and books them directly to your calendar. The business owner does not have to do anything. The lead gets followed up with instantly, and the conversion rate goes up dramatically. Now, who do you target? Well, any business running paid ads. That can be agencies, dental clinics, real estate companies, med spas, or home service businesses. Because if they're spending money on ads and not following up with them instantly, they're leaving money on the table. And you can prove it to them mathematically before they even become a client. Now, the tools that you need to be able to make this happen is Retail AI for voice agents, N10 for the automations that trigger the call the moment the lead comes in, and whatever CRM they're using for the integration, whether that be Go High Level, HubSpot, or even just a simple spreadsheet setup. Now, how much can you charge? Well, the setup fees go anywhere from 3K to 10K, and the monthly retainer is at about 20% of that. And this is how one of my one-to-one clients was able to close his first deal, which is a 4.5K deal across 90 days of building a speed to lead system. Offer number 4 is content dashboard. Now, this one's a little different from the first 3 because instead of solving a direct revenue problem, it solves a time and consistency problem. But the ROI is nonetheless very, very real. Now, why is this a good offer? Well, here's what's happening inside almost every business right now. They know they need to create content. They know they should be posting on LinkedIn, Instagram, and maybe even writing blog posts. They understand the content builds trust, generates leads, keeps them top of mind for the audience, but they never actually do it consistently because maybe they're busy running the business, or when they do sit down and try to create content, it takes forever. They're jumping between tools, their prompts are all over the place, and the quality is inconsistent. And half the time, they just give up and don't post anything. If it sounds familiar, well, I see this in almost every business that I speak to who wants to grow an online presence. Now, what is the offer? Well, you will build a content dashboard. And the best way that I can describe it is a fully automated content machine, usually built inside maybe Airtable or Google Sheets. Now, on the screen right here, you'll be able to see one of the content dashboards that I've personally built for one of my clients, where the business owner puts an idea, a topic, tone of voice, and a style, and the system automatically generates a LinkedIn post, maybe an Instagram caption, a Facebook post, and a blog article. It also generates an image, and depending on how you build it, it can automatically schedule and post everything directly to their platforms. Everything is stored in one place, and the brand voice is consistent, and the prompts are dialed in. And instead of spending 3 hours a week trying to figure out what to post, they spend 5 minutes. Now, who do you target? Well, we want to target marketing agencies or any kind of B2B business that has an online presence and they know they should be posting, but they aren't. Because this is honestly one of the most universally applicable offers on the list. But one important thing when it comes to niche is that you ideally do not want to be working with healthcare companies, because healthcare companies like medical practices or even pharmacies, they have rules as to what they can say and what they cannot say. And that creates a whole level of complexity whenever you have to prompt the AI to make the content. So ideally steer away from those niches. Now, what tools do you need? Well, ideally we use N10 or Make.com for the automation, OpenAI or Claude for the content generation, maybe Google Sheets as a dashboard interface or Airtable, and whatever scheduling tool they use, Buffer, Hootsuite, or direct API connection to the platform services. Now, how much can you charge? This one typically sits in the $1,000 to $5,000 range for the setup. It's a slightly lower ticket than the actual voice agent offer, but it's also faster to build, it's easier to deliver, and it's one of the offers that you can productize the most, which means that you can turn these dashboards into products that you can resell to companies over and over again, and it will take you a lot less time to build it every single time for a new business. And this is how one of our clients, Anthony, was able to close his first $1,000 deal for a content generation and posting automation. Offer number 5 is hiring systems. And this one here is specifically for businesses that are growing, because the problem it solves only really becomes painful at a certain scale. And so why is this a good offer? Well, when a business starts to hire consistently, not just 1 or 2 people, but regularly bringing on new team members, the process becomes a nightmare. Applications coming in everywhere. Someone has to screen the applicants. Someone has to send back the emails back and forth. Someone has to schedule interviews and do all these tedious tasks across the whole process to then be able to hire the applicant. And if they have to do this for hundreds of different applicants every single month, they're spending a lot of time on tedious tasks when they could be devoting it to actually evaluating these applicants, building out the culture and doing the things that actually require the human part. So the offer is simple. You build an automated hiring system where the applicants come in, the system automatically screens them based on the criteria you set with the client. It sends emails, it schedules interviews, it tracks every candidate in a dashboard, usually inside ClickUp or Notion, and it keeps the whole team updated on where things stand without anyone having to manually choose anything. Now, inside of our agency, we've built this exact system for medical practice. So this doesn't have to be directly applicable for agencies. So who do we target? Well, staffing and recruiting businesses are great. Larger marketing agencies, any business with a HR function that's hiring frequently. The key signal is simple. If they have a HR manager, they probably have this problem. So what tools do you need? Well, we need a workflow automation tool like Make.com or N10. We need ClickUp or Notion for the candidate tracking dashboard, and whatever ATS or job board they're using. Indeed, LinkedIn Jobs, whatever it is for the integrations. Now, how much can you charge? Typically $2,000 to $5,000 for the setup. It is not the highest ticket offer on the list, but it's a very sticky one, because once it's embedded into the hiring process, they're not going to rip it out. And that makes it a great foundation for a long-term retainer partnership that you can use when you're maintaining and improving the system over time. And offer number 6 is AI UGC creatives for e-commerce companies. Now, this one here is specifically for e-commerce companies. And honestly, when I first started seeing how this works for clients, I was genuinely surprised on how well it landed. So why is this a good offer? Well, e-commerce brands need ad creatives. Ad creatives are basically the actual videos or images that they use when they're running ads for their products. And I mean, they need a lot of them. We're talking 20, 30, 40 ad creatives every single month, because they're consistently testing new angles, new hooks, new formats to find what converts better on TikTok, Meta, or Facebook. And the reason it solves such a big pain point is because right now, e-commerce companies traditionally go to UGC creators themselves. They pay them anywhere from $200 to $1,000 per video, and they have to wait 1 to 2 weeks for the content to come back, review, request revisions, and wait again. And this is slow, it's very expensive, but it's also very inconsistent. So what is this offer? You're gonna be building an AI UGC system using tools like N10 and Sora to be able to produce realistic, high quality UGC style videos creatives in minutes for a fraction of a cost at scale. And I've actually made a full video building this step by step. You can check it out up here. And so the businesses gives you the product, the angle and the brief, and you deliver 10, 20, 30 creatives that they can start testing immediately. There's no waiting for creators, no back and forth, and no $800 per video. And as you saw on the screen just now with the example, The quality right now is insane. It's come to a point where it's hard to differentiate who is a real UGC creator and who is a fake and AI-made UGC creator. Because the tech is moving incredibly fast. And the brands that figure this out early have a serious competitive advantage over others that are still paying UGC creators for every single creative. Now, who do you target? Well, like I mentioned, e-commerce companies running paid ads on Meta or TikTok. If they're spending money on ads, they need creatives. It's that simple. And if they're currently paying UGC creators, the math of switching to your system is immediately obvious. Now, what tools do you need? Well, Sora for the video generation, N10 for automating the workflow and making the whole process scalable, and whatever product management tool the client uses for reviewing and approving the content before it goes live. Now, how much can you charge? Well, you can structure this in a few different ways. You can do a monthly retainer for a set number of creatives, typically 1.5K to 4K per month, depending on the volume. Or you can charge per creative, which can be $100 to $300 per creative. Either way, the math works out favorably for the client itself compared to how they used to run things, which is pay creators directly. All right, so those are the 6 offers. Let's bring it all together. Number 1 is AI inbound receptionist. For businesses missing calls after hours, 2K to 15K setup, 20% monthly retainer. Number 2 is lead reactivation. For businesses sitting on cold leads they've already paid for, 3K to 15K plus performance fees. Number 3 is speed to lead systems. For businesses running ads but not following up fast enough, 3K to 10K setup, 20% retainer. Number 4 is content dashboards. It's for businesses that need consistent content but don't have the time or system, 1.5K to 5K. Number 5, which is hiring systems. For growing businesses drowning in manual recruiting admin, 2K to 5K. And number 6, AI UGC creatives for e-commerce brands that need ad creatives at scale without paying UGC creators prices, 1.5K to 4K per month. All right, so now you have 6 proven AI agency offers that you can pick from, and you know exactly who to target for each one. Now, where most people mess up is that they have a great offer, but they completely underprice it, which means that they charge $500 for something they could have charged $5,000. And it's all because they don't understand how to price based on the value that they create, which is why in the next video, I'm going to show you exactly how you can price your offer so you're not leaving money on the table. With that being said, let's dive in. All right, so these right here are the 3 different stages of pricing. The first one is as a beginner, hourly pricing. Then we have intermediate, value-based, and retainers, which is the advanced stage. First of all, there is no right way to actually price your services, full stop. Like there's always a better way, and it really depends on so many different variables, like what you do, who you do it for, the company, the value, all that stuff that you obviously want to go through. But this is just what worked for me and what is working for my clients. So the first stage as a complete beginner when it comes to pricing your services is pricing them by the hours. And so what that means is you take the amount of hours that it took you to build that thing and you multiply that by your hourly rate. How much do you get paid per hour? And that will be the actual price. Now, the reason why we do this as a complete beginner to start with, because it is the easiest to close, right? And so because of the fact that it is cheaper for the client, then we have low client friction. Now, if you've never heard of friction before, friction is basically like, what's the wall that you put between you and the client, right? If the wall is higher, that means the price is higher. Of course, if you charge a really, really high price, then the friction will be higher for the client because they're more likely to say no versus you charging less. Again, this is like in some circumstances, right? In most of them where they will say yes, right? Especially when you get started. Now, bear in mind, I didn't include it here, but there's obviously a stage 0, which is working for free. And if you're a complete beginner, just getting your first few clients, work for free. Or like get that experience because it is the experience that you really want at the start and those testimonials. Because my first few clients, I didn't charge anything. All I asked them for was 1 testimonial and 2 referrals, right? So you can make your way up there and you can work with more and more people. And so very easy to close, low client friction. This is good for the first 3 to 5 clients because you'll get testimonials, you'll get experience. Now, the downside of actually pricing it hourly is the fact that we have misaligned incentives. Now, this is a very fancy way to say that there's no incentive for you to actually take less time on the project, right? Because let's say you have 2 people, person A who's not that good at N10, person B who's very, very good. Person B does it in 1 hour, person A does it in 5 hours because he's worse. And so he gets paid more because he spent more hours on the project versus this guy. But what they didn't take into account is that this guy spent way more hours practicing or getting really good at the platform, but he got paid less, right? Which is why it doesn't really make much sense. But as a complete beginner, it is very, very good to get started with. Now, the process that we actually go through is this. The client says, we want a lead gen system. You estimate the hours. Let's say it's about 12 hours. You multiply the hours by your hourly rate. Let's say you have 12 hours times 50. That's a $600 project. That's typically how you would go around pricing per hour on this, right? Assuming you're alone. But on the developer side, it looks like this. Client says we want a lead gen system. You ask developer to estimate hours. Let's say it's 12 hours. You multiply the hours by their hourly rate. And then let's say this is the 12 hours times $50 an hour. This is their hourly rate, $600. And then you will add a 70% margin. And so according to my math, if this is 30%, then 0.7 divided by 0.3, 2.33, and that will be 600, 1.400. That should be 1.4K. If I'm wrong, let me know in the comments, and that's it. So in theory, this should be it. So that's exactly what I did coming into a beginner in automation. But obviously mine was a bit different because I had so many clients coming through the doors. And so for me, I had to take into account that I had people on my team, right? And so I had to look at their hourly rates. But if you're alone, it definitely comes down to you estimating how many hours you have and then multiplying the hours by your hourly rate. Now, the next question you're probably going to ask yourself is, how do I know my hourly rate? Well, the answer is you don't, right? Like if you're really getting started, it would be about $20 an hour. And then once you get better and better, it can be about 40 to 60 and then obviously 100 and so on. But I recommend that you only do this for the first 3 to 5 clients, because once you got 3 to 5 clients plus some testimonials, you can then go to phase 2, which is intermediate, which is the one that I like the most, which is value-based pricing. So value-based pricing just means you charging based on the actual value that you created, not the time, the amount of money that you save them or make them that you can actually charge. And so the first way is actually saving the money. This is cost saving pricing. So ideal for automations that remove manual work, because you're not actually making them money in a sense, you're saving them money. You're saving them hours that people will spend doing that specific thing. Like it isn't conquering dollars that you're making them, but you're actually saving them. And so what we do here is we get the savings divided by the year times 20 to 25%. This is for cost saving pricing. And so for example, let's say we have a system that saves 10 hours per week for the actual company. Let's say their hourly rate cost is 25 an hour, which is very pessimistic because it usually is way more. Then you do 10 times 25 times 52, because that's the amount of weeks, which equals to 13,000 saved per year. And so what you do there is you charge 20 to 25% of that amount that you saved them for that year, which in this case would be 2.6 to 3.2, right? I say 20 to 25, let's just say it's 20, right? And you'd be 2.6. And so that's realistically how you're going to charge for something like this. Now, very important, value-based pricing only works when you know the amount of hours that they're spending on one thing. So if you're not asking them how much money is this saving you, how much time is this taking you right now, you're not going to know exactly the value that you're providing to them. So ask those questions. The second one here is obviously making money, right? Revenue uplift pricing, which is perfect for lead generation systems because you actually generate them leads, you generate them business, follow-up systems, inbound automations, or AI sales. It's always going to be some sort of system that makes the business money. And so what we do here is we take the added revenue. So with your system, how much more money are you making them times 10%? And so for example, let's say the automation adds $8,000 per month in sales. That's about $96K per year. Your fee, so your price, 10% of that, which is a $9.6 thousand project. And this is based on price. Now, as you can see, that for a company, it might be completely different. So the exact same system that you would charge 9.6 for this company, you would charge maybe 1K for the other company. That's why it's value-based pricing, because you're charging them based on the actual value that it takes, which is why I say don't speak tech, just speak outcomes. Tell them how much time they're going to save, how much money they're going to save, how much money they're going to make by using your system. And then if you tell them, hey, this is literally going to make you 8K a month, across the year is going to be 96K, I'm only charging you 9.6K. That's a return on the investment. They just want to see ROI. Most of you guys cannot close the deal because you're not showing them the actual value of the thing that you're providing to them. Now, the process that we go through is the client comes in, and so we ask them, or we ask ourselves, does this save you hours or make you money? If hours, how many hours per week? And what's your hourly cost? If revenue, how many more leads, appointments, revenue will this generate? And so once you get that, then you can calculate using one of the formulas. This one right here, if it's the actual revenue uplift pricing. So you're making the money, then you take the added revenue, then you make for them times 10%, and that will be your price. If on the other hand, you're saving them money, it's savings per year times 20 to 25%. And so that's exactly what we'd use. And then at the end, you obviously give them a price based on 2025 savings or 10% revenue. And this is typically how we like to do it at the start. One of the biggest problems for us using a value-based price is we were just not asking the person like how many hours they were taking. We just forgot to ask. And so if you're on a call and they say, hey, I want to automate my sales process. Cool. Let's say it's a lead follow-up process that you do right now. How many hours is this taking you? Who do you have on a team that does this? Right? Because sometimes they have full-time employees and you're basically saving them 60K per year. Maybe not, because you're not going to fire the guy off the bat, or maybe they are. But assuming they're not, those hours can be devoted to something else, which in this case is saving them money. Or you're making the money by doing something else. But just ask those questions to understand the actual value. Because when you're making a proposal for a company and you don't have these exact concrete numbers, 8K or this one right here, then it's so hard to price because you can't charge 5K for the exact same system to another company unless you know that the value that you're providing them is above 5K. it's 90% above 5K or whatever calculation we made. Of course, these are just estimates. You can obviously charge more or less than this, but this is what worked for us specifically going into this. And finally, once you can prove that you have value, you can offer ongoing support. Now, one of the biggest things having an agency itself is that you ideally want a recurring revenue. Recurring revenue just means that the client pays you every single month. And so this is the retainer stage, right? More advanced stage. And retainer just means that they pay you monthly for you to maintain plus improve the systems. Now, a simple retainer can literally include monthly priority support, fixing old automations, improving systems, one strategy call per month, maybe one small automation upgrade per month. And so by having that support, by fixing their old automations and improving their current systems, you tend to be that go-to guy, that AI guy or that tech guy for that company. That's where they're willing to pay for that expertise because you're providing them value. Now, it is noted that the company will pay monthly if there's enough value for them to actually invest into you. And so that's why we also have one strategy call per month, because most times those calls are not really to go through anything crazy. It's basically to nurture that relationship with the actual client, because most times what you start to find out is that the clients that we had on retainers for our company, they were just clients that we had a really good relationship with. Why? Is because we had monthly calls with the client. Whether we spoke about business or personal life, we were nurturing that client, we were building that relationship, which made it so much more reasonable for them to be able to have us on their team and pay us monthly, even though sometimes, some months, we didn't really do much, right? And that's obviously the dream for the agency. And so now in terms of typical price, for an SMB, you can charge anywhere between 1.5 to 3K, or for agencies, 3K to 7K. Now, these are really big estimates, right? Like obviously this can go way beyond this or way below this. But again, it depends back to the value based. So how much value are you providing to them? Because if they have to pay about 1.5K to 3K per month, like what is the value they're providing to them that makes it reasonable for them to invest into you, and how much ROI are they getting back? Because it is about ROI, because you're not charging them a $100 retainer fee. Because a lot of you guys, what you're thinking is to put an automation inside a business and then charge them 100 a month or 50 a month when it's just not worth it, right? The retainers that we're talking about is bigger retainers. It's 1.5K retainers. It's 4-figure retainers, not 3-figure retainers. And obviously the reason why they're so powerful and they're really, really good is because they are predictable revenue. So I can predict my monthly revenue. And once you don't have those, once it's just one-time projects, then the next month, you're always going to start from zero, which is a pain in the ass, especially when you have new clients, because some months are really good, some months are really bad. And so by having those retainers, it's giving you that comfort. I mean, call it comfort, but that predictability in your revenue every single month, which is much, much better than selling one-time projects, right? And clients stay with you for 6 to 18 months. Now, it's much, much better, always much, much better to have clients that are paying you retainers of 7K. Of course, 7K is the dream with clients, or 3K, whatever it is, rather than having 3 clients, which are one-time projects and each one is 1K. Always better to work with one client for a longer period of time, because you obviously get that relationship, you work with them, you already know them, you already understand their business, rather than working with 3 separate clients. And that's what we found over time. Less clients, higher ticket is exactly how we scaled to 100K with our agency. But obviously when we got started, our first few projects were 100, 500, and 1,000, and 2K. And then we have obviously 2 to 5K, to 3K, 4K, 5K, 6K, and so on. But those are all one-time projects. And then we had clients on retainers. And the clients on retainers are so much better just because you have that relationship, you have that thing. And you will find that most times it is about that relationship more than anything else, right? Because you can also not provide any value in terms of like concrete value to the business. But if you have that relationship, that's already a good starting point. But of course, it's all about value, right? So if they're paying you 1.5K, they ideally want to see a return on that 1.5K to more. And one of the biggest things when it comes to retainers, it's being sticky and make the client feel like they need you. Like if you're not there, everything's going to fall apart. This doesn't mean host the automations on your account, because I'm strictly against hosting the automations on your account, because God forbid anything happens to you, what happens to the client, right? Of course, that's sticky, but like take it to an extent, right? And so what I'm saying here is give them so much value early on, be involved in so many processes to the point where they feel like you're a very, very important part in their business, even though you're not an employee, right? That's how you really start to charge retainers. And that's when you really start to build the client relationship. So again, those were the 3 different stages of pricing. We go from beginner, where you charge hourly. Then we have stage 2, which is intermediate, which I believe is the best way to charge, which is value-based pricing. The only reason we do this before is because it is easiest to close. And then finally, we have stage 3, which is retainers. So having someone on a retainer, building that relationship, giving them so much value early on that they feel like they need you inside the business, that you're a very, very important part in their process. Quick one before we get back to the video. If you're looking to work with me one-to-one to be able to start and scale your own AI automation agency in a 90-day one-on-one mentorship program, then check out the first link down below. With that being said, let's get into it. All right, so at this point, you have a solid offer. You know exactly what you sell, who you sell it to, and how much you would charge. But the reality is that an offer itself on paper doesn't actually make you money, because you need probably the most important thing, which is clients. And that's exactly what module 2 of this course is all about, which is lead acquisition, which is why in the next video, I'm going to walk you through exactly how you can get your very first AI agency client, even if you have 0 case studies, 0 experience, and 0 testimonials. This is where it all starts. Let's dive in. All right, so before we get to the actual framework, I need to address the biggest mistake that I see beginners make when looking to get their first AI agency client. And this mistake is costing you months of time, but also potential income. And the mistake is that most people think that they need to become an expert before they can start reaching out to anybody, which means that they spend weeks, if not months, if not years, trying to learn N8N and all these tools, building demo projects, perfecting their skills, and then only they start reaching out to clients. But the thing is, by the time that you feel ready, you have wasted months that you could have spent learning by doing and actually talking to humans, trying to help them solve their problems. You see, when I got my first client, I had been learning make.com for about 2 weeks, and I was nowhere near being an expert. And I didn't have a full portfolio. I just knew enough to be able to solve a problem for one specific person. And that's all you need. The second mistake is thinking that you need to start an agency. You don't need a website, you don't need a fancy business name, and you don't need to hire team members. You just need to solve a problem for someone and get paid for it. Because from day one, you're not going to be building an agency or a business. You're basically a consultant that then helps them to implement the different systems in their business. And only after you understand the full process, then you can start to think about building an agency and actually starting to scale things. So if you're stuck in tutorial hell, watching video after video, building automation after automation that nobody asked for, stop. Right now, it's time to reach out to real people to solve real problems. All right, so let's talk about the fastest way to get your first client. And that is through warm outreach. Now, warm outreach means that you are going to be reaching out to people that already know you, or you already know them, or that are 2 connections away, which means that someone that you know might know them. And the reason we do that is because you already have a level of trust built with that person, and you're not just a stranger in their inbox sending cold emails. And here's what most people don't realize is that they have dozens, hundreds, if not thousands of warm connections sitting right in front of them. And that could be your email list, that can be your social media connection, that could also be your phone contacts. Because these are all people that you can directly reach out to, who are all people that will most likely read your message because they know your name. So here's exactly the step-by-step process that we have to go through. The first thing you want to do is make a list. Go through your email, your LinkedIn, your Instagram, your phone, write everyone that you know who either runs a business, and I know what you're thinking, which is Michele, but what if I don't know anyone who runs a business? Well, you're probably wrong, because when I started, I was 18 in university. All my friends were university people, and I thought the same until I realized that my sister knew 2 restaurant owners and my friend knew a marketing agency. And those happened to be my first clients. And so don't skip this step because you think you don't have the network. And so with this list right here, you want to prioritize reaching out to business owners first, then people who you know exactly know business owners, and then others who might know someone you don't really know because you haven't spoken to them. So we go through that list in priority from number 1 to number 3. All right, so now that we have the list, what do we say to them? What do we even offer? And what problem do we solve? Now, there are 2 different ways that you can approach this. You can either take the general AI automations approach, so you're selling general AI automations, or you can take the specific offer for a specific person approach. I'm gonna go through both. So if you're taking the general AI automations approach, then your message will look like this. Hey Naeem, hope you're doing well. Just wanted to send you a quick message because I recently launched my AI agency that helps businesses to automate their processes using AI. Right now, I'm looking to work with 5 new businesses to build case studies and testimonials before the end of the month. Do you happen to know anybody who might be interested? Totally cool if not. Thought I'd ask, let me know. Now, on the other hand, let's say you have more of a specific offer. So let's say you're targeting HVAC companies, landscapers, or home service businesses who are getting a high volume of inbound calls, then your message will look like this. Hey Naeem, hope you're doing well. Just wanted to send you this quick message because I recently launched my AI agency that helps home service businesses like HVAC, landscaping, and real estate agencies who are getting a high volume of inbound calls. And we're helping them to never miss a call ever again using our AI inbound receptionist that answers calls 24/7. Right now, I'm looking to work with 5 new businesses to build case studies and testimonials before the end of the month. Do you happen to know anybody who might be interested? Totally cool if not, just thought I'd ask, let me know. You see the difference? One is more generic and one is more specific. They both work, but if you're more specific with who you target, then it is easier for that person to think of someone who fits that description. And as you saw in the message, you are not selling them anything. You're just asking them if they might know someone who might be interested in what you do. And you'll find out that people generally like to help. Like your friends and connections, they're gonna respect you for putting yourself out there and making this work. And by asking, do you happen to know anybody who might be interested, you're lowering the barrier and making it easier for that person to be able to help you out. Because it's a self-ask, not a pitch. And when you do get that client that they refer you to, you do the exact same thing. What I recommend is that you get 3 free clients to start and get those clients to give you 2 referrals each. Because if you have 3 clients who give you 2 referrals, now instead of 3, you have 9 clients. And then you start charging for whatever it is that you're gonna build. Now, what I would do as well is take your list, that's 1,000 people, break it down so you're gonna be reaching out to 30 people per day. And if the person says, hey, I'll let you know if anything comes up, then you wanna follow up after 2 days and you wanna say, hey, just wanted to check in and see if you had a chance to think of someone who might be a good fit. Let me know if you thought of someone. If not, no worries. That's it. When someone does connect you to that business owner, you're not a random person. You're someone that their friend, their connection referred you to, and they have much higher trust than something like cold outreach. Now, why work for free? Well, those clients are paying you, but they're paying you in a different way. Because when you pay money for something, you have higher expectations. And when you're a beginner getting into the automation space and you're working with clients, you ideally want the expectations to be lower, right? Because you're starting out. And because the expectations are lower, you have more room to mess up and make mistakes along the way. And that's where you learn. So that when you do go to a paid client, you're gonna take all these experiences and problems that you've encountered in the free client and apply them to the paid client to make sure that the experience is as good as possible. Now, this is in no way telling you that you should mess up for the first client. You should definitely learn from the mistakes that you make, but you should always over deliver for that client because the first client usually is the most important one. So when someone says yes, what do you tell them? Well, you say, I'm building out my portfolio right now, so I'd love to do this for free in exchange for a testimonial and 2 referrals if you're happy with the work. That's it. And most clients will say yes, literally because there's no risk on them apart from the time they have to spend kind of walking you through their system. And we do this because you're also setting the expectations of what it is that you want in exchange for the service that you provide. So they know at the end. And most clients will say yes just because there's literally no risk on their side apart from the time that they're spending to be able to train you on how things are working. Now, before we get to the cold outreach part, which is the scaling phase, I need to address something that you're probably thinking right now when it comes to reaching out to people that you know. But Michele, what if I'm scared? What if I don't really know if I want to reach out to my warm network? What if people think I'm a bit weird or salesy? And here's the thing, nobody cares. And I don't mean that in a harsh way, but I mean that people are focused too much on their own lives and they're not worried sitting down judging you based on whether you're going out there to start a business. You'll definitely have people who look at the message, ignore it, look at the message and say no, or look at the message and actually help you. And that's it. So what you have to do here is focus on the input, not the output. The input is the DMs that you have to send. The output is getting that first client. Right? Output is something that you cannot directly control. The input is something that you can directly control. So focus on sending those DMs, focus on starting the conversations and getting those first few clients. And the results will take care of themselves. All right, so now let's talk about cold outreach, which should be your last step in getting your first client. Because if you've maxed out your whole warm network, no one said yes, then only do we get to this strategy right here. Now, the biggest mistake I see people make is that they start using automation tools like Apollo or LinkedIn to scrape leads and pull emails. They use AI to write generic copy, and they load it all into Instantly, and then they blast out 400 to 600 emails a day. And they have no clear offer for no clear person with no clear problem. So I definitely would not recommend doing that to start. And so cold outreach should come after you've exhausted your warm network, because now you have the testimonials and you have the proof to show when you're looking to do some cold outreach to people that don't know you. And that's where we go to a predictable lead generation method and we start to scale. And then we look at methods like cold calling or cold emails or LinkedIn DMs, because now we have a specific offer for a specific person. Now, I've actually made 2 videos going through the optimal Loom LinkedIn outreach campaign and cold calling campaign as well. I'm gonna leave the links down below so you can check those out in case you wanna dive deeper into cold outreach. But the key here is to not start with cold outreach. Start with people that you know or might know who you are. Get your first 3 clients, get your testimonials, get your referrals, and then once you have the foundations, then we start the cold outreach. All right, so let's bring this all together and make the action plan to get your first client. Step 1 is make your list right now. Go through your contacts and write down everybody that you can reach out to, not 50 people, everybody. your email list, your LinkedIn connections, your Instagram followers, your phone contacts, write them all down. Step 2 is break them down in a manageable way and reach out to 30 people per day. Use the script that I gave you earlier. Personalize it if you need to, but send those messages. Don't overthink, just send them. Step 3 is you're gonna get a ton of no's. That's normal, but the ones that refer you, the ones that say, hey, I might know someone, those are the ones that you wanna be in a group chat with. So get on the discovery calls with those people. Step 4 is listen to their problems. Don't pitch them right away. Ask them questions like, hey, what does your day-to-day look like? What tasks take up the most time? What if your business doubled tomorrow? What would break first? Just listen, they'll tell you exactly what they need. Step 5 is push your solution. So once you understand their problem, tell them how you can solve it. Don't talk about Anytime or Make.com or AI agents. Talk about the outcome. It's like, hey, I can help you respond to every lead within 5 minutes so you never lose a deal to a competitor again. That's what they care about. Step 6 is close your first client. And remember, for your first 3 clients, you'll need to get 2 referrals because that's how you build momentum. Because 3 clients becomes 6 referrals and now you have 9 clients. And that's when you can start to charge for what you do. And I'll tell you that this isn't gonna work if you do it halfway. Go all in, put yourself out there, get those conversations, send those messages, because the only way to fail is to quit. All right, so now you have the full playbook for landing your first AI agency client. But once you get that first client, the question becomes, how do I get more? Because there's so many different ways of getting clients. There's cold calling, there's cold emails, there's LinkedIn DMs, there's referrals, there's communities, and not all of them are equal. Some of them will actually waste your time. Some of them will actually get you clients, which is why in the next video, I'm going to be ranking the top ways of getting clients as an AI agency so you know exactly where to spend the most time and energy. Let's dive in. All right, so this right here is the exact tier list. I'm going to be ranking them from S to D. This is the best, this is the worst. Doesn't make any sense from the colors, but just take it for what it is. And we have short form content. We have LinkedIn, Facebook content, Facebook and school communities, Upwork, cold emails, newsletter, ads, YouTube, Loom videos, partnerships, LinkedIn DMs, and cold calling. So pretty much anything under the sun that you can think of when it comes to getting clients. Obviously, there are some more. I just didn't add them here because I didn't feel like they were relevant, but let's dive in. So the first strategy here is short form content. So this is short form reels. So if you go on Instagram, if you go on TikTok, you see those videos that are like less than a minute long with someone showing something or someone going through something. As of right now, I personally don't know many people, I can count on my hands, like maybe 3 or 4, that are making actual money with their AI agency. Those are my words, not selling coaching programs, but making actual money from their businesses, selling to businesses, using short form reels and TikTok reels for their AI agency in specific, okay? Now, I think TikTok is definitely not the best way to go just because it all comes down to who you're targeting. If you're targeting business owners, I don't think you should be on TikTok, but if you're targeting 10-year-olds, then TikTok is the best place. So set that aside. I think a lot of businesses are on Instagram. I just think that content itself is about trust. The more time you spend with me, the more you trust me. And this goes against the fundamental concept of short form content because it's the shorter it is, the better. And so I think that short form content goes in a C tier because I do think it's great if you pair it up with something like long form content or outreach. I don't think it's the best for a beginner to get in with because there's a lot of concepts and fundamentals you have to learn about content and short form content, which are hard, right? So I think someone starting out should definitely not start with this. I don't want to put it in D because I still think there is a lot of potential here, but not the best. Then we have LinkedIn and Facebook content. So this is you making a page on Facebook or you making an account on LinkedIn and you post out there. Now, in difference to the actual TikTok and Instagram, it doesn't have to be reels, meaning that you can post a video there, which can be 2-4 minutes, right? Typically it's less than 4 minutes. But the good thing about LinkedIn and Facebook is that there's not really highly edited, especially LinkedIn. You can be yourself, you can be normal. You can also post pictures, you can post just paragraphs, and it gives you a lot more flexibility when it comes to content, which is great, right? And I think content on its own, because of the fact that you're relying on someone reaching out to you because it's inbound, like the content itself is not the thing that makes you the money in its own, right? The thing that makes you the money is like the client watching your content and then taking the action to reaching out to you. There's a lot of friction, a lot of like barriers between you and the client. Okay, so you have to be hopeful that the content works. Now, if you've seen some videos about LinkedIn that I've made, you can check one up here. You know that I'm a big advocate of LinkedIn content because that is a thing that drove me to book a lot of calls, Most of my calls came from my LinkedIn content and outreach and profile. But LinkedIn itself was like the reason why we scaled to like 100K and we made 100K with our agency relative to any other outreach platform. So this is the main thing that I did, which is why I think that the LinkedIn content and Facebook content is on the B tier, right? Because I do think that it is great. I don't think that on its own is the best. That's what I'm trying to say. I think when you're starting out, when you want to build an agency or build a business, you need some sort of like lead acquisition, like outreach, you reaching out to someone. I think that content is great because it's one to many. Like you make one piece of content, it can go to thousands and millions of people. Like for example, we had a post on LinkedIn that reached, I think like 750,000 people. So that's great. Like it depends on what you post. Okay. So I do think it's great because it's one to many. I don't think it's the best thing to start with because you're relying on people reaching out to you, and early on you want momentum and you want to reach out to someone. Okay. But I do think it's great when you pair it up with outreach. Now let's go to Facebook and school communities. So what this is you joining a determined group full of individuals who are interested in a specific topic. And the good thing about this is that you're basically accessing a group of pre-qualified members. Okay, so let's say you're targeting marketing agencies. You can go to Facebook and you can look for marketing agencies. You can go to school and you can look for marketing agencies. And there are definitely tons of groups there where founders of marketing agencies hang out. And so you can directly just go there and target these people in those communities. Now, the only downside to this is that it's not as easy as just going there and reaching out to people. I think there has to be a strategy. The strategy here when it comes to communities is you being that thought leader and providing value. The thing about value is that you can't just make one post and then reach out to someone directly, like straight up and trying to sell them. You could do that, of course, you can do anything you want. But in terms of like, what is the best strategy? The best strategy is to go there, provide value to the group, enough value, so you can then go in the outreach, in the DMs, and say, hey, I saw that you're in this group. Pretty interesting. What do you do? And you can have that conversation and then maybe hop on a call with them and then close them for whatever it is, like offer help. Okay. So I do think it's a good strategy. One of the best off here because you basically get access to a qualified list of members, right? You can provide value content plus you can DM them as well, which is why I'm going to put it in the A tier, but not S tier, because I do feel like with communities, as far as I've seen, the best communities are paid, because then you actually get access to people who are willing to pay money, which means they're qualified to pay for something. Plus they are actually interested in what they say they're interested in. Whilst a lot of free communities with thousands and thousands of people, even hundreds of thousands, you get inside and no one really like talks, right? Because they're just joined because it's free, it's very easy to get into. But the people who are in paid communities tend to be more active. And so you get access to more active members. With that said, it's not S because you got to pay for the best communities. All right, the next one here is going to be Upwork. Now, I've personally never used Upwork for myself. Okay, so this is coming from the knowledge that I hear in the industry. Now, Upwork is great, right? For my understanding, it is great. I'm going to put this in an A tier. The reason why I don't like Upwork enough to put it in the S tier is because it is price competitive. Okay, what do I mean here? I mean that Upwork is a place, especially with automation, that you go inside there and you put a price on your hourly, right? Now, do I think it's one of the best lead acquisition methods to get your first client? Definitely one of the best, right? Do I think it's something that you can use long-term to scale a business to 20, 30, 40K a month? Probably not, right? The reason why is because, and obviously a lot of you are just trying to get to 10K a month. I think it's great if you want to get to 10K a month, but even then you're competing with that next dude who wants to pay like undercharge you by like $5. Which is why I personally don't like Upwork to use for myself. Obviously, because I just got started with LinkedIn. LinkedIn works really well. One of the best platforms in general. But Upwork is great as well. The only thing is the price sort of thing. You're basically putting your price out there before they even see you. So all they see is a face and all they see is like a number, which I don't really like. But I do think it's great if you want to get your first few clients. So, and the reason why it's good is because you go there and people are already interested. So you don't have to ask them, hey, you don't have to have that conversation. You can basically shortcut the sales cycle and just apply for that job. And if you do a good job, you can get referrals and you can work with them as a retainer, right? That's why I think it's one of the best. Put them in the same level as A, better than content on its own, because this actually gets you to clients and you're responsible. Like the amount of inputs that you put here is responsible for the amount of output. You can sort of predict, right? If you have some sort of strategy. Whilst content, you can't predict fully. Okay, you can predict, but as a beginner starting out, you can't really predict, which is hard. Then we have cold emails. Now, cold emails straight up goes to the S tier. The reason why cold email goes to the S tier is because it is by far one of the most scalable ways of getting clients. And when you think of like lead acquisition, getting clients, you want something that's predictable, which means that if you send 5 emails, you get 1 book call, and if 1 book call, you close 3, like 30%, then you get this many clients. And so if you're looking for predictability, as in out of 100 emails, we get this many replies, out of this many replies, you get this many book calls, out of this many book calls, you get this many leads closes, then you can predict how many emails you have to send to get this much input to output. Plus, you can basically, it really depends on your copywriting here, like what you actually say in the email, but you can target a specific audience. Now, the only downside to cold email as a beginner is that starting out, Your copywriting, which means like what you say is going to be shit, right? And it mainly depends on that. It depends on what you say, really. And what we typically like suggest when you do cold emails is to have a guarantee in the email, especially when starting out. Because if you don't have a guarantee in the email, of course you can also not have it, but it's very, very hard not to succeed, or sorry, it's very, very hard to succeed with cold emails if you don't have a guarantee in that email. Because everyone and their mom is getting cold emails. Like I get hit up all the fucking time from people trying to sell me on, let's scaling my coaching program or scaling whatever it is that I have. So I get hit up all the time, and the ones that win, so if you're watching this, you want to send me a cold emails, give me a guarantee, right? Put a guarantee in there. So I think it's one of the best outreach methods. But bear in mind that this only works if you know who you're targeting and you know what to say. You have an offer. If you don't have an offer and you don't have what to target, then don't do it, because you're just wasting your time and wasting your money. For example, when I started doing cold emails because I thought it was the right thing to do. And I said, okay, let me just sell chatbots to e-commerce stores, right? What I didn't know is that I actually had to know, like, do e-commerce businesses even want? And I was validating that by actually outreaching to people, like sending cold emails. And I think at the time I was warming up my my accounts for like 1,000. And it does cost money. But if you know what you're doing, cold emails can be one of the best outreach methods. Then we have newsletter. Now, there are methods, like I mentioned before, that when paired up with something, they kill. Like they're very, very good. Newsletter is one of them, because newsletter only works if you have people in your newsletter. And it also depends on what kind of people you have in your newsletter. And so all of this makes it so that I put it in the B tier. Never mind, I put it in the C tier. Got you there. The reason why I put it in the C tier, and maybe it's because I'm not a newsletter expert, but it's because it depends on so many variables that it's so much friction between like you crushing with newsletters and you not crushing it. And most people who have a newsletter, they put out so much shit content, like actual garbage, thinking that it actually does something, but it doesn't. So it depends on who you have in a newsletter, what you say, the value. It takes a long time to provide value. Not a long time, but if you want to do something proper, you can't really be pitching every single time, right? You have to give subtle value, and value takes time to make, and it depends on the people, and it depends on how many members you have as well. Okay, which is why I think newsletter, I'm gonna put this in the middle actually. I think between B and C. I think it definitely, yeah, never mind. I'm gonna put this in B because it's definitely better than, I'm not gonna put it in the same level as short form content. I don't know why I have something against short form content. It's like my enemy, but I think newsletters are great when you have one and you have a lot of people. For example, we have about 3,500 people in our newsletter, and we did get a lot out of the newsletter itself. I do think there are some strategies that are better, right? Let me just change this back to the middle, but not the best strategy starting out, because realistically, to get newsletter signups, you have to make content. And so this has to happen first before this happens, right? And so that it doesn't make sense like on a logistical level. But I think when you pair it up with content, when you pair it up with outreach, I think it works very, very well. Then we have Meta and Facebook ads. Now, Meta and Facebook ads, what I would do is I'm going to put them in the C to D category. Now, the reason why I put them in the C to D category is because I do think that ads, starting out as a beginner, you definitely should not do, because just like short form content, there's a lot of fundamentals you have to learn about Meta and Facebook ads. And there's so much friction, like an unnecessary amount of friction between you being good at Facebook ads and you not being good, which makes it so that it makes it so much harder for you to get clients using Facebook ads. Plus you have to spend a lot of money. And as a beginner, the reason why you do this is to make money. And most of you, like, at least I didn't, I'm not going to speak for a lot of you, but at least for me, I didn't really have the money to start to be able to invest a lot into Facebook ads. And so you have to understand the fundamentals of Facebook ads, how to make them good, the titles, the hooks, so much stuff, plus spending money as well, which makes it so that it is C to D. Now, I do think that Facebook ads and most of the businesses out there who are really, really crushing it, just start with like, I do think that Facebook ads are great when you know exactly what you sell, who you sell to, how you sell them. And when you're looking to go from, let's say, like 20K a month to 100K a month and scale. If you're not primarily just doing content, right? I'm more of a fan of content. As you see, I mean, I'm making content right now, and everything that we have in our school community, in our program, in our agency, it's all through content, and I'm not running any ads, but it's because we have content. So definitely would not recommend doing ads at all if you're starting out. There's so much friction. There's so much shit that you have to know, not worth your time at all. YouTube, what I'm doing right now, I'm going to put YouTube straight up in the B category. Okay, the reason why I put it in the B category is because there's a lot of fundamentals you have to understand about content. And the thing about YouTube as well is that I would say it is harder than short form content because it's long form, which means that you have to be more confident on a camera. Not more confident, but it takes more time on hooks, times on titles, times on thumbnails, times on strategy, time on, God knows, anything else that's in a YouTube video, which most of you just think is just recording, but it's not just recording, right? Editing as well. And so I think YouTube is by far one of the most powerful platforms to get clients in the long term. But in the short term, because you're relying on inbound, strictly inbound, because I can't reach out to any of you on YouTube, it makes it so much harder to get clients starting out, which is why I think it's B. It could realistically be an S if there was some sort of way of reaching out to you guys through YouTube. But because there isn't that feature yet, then you're just primarily relying on inbound people reaching out to you. And the time that it takes for your YouTube channel to get traction, it's going to take a while, right? It's going to take a while. Because I started from zero. I remember when my agency, I was posting content from zero, and it's hard to get traction on YouTube, like very hard. It takes a lot of time, a lot of effort. So that's why I put it here, B. Cold calling. What is this? Cold calling is the act of you picking up the phone and calling a list of leads. Now I'm going to put cold calling straight up in the, I'm thinking here because the only downside to cold calling is that it's shit. Okay. But since I'm ranking this based on like the actual effectiveness of the actual thing, I'm going to put it in the S category. Some people might not like it, but the reason why I like cold calling is because it's literally direct. There's nothing else more direct than cold calling. As in, you are speaking to the actual person. Assuming you're speaking to the actual person, that is the most direct. With content, you're waiting for them to book a call. After they book a call, then you can talk to them. With cold emails, you send them an email first, and then they reach out to you, and then you can hop on a call. This is straight up you calling them and talking to them directly. And so that is the most direct form of outreach, and that is the fastest way that you can get your first client after warm network, like reaching out to people that you already know. But it is like one of the fastest ways, so probably the most fast way, the most direct way of talking to the actual decision maker and getting clients. And I actually genuinely think cold calling is one of the best methods that you can do, especially right now if you have a good offer to a good client. For example, let's say you're selling inbound receptionist for med spas or for dental clinics, you can easily get a lot of clients. Not easily, of course, everything is hard. And the chances you're gonna get results with cold, and the chances that you're gonna get results with cold calling is gonna be low, even though I do think it's very, very effective when you have the right strategy, but just putting it out there, no expectations. I do think that it's very, very good to get clients for your AI agency. One example of this that that I spoke about with one of the recent podcasts that I've had with in my channel, you can check it up here with Matt, is we spoke about a cold calling strategy where we basically target businesses and with like setting up their after hour inbound receptionist, which means that let's say a business takes phone calls to book appointments, and after working hours, so after 5 p.m., they don't take calls anymore. And so they miss out on a lot of leads because a lot of people call after 5 p.m. And so what you do is you call the businesses at 6, 7 p.m. You check the ones that don't reply, right? So you know that they have a problem because they don't answer after 5 p.m. And the next day you can call them back and say, hey, I called you yesterday at 6 p.m. You guys didn't pick up to me. So you stated the problem and you can offer them a solution for that problem. And I think like that, cold calling works really, really well. I've done cold calling. Okay, the reality is it's shit. Like, not a shit strategy. It's a very good strategy. It's mentally shit. With cold emails, you set up a campaign, you set up the numbers, you set up the copywriting, and then you shoot them over. And you just wait for the numbers to come through. This is literally input to output. But the good thing about cold calling is that it's predictable. As in, out of 100 calls, you get 10% replies. Out of 10% replies, you maybe get one being booked. But it's a lot of energy starting out. So if you have the energy, if you're young and you have the momentum to do it, I think cold calling is by far one of the best as well, because it is very, very direct as well. But obviously it depends on who you're targeting as well. So make sure you have a list and you're talking to the actual decision maker, not the receptionist. Then we have LinkedIn DMs. I'm gonna put LinkedIn DMs in the A category. Now, if you watch any of my videos on LinkedIn, I think of LinkedIn as a triangle. The first side is the profile. So the profile matters because the profile is like your website. Meaning that when people go to your profile, they wanna understand exactly what you do, how you do it, and who you help. Pair that up with content, you provide value to people. And then outreach is a thing that sells. So you reach out to them. I like LinkedIn DMs because it's a form of outreach, which means that you can reach out to people, like directly reach out to people. And so if you can directly reach out to people, that means you have direct access contact to the business owner. And the good thing about LinkedIn, actually, let me put it between S and A, is that you are directly talking to the business, like the actual decision maker. And a lot of businesses, most businesses are on LinkedIn, which is why I think LinkedIn DMs are great. And again, if you pair them up with content, I think even better. And it's one of the reasons why we're able to book a lot of calls off LinkedIn. And now, even for my AI agency, it's very, very, very good strategy. LinkedIn email Loom videos. This by far is one of the best strategies. So what is this? So what this is, it's a way for you to send a cold email in a LinkedIn DM to the same person. Check this out. Fireworks. To send LinkedIn DMs and emails to the same person with a personalized video. Okay, so you send a copy and you send a LinkedIn DM with a video, right? And the thumbnail of the video can be like their profile on LinkedIn or their website. So it's more personalized because everything should be personalized, because then it makes them more likely to be able to watch the video or reply to you or be interested or hop on a call with you, whatever it is. And this is one of the main ones, one of the main strategies that we've used internally in our agency to get clients, because it fucking crushes. Like, this is one of the best strategies so far. The only thing is that it takes a bit more time, but if you do 5 to 10 Loom videos a day consistently, you will see results. Like, it's almost guaranteed that you will see results, but it does depend on what you say in the video. Okay, so I'll say that. It does depend on what you say in the video. If you want a video on how to get the LinkedIn and email Loom video campaign strategy, leave a comment down below. Let me know. Happy to do it. And finally, we have partnership and referrals. I'm going to put this in the C category because I have gotten reached out to when I was like actively, I think last year. Now we know who's bullshit, who's not, but last year, because I was getting started, I didn't really know much about anything. And so I got reached out by a ton of people saying, hey, yeah, let's partner up, let's do this, let's do that. And you get so excited until you realize that they're actually just BSing, right? Now, is this gonna happen all the time? No, it's not gonna happen all the time. It's what happened to me. So this is speaking out of experience. I do think the partnerships and referrals are great. If you partner up with the right person who has the right network of people that they can put you through, I think it's fucking awesome. Great, you can get a lot of clients. But I don't think that you should spend all your time looking for that person who has that network. I think you should natively look at the people yourself, as in reach out to people yourself and not try to reach out to that person who has a big network of people, my opinion here. So I think that it is great. Let me put it between, I can put it between B and C. I should probably have another category here, but partnerships and referrals, it's, again, like reaching out to someone who has access to a big network who can put you in contact with other people. I'll give you an example here. I was targeting marketing agencies for my my offer in my AI agency. And what I did is I reached out to someone who I knew was a coach of agencies. And so it's not necessarily like a partnerships kind of thing, but it's that he, through his network, through the people that he knew, because he was working with agencies, he put me in contact with one of the agencies that he worked with. So I was able to get a client off of him. Same thing could happen with a partnership with other people. I just don't think that a lot of people understand what AI can do and whole sort of shebang there. So from my experience, it hasn't been great, but I do know people that have crushed it and that are crushing right now by having partnerships with other people. And they can do like rev share, they can do like on a retainer or whatever it is that they want to, like their payment split. Maybe someone gets you a client and you get 20% of the revenue that you make off of that client. You can do a whole bunch of stuff. So I do think it's good. Just from my experience, it hasn't been great for me. But just because it hasn't worked for me, great, doesn't mean it can't work for you, which is why I'm going to put it between the B and C. That right there is a tier list for the lead acquisition method that you can use for your AI agency. The top here, we have cold email, cold calling, LinkedIn email Loom videos. As you can see, and LinkedIn DMs, almost there. As you can see, these methods are the ones that are like the most direct form of outreach to someone, because you're reaching out to someone, like you're actually sending them something. You're sending them a call, right? Not really sending them, but calling them. You are sending them an email, sending them a text, an email and a text. Hence why I think the best way to get clients for your AI agency is to reach out to someone, whether that's personalized Loom videos or LinkedIn messages, whether that's just LinkedIn messages, although I would argue that you should make them personalized with a Loom video, whether that's just cold calling or cold emails, direct form of outreach. Then we have communities and Upwork, because they also allow you to be able to, at least Upwork is direct, so you can reach out to someone as well. And obviously they're interested. You are able to reach out to someone, right? And have that direct form of outreach as well on both sides. Then we have B, which is starting to get to content, YouTube content and LinkedIn and Facebook content, plus newsletter as well, right? So all forms of content, and partnerships and referrals as well, which is a bit different than content, but it's still some sort of way of you getting inbound leads through someone, and it's short form content and meta ads. So as you can see, everything here is outbound, everything here is inbound. Okay, so take that for what it is. If you want to get clients, do outbound. If you don't want to do clients, do inbound. No, I don't mean that. So if you want to get clients fastest, you do outbound, pair that up with inbound, and it's the perfect strategy. All right, so now you know which methods work the best versus which ones you should avoid. So let's go deep into one of the top effective methods, which is called Loom Outreach. And this right here is a strategy that is proven to get consistently high response rates because you're not just sending another generic cold message, you're showing the prospect that you actually did the work. So with that being said, in the next video, I'm gonna walk you through the entire Loom Outreach strategy step by step. Let's dive in. All right, so first things first, how is this Loom Outreach campaign method better than the general method that people use to outreach for their agency? Now, the Loom Outreach method as a whole, like to summarize it in basically 2 sentences, is you're gonna be recording a custom video, okay, of yourself, and you're gonna be using their profile as a background, and it's gonna be personalized because obviously you can't automate it, as in it has to be you on the video. And by creating that personalized video for them, you send it to them through email and LinkedIn. That's as a whole what it is. Now, how is that different from the generic mass outreach that people send? So I used to work at a lead generation agency, and I got to see a lot of the behind the scenes of cold emails or LinkedIn messages, spammy DMs, all that shit that people do. And I know exactly why it doesn't work, right? It's for 3 different reasons. The first reason is that it's very generic and it's mass send messaging, which means that you send a million emails, obviously figuratively, but you send a million emails and they're all very generic. They follow the exact same script. They blast it to everyone with 0 context or relevance, hoping to get a 1% reply rate if they get lucky, right? And the reason why that doesn't work is because people have low trust and low attention. The prospects will read the email, they will probably look at the message, they will skim it, right? And then they will ignore it because guess what? It looks like any other email that they get throughout the day. I know this as well because as someone who has obviously a mentorship program, we have the agency as well, we get a ton of emails. We get a ton of cold emails and they're all the exact same. So I, in this case, putting myself in the prospect's shoes, and I can tell you that I skim through it. I know it's a pitch, right? I don't trust them. I have low attention when I read it and I just ignore it. In my head, I'm saying this is just a general shit that people send. And lastly, it has a very transactional energy. So the outreach itself feels like someone wants something from them, not to understand them, okay? What this means generally in outreach is that a lot of the times when you send outreach, you want the person to feel something. They could feel like shit. They could feel like, oh, okay. They could feel interested. They could feel curious, right? And these kinds of messages that are very generic and mass outreach makes people feel angry and shit, which is exactly why we don't want to send them. Now, how is this different from Loom? Well, in this case, because with the Loom Outreach, we are sending custom videos to the person, it's personalized, right? It's face-to-face intro. Personalized just means that it differs from person to person, which is exactly where the outreach shines, right? As in, outreach that's personalized has to be there nowadays because especially right now, we're in a trust epidemic. I think that's what they call it. But essentially what that means is that people don't trust people. They just don't because they know everyone sends the same exact message, wanting the same exact thing, asking the same exact thing from everyone. And so with that said, maybe this worked a few years back, but it doesn't anymore, simply just because we're past that, right? And so this is the exact outreach strategy is personalized, which means that they see you, they hear your voice and instantly feel it's made for them. So they have a feeling of trust, they have a feeling of curiosity as to what you're saying, which is why it works very well. The second thing, like I mentioned, is that it has high trust and high attention. So the video shows effort, it lowers skepticism. So skepticism just means that they're skeptical, which means they kind of feel that you're selling them something, right? In a way, they feel like you're being very salesy. And so if you send them a personalized face-to-face intro, a video for them, it lowers that, right? And it gets people to actually listen, which is the hardest part of outreach, because most times we skim through things. We don't actually pay attention to it. Attention is the thing that people want, right? Is the thing that we need from outreach, which is a scarce resource, especially when it comes to getting clients. And lastly, value first energy. So it feels like genuine curiosity, help, and human connection, not a sales script. So you want to be yourself. You don't want to sound robotic, right? You're not following exact like script step by step. Are you? Maybe, right? And we'll show you exactly that we kind of are. But you want to feel genuine, which is why energy is such a big thing. Even on videos like this, if I'm showing my energy, then you pay attention, you trust me, you follow along and so on. So that's the difference between most outreach and Loom Outreach. Now let's get to the step-by-step process, okay? I'm going to show you everything. So by the end of the video, you'll have no doubts and no questions. And if you do, put them in the comments. I'm happy to answer them about this exact method, okay? So the first thing that we have to solve is who. Like, who are we sending the outreach to? Whether it's the general outreach or Loom, we always have to answer that question as a baseline because that's probably one of the most important things. who are we sending the outreach to? So I'm going to be using a voice agent agency as an example. A voice agent agency is an agency that services voice agents, which is, you know, the inbound receptionist or the speed to lead systems, anything that's through the phone, the AI answers and then books the appointments, right? Something very simple. And let's say you do inbound receptionist and you're targeting landscapers. Landscapers is a niche. And now you ask yourself, should I niche down? Should I not niche down? Well, for outreach, right, to be able to have effective outreach, you need to know who you're targeting. So yes, in a way, you have to target a specific person, right? You could say, hey, I might not be sending videos to just landscapers. I might be sending videos to also home service business, like the home service businesses as a whole, which is fine. That in itself is a niche, you know, a general niche. But let's say you're targeting landscapers. So that's the who. So to build out the list, we use something called Apify/Apollo. So Apify, for those of you who have never heard of Apify, watch this video where I give you a full breakdown of how it works if you want to. But essentially what it is, it's the Amazon for scrapers, right? So a scraper is something that extracts information from the web and gives it to you in a way where, you know, you can use it. And then Apollo is the software that stores all the information of all the people that are out there on the web. So right here, you can see this is the output that we get, right, which is a table. So for Apify, I mentioned that is a platform where it has a lot of scrapers. So what scraper do you use? But if I go to the Apify store, I can see that we have a ton of scrapers as well. What you want to use is this one here. Now I'm going to leave the link to the Miro in my free school community down below, so you can check it out there. But essentially, if you press this link right here, it will take you to the scraper itself. And if you don't have the Miro, you can still search this up. Just search up this name, pkeydev/leads scraper PB. And as you can see, this is the thing that we'll use to be able to put filters, like I'm looking for landscapers in the US with this many employees, to be able to extract the leads from Apollo, right? So we are scraping, we're going inside Apollo and extracting the information to then give it to us in this format, okay? Now in the scraper itself, we can see that we're paying $1 for 1,000 leads. So for 1,000 contacts, we're paying $1. And we're getting them with emails, which is very, very important because the strategy itself, we need the LinkedIn profile and we need the email itself. And if you're asking yourself, is this expensive? It's pretty cheap. Considering you're going to be sending about 5 to 10 of these outreach messages a day, 1,000 leads is going to last you a pretty long time. Okay, so you're pretty much well off. And also, just so you know, when you join Apify, you get $5 of free credits, which is great for us because that means that we can scrape 5,000 leads a month for free. So this whole strategy is free. And by the way, if you want to dive deeper into Apify, how it works and so on, I made a full tutorial on it. You can check it out up here. So let's say I'm looking for landscapers in the US, right? I can go to industry. I can look for landscapers services. I can then go to location. I can then look for United States. And then I can add a bunch more things, which is great, right? Because then we have the ability to also choose who we want to target. And it's fairly easy to do. Now we have to put total results here. And it says it can fetch 30,000 per run, which means that you can only scrape 30,000 contacts per time that you run the scrape, okay? Now in this case, I'm gonna be putting 100. I don't know if 100 will work. I think there is a limit. Okay, no, it did work. I think. I know because it's giving me the seconds. It's saying exactly that this is running and it's telling me how much I'm spending as well. And now we basically have to wait until the leads come through. As you can see here, the leads have gone through and I can see that we have a list of leads with the LinkedIn URL, with the name, first name, last name, email, right, which is important, the position, the LinkedIn URL, the city, the state, the country. And so these are all things that you could pretty much use in the Loom Outreach, right? They're all data points that you can use. The website, the organization industry, organization size, the organization description, specialty, a bunch of stuff that you can use. Then what we want to do here is we want to go to export and you want to put CSV, download, and you'll have the CSV here. Let's go to Google Sheet and then you can finally import. Let me go upload and then you can take the file, put it here, and then you can replace the file with the current spreadsheet, import data. And now you have 100 leads. I believe it's 100. Yep, 100 leads that you can use with their email, with their LinkedIn URL as well. Okay. Now, did it find the emails for everyone? No. Right. So you can pretty much, or for these leads, you can pretty much just send them the LinkedIn message. You don't have to send them the email. But that's the first step of the actual outreach campaign. Now, as you can see, I'm diving very deep into the process because I don't want you guys to have doubts as to what you can do here, what you can do there. But that's essentially the first step, building out the list, which is answering the question, who are we targeting? Now, the second step is actually connecting with them. So you're going to connect with them, which means that you have to go to LinkedIn and press the button connect. So let's say I have this LinkedIn profile right here. Let me copy this. Let me go here. Let me paste it. I can then press connect here. I can send without a note. Okay, obviously I've reached my weekly limit, which is fine, but you wouldn't have that. Okay, it's just obviously I got unlucky here. But there's a limit on LinkedIn, which is about 100 connections a week, which is why we'll talk about, how many you should send a day. But connect, send without a note, and now you will have sent a connection. Now, a connection on LinkedIn is a way for you to say, hey, John, I'm looking to connect with you so that I can DM you, basically, right? Because you can't DM someone, you can't send them anything on the DMs if you have not been connected with them. Okay, so make sure you have that step before you go next. Now, it's important to state that just because you connect with them doesn't mean that they're gonna connect back with you. Because as you can see, if I go to my my connections, I have, I believe, 2,017 people that are trying to connect with me. And so they will have a list of people that will try to connect with them. And so what will differentiate you to the other people to make sure that you get the connection back? Now, the industry average connection acceptance rate, which means that out of 10 people that I connect with, how many people connect back with us is about 20%, okay? But if you comment on their post, which means that you go here to the LinkedIn profile and you see the post that they had. So let's say you have 6 days ago, right? You can just comment on this post with something interesting that's not AI made, something genuine. This guy's posting regularly, which is great. Then they will see that you connected with them here. So they will see your face on here, but they will also get a notification here that someone commented on their post. So now they have 2 touch points. They can see that you put something genuine and helpful, whatever it is, comment on their post, but also they can see that you're trying to connect with them, okay? Which is why then the acceptance rate will be higher. It will go up to 25, maybe even 30. And we've had clients who get up to 60%, but bear in mind that they don't get 60% just because they comment on the post. They get 60% because they also have content, their profile is optimized, and a lot more things are done there. And by the way, if you want to see how you can optimize your profile, how you can, make content on LinkedIn and so on, you can check out this video up here where I break everything down. Okay, very, very important. So the reason why this is important is because if you connect with 20 people and none of them connect back, you pretty much can't go through with this, right? Which is why this is important. And so optimizing your profile, optimizing, the content that you put out is important because people look at your profile when they want to connect back, okay? And people don't trust people. So you want to make sure that you have the highest chances of people connecting back with you. Now, let's go through to 2 different strategies. So these are 2 different examples. I'm going to go through as well when you should use one versus the other, but they both work very, very well. Okay. We have clients that are using this outreach strategy, which are booking 17% booking rates, which is not results you can realistically expect, right? And clients with this strategy as well, which are also getting 13% booking rates, right? So very good results for each strategy. And you can see that the strategy is completely different. As in the way that we do things is similar, but what we say in the video and the way that we position the video is different, okay? All right, so let's go through the first strategy here, which is the first Loom offer campaign. Bear in mind that, again, you connect with them, they connect back, and then you DM. You cannot DM someone on LinkedIn unless they have connected back with you. Very important. By the way, if you have the mirror, you can press this button. I'm not going to play it, but I'm going to tell you exactly what I say in the video, sort of, so you can get a feel. But when you have the mirror, you can press this button, you can watch the video. It's pretty much a Loom video, which is an actual video of someone that I sent the Loom video to, right? So you can see what it looks like. So the first step of the Loom outreach is filming the video, because the video is something that we will use for the LinkedIn message and for the email itself, okay? So the first step is filming it. So you have the person, you have their LinkedIn profile. What you want to do, as you can see, is you want to go on the LinkedIn profile. You want the background to be their LinkedIn profile and make sure it takes up the whole frame, okay? Why do we do this? Is because when I go to LinkedIn here, they will get a preview of the message. Same thing here. On the email, they will get a preview of the message. And if they see their profile in the message itself with your face there, right, then it's very, very, very personalized, because that means you can't do it for other people. Now, there are softwares out there that allow you to have, to automate the process of you making a custom video, having someone's website behind, but I know that they're pretty shit. Like, we've tested them with the agency that I used to work with, and they were not good. So I wouldn't recommend doing that. In this case, you're gonna be filming the video, making sure that you're putting yourself here with this frame. Just follow this exact frame, right? This works perfectly fine. With their profile here, don't make it too small, don't make it too big, just keep it simple. And then you will say the following. So there are 6 different steps of this offer campaign. And so the offer campaign is a way for us to basically say, hey, I'm looking for this person because we do this, right? In this time frame, and I'm doing it now. I'm reaching out to you now because of XYZ. So if you're interested, let me know, we can book a call, okay? So it's very direct, but it's different because you're building a custom video around it, okay? So the first thing that we do is icebreaker and personalization. Now, this is the first, I guess, 2 sentences of the video, probably one of the most important ones, because that's where most people drop off. They drop off in the first 5 to 10 seconds of the video because either you sound too salesy, or you're not genuine enough, or you're just being weird. If you're just yourself and you say something specific about their profile, that can be a specific achievement, a role, or milestone. It can even be something in their post they've made on LinkedIn. And I like to think that if the actual personalization that you say in the first sentence, or has nothing to do with work, has nothing to do with like business, that's even better. An example of this could be, I remember making a video and the person went to, I think she went to Spain or Barcelona. Well, Barcelona is in Spain. And I said, hey, I saw that you went to Barcelona in one of your recent posts. That's awesome. I love your dog, by the way. I'm actually Spanish, from Barcelona, and my family lives there. So it's so sick that you went there. Hope you had some fun. And yeah, and that's the first sentence of the video. Cool, you dragged them. They said, oh, that's really nice. He actually read through my post. That's personalized because he can only say it to me. Very, very important. So that's the icebreaker. Then we have number 2, which is who you help, paying call out, which is the reason I'm reaching out. So you say, hey, it's personalized line. The reason I'm reaching out is because I actually work with businesses who have this problem, and this problem, right? And then you say, what we do is we actually do X, Y, and Z. And I'm gonna go through like the whole, an example. And then we do it all under 30 days. I know it sounds complex, but it's actually very, very simple and it works, right? And we know it works because we've done it for dozens of agencies, and here's the results, right? You can talk about results you've done with clients. And the reason I'm doing it now is because I've cleared out my whole schedule to stack as many case studies as I can for my agency, which is why I'm offering a 50% discount until the end of the month. So if you, or you know someone that fits that profile, I'd be happy to have a chat and show you some examples, see if it makes sense. If not, no worries at all. I know you're probably super, super busy, but yeah, keep crushing it. I'll see you soon. So that's a framework that we want to go through in the offer campaign Loom video. So it's again, icebreaker, who you help, right? So you're helping, you can see I work with businesses who have a ton of repetitive tasks within their business, whether that's sales, marketing, operations, and delivery. This is very general. If you're doing landscaping for voice agents, you could say something like, hey, I'm actually working with landscapers in Arizona or in their area that they live in to make it even more personalized. I work with landscapers in Arizona who have a ton of calls that they have during the day, who miss calls because they're either on the job or they have this, and that. Pain call out, right? And if they feel that pain, if they have that pain, they're like, oh shit, this is for me, right? And then you go on to what you do. So what we do is we actually implement an inbound receptionist that can answer your phone 24/7. So you don't have to obviously answer the phone all the time. It's completely done for you. And it can book the appointments. It can answer any questions 24/7. So you can just worry about delivering the best quality job for your clients and not have to be on the phone, right? Also, if you don't reply to the phone, you miss leads. And so in this case, we make sure that you don't miss any leads at all. And then the time frame is, you can say when you do it by, because the time frame is important. And you would say that you do it under a few weeks. And then something I usually like to say is that it sounds complex, but it's actually very, very simple and it works. And then if you have some examples of clients that you've helped, say it aloud. You can say, just like John, who is a landscaper. I know John is like the name everyone likes to use, but be honest about this. If you have no results, just don't mention it. If you do, it just helps with the video. And then you can give them an example. So for us is that we've helped over 30 agencies to double the client delivery, which is an example for us, for the agencies that we have. And then you go on to why now. So right now I've cleared my schedule to stack case studies and testimonials. What I used to say is, right now I've cleared my whole schedule to stack as many case studies and testimonials for my YouTube channel that I just started. And I showed them the YouTube channel as well, because it actually is genuine. I wanted case studies and testimonials. So if you say that, that's the reason why, because they're probably asking themselves, why is this person sending me a video now? Like, what's different between now and yesterday? Right? Why now? And your reason might be different from this, but typically I like to do the cleared on my whole schedule to get case studies and testimonials, which is why I'm offering a discount for anyone who wants to join until the end of the month. You can see I put month year because you can run this pretty much any time of the year, right? If you're doing December, you can see until the end of the year. If you're doing January, which is now, you can see until the end of January, and you can do that for every single month. And then the call to action, which is what's the next step you wanted to take after this video, which in this case, you want them to hop on a call, which is where we say this at the end. Now, again, I left an example here that you can look at. If you have the mirror, you can just press this button, you can watch it yourself. This is an actual video that I built for someone using this exact method. So once you recorded the video, what is the next step? How do we send it to them? First of all, make sure that the title of the video is Good to Connect Alfredo. Or you can also say, name, comma, this is for you, ... Okay, you can use either or. Don't start making random stuff up, and don't let the AI in Loom do it. Just like make sure to put a title there. So once you recorded the video, what is the next step that you have to do? We're now going to be sending it on LinkedIn and on email. So we're doing 2 touch points because we want to squeeze as much as we can from the list that we have. So the first thing is the LinkedIn message. So the LinkedIn message will be, hey name, I wanted to ask you something, so I thought I'd record you a quick Loom video. Check it out here. Put the link there, and this will show the preview of your face with their profile with Good to Connect Alfredo, which is now incentivizing them to press the video because it's their profile and watch the video, okay? On the other hand, on email, we have the subject line, which is just connected with you on LinkedIn. Hey Alfredo, I just sent over a video on LinkedIn, but thought I'd shoot it over here on email as well in case you missed it. Just wanted to ask you something. Let me know what you think. And then you put the GIF of the Loom video here, okay? If you're wondering how to get the GIF, I'm gonna show you. So let's say we have this video here. Lorenzo just made this for you. This is the profile. This is me right here. And the way that we have to use it for email is you wanna go to share, you wanna go to embed, you wanna go to then copy GIF thumbnail. So they see this in their email. They see me moving as well. So they see me talking, they see me obviously moving in the video, and they see their profile. So you wanna copy the GIF. Then in the email, you wanna be sending it to the right person. So you put their email, you put the subject line, and then once you put the text above, right, which is this one here. So hey name, put this whole thing here. You wanna then put the GIF, which is this one here, and delete this, okay? So that they see the text, plus they see the GIF that you have here. And when you press on the GIF, then they will be able to get to the video itself. So this gives you that edge because they get to see that you're moving in the video as well, whether that's on LinkedIn and or on email, well actually and in this case in both places. So they see both sides. And as you can see here on LinkedIn, if you send it on the message, you can also see the person moving. So they get to see the message on the text, right, which is this one here. And when you put the link, they get to see the preview and you moving in the video. So like a preview of the video. So this right here is the first message that you send to both of them. And what I do is I send it to them at the same time. So you send them the LinkedIn message and you send them the email as well. And the reason we send them on both is because some people are not on LinkedIn, they're not active there. Some people are not active on email. And so if you get them on both, on both channels, then you have a higher probability of them watching your video, which means that you have a higher probability of them hopping on a call with you. All right, and once you send them the text message on LinkedIn and the email on email, and make sure you use your work email for this, okay? Because if you use a personal email, it just looks spammy, right? And it's just weird. So use a work email. And by the way, if you have no work email and you don't want to buy it, then you can use your obviously personal email. I'm just telling you so you can optimize the whole outreach. But once we send those, we then want to follow up with the person itself. Okay. Now the follow-up game is real. So if you've heard before that the money is in the follow-up, well, people are right. The money is in the follow-up because people either don't reply, maybe they see it, they're like, oh, I'm going to reply later. They forget, which is normal because I also do it, right? And so now you want to follow up with them. And even when you follow up with them, you want to make it different from people. The biggest way to be different in follow-ups on LinkedIn in specific is to use voice messages. And you can only use a voice message on your phone. So you would go after 2 days, right, that you send the video, you would go on your phone and you would send them a voice message. And the voice message would be this. You'd say, hey name, what's up? Hope you're all good. Hope you're having a good Tuesday. I just wanted to check in and see if you had a chance to watch that video that I sent over 2 days ago. If you did, let me know. If not, no worries at all. I just wanted to make sure you didn't miss it. And yeah, let me know or take care, right? This is the script that we use. That's what we send to them on LinkedIn as a voice message. The reason why we do voice message is because it's personalized and people, they don't see that, like to be able to see the voice message, they have to play the voice message. And if it's you with your voice, it's just better. Like it's more personalized, more human, right? Which is exactly what we want in an outreach strategy. The same exact message or similar message you want to send on email as well, through email. And then on LinkedIn, you do want to send some sort of generic follow-ups and say, hey name, I just wanted to circle back and see if the video I sent over is any relevant. Let me know. And then after 3 days from that, you want to send something that's also different that most people don't do, which is actually an OP move when it comes to follow-ups, which is using GIFs. Okay, so here you can see I have Kevin Hart, or I have this one saying me following up forever, you responding because of the memes. And I can tell I'm laughing right now. And the whole objective with this is to get them in a different kind of mood and for them to feel, for them to laugh. That's the whole point here. So that you have a higher chance of them replying to you. Because it's much better for someone to reply to you and say no than not to reply to you at all. At least I know, right? So again, 3 follow-ups on LinkedIn. Like, we have to be realistic here. I can tell you that you can do 3 follow-ups on email as well, but I know that to track everything is going to be a bit harder to do with email as well. So I would just send 1 follow-up here and 3 follow-ups on LinkedIn. So that is the first method for the offer campaign. Now, the next strategy is called the soft touch strategy. Okay. Now, this right here is not the script, but what we say in the video is actually very similar to this. Okay. So this right here is the message that we send to them. And then we send them the Loom video as well. Okay. So let's go through it. I want to read through this because what you say in the video is actually very similar, but it's not the exact same. So you say, hey name, thanks for connecting back with me. I know you're probably wondering who is this random guy, reaching out on a Tuesday afternoon. And I promise I'm not here to pitch you anything. I'm actually looking for your help. I'm trying to speak with as many people as possible in the industry. So in the landscaping industry, in the marketing industry, in whatever industry you're targeting, because I'm looking to get into the space with my AI automation agency. To be totally honest, I don't really know much about the marketing, landscaping, real estate industry yet. So instead of pretending I'm an expert in building an offer nobody wants or needs, why not just reach out to people who actually know what they're talking about in the space and asking them what people actually need in their industry, and then only then building a service around that. And then you want to do something personalized. So why you? Answering the question, why them? I saw in your about section that you're big on helping the consumer and that the more you help them, the more you succeed. Right? Something personalized about the profile, which really resonated with me because that's the approach I want to take. So I'm trying to speak with people, understand the real problems, the real wants and needs, and then eventually build something that genuinely solves them. If you're open to having a short conversation, I really appreciate it. I'm not trying to sell anything. I'm genuinely just looking to learn. And the close is I totally understand if you're busy, no hard feelings, if the timing is not right. Either way, thanks for connecting, John, James, whatever it is. And I hope we can chat sometime soon. Okay, so very different approach from the one that we had before. Again, this right here, it's like the framework of the script that we use in the video, but we're also sending them this message here. And if you have the Miro, you also can play this. You can see the video yourself. And now we're going to go to the message itself. Okay, so this is what it looks like on LinkedIn and on email. On LinkedIn, you send them this text message here, which is the exact same thing that we just went up there. And this right here is something that you send on text, and then you follow it up with a link. And the link has the Loom video as well. If you're wondering who this is, Matthew Kahn, shout out to him. He's a legend. He's one of the agencies that is using this strategy actively. And he mentioned that he got about, I believe it was 13% booking rate for this specific strategy, which is absolutely insane to have as a method. So that is the strategy that he used for LinkedIn. And for email, you want to send this as well. So thanks for connecting back on LinkedIn. Hey, Ryan, thanks for connecting. And don't worry, this isn't a pitch. I'm sending this here too, because let's be real, the LinkedIn inbox is where people go to die. Just make them laugh. And then I'm trying to get into the solar space with my AI automation business, but I'm not going to fake the expertise. So I figured I'd ask people who actually know what they're doing. I made you a quick Loom video to introduce myself, not some AI generated thing, although that'd be pretty kind of sick. And then you put the video. If you got 2 minutes to check it out, I really appreciate it. Cheers, your name. So very, very good email. I mean, is this the best email out there? Probably not, right? But it's straight to the point. It's human. It has humor into it. It has personalization into it, and it works really well. Okay, when you pair it up with this as well. And when it comes to the follow-up, it's pretty much the exact same thing as we had before. Follow up with a voice message saying this, follow up again on LinkedIn, and then finally you put a GIF. When it comes to email, you want to follow up with them here. Now, the question becomes, which one do you use, right? At your stage, which one do I go with? Do I go with the offer campaign or do I go with the soft touch? As you can see, we take 2 different approaches when it comes to the Loom videos. This one is more like, hey, I'm helping this person by doing the X, Y, and Z. Whilst this person is, hey, I'm looking to get into the industry. I don't really know much about the industry. So I thought, why not reach out to people who already know what they're talking about and then, get some help there. If you're starting out and you don't have a clear offer for a clear client, this will be your best bet, which means that this is a strategy that I would go with. If you already know who you're targeting, how you're targeting them, how you're helping them and so on, then I would do the offer campaign as well. Simple as that. 2 different approaches. They work really, really well. But take this framework, apply it. If you're someone who has no offer, who doesn't really know anything and is just starting, then use a soft touch. If not, then use the offer campaign. Now, one more question that you might have is, okay, what is the next step after the video? Okay, so let's go through this one first. The next step after the video is you hop on a call with them. And because in this case, you're giving them an offer, the call is just a regular sales call, which is like, hey, appreciate you obviously jumping on a call. Let me walk you through the details. You basically want to go through this typical framework of a sales call. Now, because this exact video is an offer campaign, so you're giving them an offer, you're telling them who you help, how you help them, the pain points and so on. If they jumped on a call with you, that means the video resonated with them, which means that it's going to be a pretty, smooth call. So you want to go through the whole framework, understand the problems, and then offering a solution. Okay, typical sales call. What about this, right? Because we're asking for help, but then how do we turn that into a close? How does that work? The whole objective of a sales call is for you to get enough ammo to close. So ammo is like pain, to then say, hey, we actually do this to solve that pain. And because they're in that emotional state that they have a pain right now, then they're much more likely to be able to, say yes to the solution that you have to solve that pain. And so the reason why I really like this strategy is because you're asking them for help in a way. Well, no, in a way, you're actually saying that. I'm not here to pitch you anything. Cool. And you actually aren't. Like, you're not there to pitch them anything right now. So on the call, if they say yes, then you basically want to ask as many questions about them as possible, about their business. Engage the numbers that they have in their business. So let's say you're doing landscaping, voice agents. So voice agents, inbound receptionists for landscapers. You have the landscaper on the call, and you basically start asking them questions. So, hey, how do you guys currently take calls? How many calls do you have? How many missed calls do you have? What's the conversion? How much are you paying the person? How many hours do they work? All these things. So you get enough ammo, right? You get enough ammo that you start putting in so that when they ask you, hey, by the way, what do? You can then say, hey, what I do is I actually, solve all these pain points that you spoke about. Would you be opposed to seeing how I could help you out? Okay. And that's how you turn that into a paying client. So again, very soft touch. You're leading off with I'm not trying to pitch you anything. Whereas here, it's a bit different, right? Now, one important thing when it comes to the Loom videos is the fact that you need to have energy. And energy is how you show up on the video. How does that look like? You can see I'm smiling, I'm moving. You don't want to be a robot, right? Because it's the same thing as an AI sending the video. So you want to be different as well. Put a bit of personality, make a joke, do the things that people don't do for them to have an emotion or a feeling when they look at that video. Okay. Now, in terms of numbers, okay, let's talk about how many videos a day you send to realistically get results. I personally was sending 40 Loom videos a day, 40, and I sent about 600. Okay. And that's how we were able to close, we obviously closed more deals, but we were able to close our first 10K deal for our agency back then. But the reality is 40 Loom videos realistic? No, it's not. For most of the clients that we have, right, we tell them to do about 5 to 15 Loom videos a day. 5 to 15. The first Loom videos are going to take very long because, you're getting used to the whole process. You'll understand once you actually do it. But once you get in the hang of it, it's going to be easier and easier and easier, and you can start ramping up the numbers. You want to think long term when you do this because you're not sprinting, you're running a marathon. You want to make sure that you're doing it sustainably. Because if you're doing 40 Loom videos like me, I got burnt out after 3 weeks, very, very bad. I was just very tired. I was all messed up. So if you do 5 to 10 to 15 Loom videos a day, consistently, then you'll be able to get those results. And by the way, if you want all the resources that I'm going to be talking about in this video, plus being part of a community of over 9,000 people who are actively building with AI, then check out the second link down below. All right, so now you know how effective the Loom Outreach strategy is. But the reality is that with Loom strategy, you still have to wait for the prospect to connect back with you and to reply to your video or see the video. And so if you want something a bit more direct, that's more effective because you actually talk directly to the business owner, well, we go to the method which scares a lot of people, and that's called cold calling. But the thing is, cold calling, when done right, is one of the fastest ways to book meetings and close deals for your agency because you're not waiting for any replies and you're not hoping that someone will open your email. It's direct. So in the next video, I'm breaking down the entire cold calling strategy for an AI agency to make sure that you don't sound like everybody else. Let's dive in. All right, so cold calling, everyone's worst enemy, including mine when I was starting out my agency. Now, the reason why cold calling works and it works very well is because it is very direct when it comes to outreach. Things like cold emails, things like content, things like Loom Outreach campaigns on LinkedIn, they work well, don't get me wrong, but we have to wait for the person to reply back. In this case, cold calling is so direct that you just talk to the person itself. So you get them live in the moment, right? And you can handle objections, pivot, and connect instantly. Why is that good for us? Because then we're able to get a faster feedback loop, right? So we iterate, we call, we obviously get responses, we fail on the spot, and we fail much faster than if we were to send emails or videos or make content in general. And so the main thing here is that you're talking to the actual business owners directly without having to send an email waiting for a response. Now, one thing that is very misunderstood when it comes to cold calling is that 20% of cold calling is what you say, 80% is how you say it, okay? So 20% is what you say, 80% is how you say it. So most of it is not even what you're saying in the cold call script or what you have in the script, but it's mainly your tonality, how you enunciate words. Do you stop? what kind of questions you ask, and how do you ask them, right? Because at the end of the day, the person doesn't see you. All they hear is your voice. And so the most important thing is how, or the emotion that transmits through the voice from one phone to another. So let's say we have a wall here. On the one hand, you have someone listening in, and on the other hand, you also have someone listening in, and they don't see each other. So the only thing that they can hear is the voice. And so transmitting that emotion, making sure that you ask them in a certain way, and I'll walk you through exactly what I mean by that, is very, very important, okay? So if you're wondering, why isn't cold calling working for me? Maybe it's not so much the script, maybe it's how you say it. Now, what is the offer that we're gonna be selling? Well, we're gonna be servicing inbound receptionists for roofers, and that's gonna be our offer. So if you don't know what an inbound receptionist is, bear in mind, every business has a receptionist that picks up the phone. So let's say I have my roof that's breaking or that I need some repairs. I can just call the company saying, hey, I need someone to help me with my roof, and someone will come, I will pay them, and then that's it. Now, the problem is that a lot of businesses don't reply to the phone after hours. And so the inbound receptionist basically gives the idea to the business like, hey, you can have an agent that can reply to the calls 24/7 and book appointments, cut missed calls, which leads to increased revenue. And so that's a clear ROI for the business. And you can apply to roofers, you can also apply it to landscapers, to med spas, to dental clinics, to pretty much any phone or that has a receptionist on the phone that has a transactional sort of thing with clients, right? That has a service to provide in exchange for money. Now, here's a step-by-step process that we go through. So the first step is building out the list. So use this link right here, which will take you to the Apify scraper. Now, Apify is like the Amazon for scrapers. You basically have different scrapers, different actors that allow us to be able to extract information from the internet. And so what we're doing here is we're searching up roofers. So let's say roofers in North Carolina. There we go. And we go to the Google Maps. And what it does is that it goes automatically and scrapes all these businesses here with the phone numbers. So we don't have to do it manually. And all we have to do is put roofers, put North Carolina, United States, 10 results. And we get an output that looks like this, where we have the place name, city, state, website, and phone number. And what you want to do is you want to export to a CSV. You can download it. You have it here. You then go to sheets.new, import it into a Google Sheet here, import, upload, and bring it here. I can put replace current sheet, import data, and now you have this here. Of course, I only did 10 just to show you that how the scraper actually works and the results here. But you would obviously have a limit here. You can see that you have to pay $4 for 1,000 results, and you get $5 of free credits every single month, which means that you can do roughly about 1,200 results every single month. And by result, I mean a business is a result. Like one row here is a result. And now that you have a list of 1,000 results, we go to step 2. You have this here. Now what we want to do is you want to press this link, which takes you to the spreadsheet. By the way, if you're looking for the Miro board and the Google Sheet that I'm showing you here, you can check it down in the second link down below. I left everything there so you can use it as a resource. And you would paste everything here. So you would go back to the sheet. I would go here, I would delete this, delete columns. Actually, let me put the phone number next to this and put city next to this. And I would copy this and I would bring it back to this calling sheet and I would paste it here. So now we have the name, phone number, and location. Okay. You could also, instead of putting city, you can put state like this. There you go. And now we have the Google Sheet that we're going to use to be able to track the cold calls. Now, does this track the exact numbers of the cold calls? No, but it will give you a good enough foundation for you to basically structure how you're going to do the cold calls for each client. This is where we get to the tactical part and the part where a bit of thinking comes in. But essentially, when we think about an inbound receptionist, what problem does it solve? It solves the problem that businesses don't reply after hours. And so how do we know if a business has a problem that we can solve? Well, if you call them after hours and they don't reply, then possibly it could be someone that's missing out on leads and someone that we could potentially help, right? And so what we do here is we have the first column, which is a column that we touch only for the initial screening. Now, the screening is basically when you will call each number to see if they pick up after hours. So after hours, you call the business, and if they pick up, then you put answer. If they don't pick up, then you put no answer. Why do we do this? Well, if someone answers, by the way, hang up the phone, right? You just want to see if they answered. But if they did answer, put no answer here. And if someone didn't answer, then you consider them qualified for the actual cold call, okay? And so basically, what approach are we taking here? Well, this isn't some random cold call. It's contextualized. We're saying, hey, we called you after hours, or I called you after hours, and no one picked up. So we're stating with that kind of problem in the actual cold call, which is why we call this a loaded cold call, not just a random cold call. And so the first column is going to be for the initial screening. So you just call them, you see who answers, you see who doesn't answer, make sure to call them after hours. And then we're then going to the cold calling part. When you cold call them, you put called, and then you want to put the status. So DQ is disqualified, no answer. When they didn't answer, not interested. When they're not interested, and booked. okay, if you book a call with them. And now that you have the sheet and you have the first column done, so you called all the leads and you make sure that you know exactly who didn't answer, who answered, you then want to make sure that you are sorting them Z to A to make sure that you have all the ones that didn't answer here, and you can simply hide these columns, because the ones that you're going to cold call are going to be the ones that didn't answer. So now you're starting to see the logic behind the cold call itself. So we've called them, we screened them, and now we get to the actual cold call. So after hours, inbound receptionist. So you called them after hours, they did answer, then maybe tomorrow or the next day, you can now cold call them, right? But make sure to cold call them when they do answer, which is in hours, in office hours. And the cold call is the script right here. And we also have some objections that I wanted to run you through, because of course a cold call doesn't go always as planned. There's always some things that could come up. So we start with, hey, is this business name? So is this JM Solutions? Is this roofing companies XYZ? Yes, it is. Hey, it's just Michele here. I'm wondering if you could possibly help me out for a moment. Okay, so you see how I sound confused? Confused, humble, like you need their help. Why do we do this? Well, we want to spark curiosity from the person or from us, right? Again, it's how you say it, not what you say, really. And instead of pitching up front, we are taking a different approach, which is being curious and asking them a question. And when they say, sure, how can I help? You say, well, I'm not quite sure if you're the right person I should be talking to. I actually tried to call you guys a couple of times last week after hours, and I think it was around 7 p.m. And when nobody answers, I called to see who would be responsible for looking at any possible gaps in your after hours call coverage that could be possibly causing you guys to miss emergency roofing jobs every month. So you see how I'm just asking a question and emphasizing on the possible gaps in emergency roofing jobs. Why do I do that? Well, it's because if you emphasize words, people will remember them more than the others. Okay, so if you emphasize possible gaps and emergency roofing jobs, then the person on the other side of the phone, of course, they can't see you. From that whole sentence that you said, or 2 sentences, they will remember those words more firmly. And then you ask, who should I be talking to about that? Okay, why do we do that? It's because we're stating a problem and we don't tell them, hey, here's the pitch. Say, who should I be talking to about that? Why do we say that? It's because we want the person that's responsible for that specific thing, right? And ideally, if they say that's me, then obviously you talk to them. If not, then a lot of times what happens is that they say, no, it's not me, it's the owner. And what you would ask is the owner with you by any chance? If they say yes, then transfer to the owner and then you go to the next step. If not, then you can obviously talk to them directly. And if they say that's me, or you talk to the owner itself, then you can go to the next part. Oh, okay, great. Well, I'm not even sure if this really makes sense for us to talk, but I represent a group that helps roofing companies to capture every single call 24/7 automatically. And since my calls went unanswered, I just called to see if you'd be opposed to having maybe a brief conversation about that. Why do we say this when we say this? So you see how my tone changes, like this is me, and then this is me on the cold call. So a few things. So we say, well, I'm not even sure if this really makes sense for us to talk. That's something that catches them off guard, right? And basically makes them interested, makes them curious for the conversation itself. But I represent a group that helps roofing companies capture every call 24/7 automatically. So we say, I represent a group. And why do we say represent a group? Is because people love to talk to people who are in power. You basically have more authority if you say that you represent a group, like you would talk in we, right? We as a company, we as a group. Even though you might be alone, you can still say that you represent a group. I used to do that all the time on calls because it puts you in a position of authority. You're the CEO, you're the business owner, and so on. And then you want to be specific about who you're helping because you're talking to them in specific. So roofing companies, you can also say roofing companies in North Carolina to be even more specific. And the reason why you say, I called to see if you'd be opposed to having maybe a brief conversation about that, maybe opposed. Well, the reason why we say opposed and we ask that question is because people love to say no on cold calls. They love to say no. And so if you ask them a question where saying no is actually positive for us, they're more likely to say these things, okay? But bear in mind that these tips and tricks are only as good as your tonality, right? Your tonality is basically how you say things. So, okay, great. Well, I'm not even sure if this really makes sense for us to talk, but I represent a group that helps roofing companies capture every single call 24/7 automatically. And since my calls went unanswered, I called to see if you'd be opposed to having maybe a brief conversation about that. So you're downplaying using opposed instead of interested. And then you say this, because you might actually have something that could help you never miss another emergency roofing call again. And then you pause, and then now you see if they show interest. So if they say, no, not interested, we go through the objections as well. But if they show interest, like, okay, I want to hear more. Like, what do you have to say? What do you mean? Sure, yes, keep going, and so on. Then we go with the next thing, which is the pitch. So we say, so to be clear, here's what we do. We set up a 24/7 AI receptionist that answers every call when you can't. It captures all emergencies, repair information, and books appointments directly onto your calendar. Does that make sense? Okay, wait for confirmation. If it makes sense for them, if they ask any question, obviously you can explain it to them. If it makes sense for them, then you ask. And just out of curiosity, what do you guys currently do when calls come in after hours? or when you're up on a roof. So you ask those questions to then basically understand the current process, to finally go for the close, which is asking, is there something that you potentially be opposed to having a conversation about? So if they say no, right, they wouldn't be opposed to, then you say, cool, does sometime Tuesday or Thursday work for you at 3 p.m.? You get their email and then you book for a demo call, a discovery call. But you could also say, is that something that you think can maybe help you capture more emergency roofing jobs? If they say yes, then they think it would help them. And then you go for the, would you be opposed to having a quick call about that? In this case, instead of conversation, it's a call. And you would book the call, getting their email and offering a few times that work for them. Okay, so overall, this is the script that we use. So we go from the start, then we basically shoot with context. So I called you guys 7 p.m. No one picked up. So I called to see who will be responsible for managing XYZ problem. And there's a whole step-by-step layout that we go through to be able to then get to the close by having understood exactly if they're the authority, if they have a problem, and if they'd be interested in what we have to say to solve that problem. Now, objections, which is something that will come up mostly guaranteed on a cold call because people hate salespeople. So they'll always have objections. Those objections are just walls that people put between themselves and you to get out the call. I'm gonna go through 4 different examples, but if they say we already have voicemail, then you say, oh, that's great that you have voicemail set up. I'm just curious though, when someone has a roof emergency at 8 p.m. and they call you versus let's say a competitor, and you have voicemail, but the competitor answers live, who do you think that the homeowner is more likely to book with? Okay, so let them answer, right? Pause and let them answer. Don't go to the next thing. And they would say, well, obviously the person who answers live. And then you go, right, probably the one who answered. So I guess my question is, how many potential customers do you think choose the company that answers over the one that goes to voicemail? You basically handle that objection of them having voicemail. So you basically reframe what they said. So we have voicemail, and you basically ask them a question for them to think through exactly what they said. Because obviously we have voicemail, it's obviously not logistically, it doesn't make sense to do that because if I have an emergency on my roof, I don't care if they have voicemail. I'm going to talk to the other person who can call or can answer the phone. Then we don't get many calls after hours. See, that's interesting. And just out of curiosity, how would you even know if you're not answering them? Like when I called you guys last night at 7 p.m., did that show up anywhere in your system as a missed opportunity? Because here's what I'm curious about. Like if someone calls 5 roofing companies after a storm and 4 go to voicemail, but 1 answers live, which one gets the job? Again, reframing, taking what they said and sharing a perspective on what you think about that certain thing that they said. Then we call people back the next day. Well, that's great that you follow up. I'm just curious though, by the time that you called them back the next day, how many other roofing companies do you think that they've already talked to? And if one of those companies answered their call live the night before, what are the chances they're still available when you call them back? So again, taking what they say, reframing them, sharing their perspective, asking a question for them to think through exactly what they said and the fact that it doesn't really make sense. And then finally, not interested. Probably one of the most common ones. No, thank you, I'm all right. Okay. And you say, I totally understand and I appreciate your honesty. Can I ask you just one quick question before you drop off? Say yes. If I told you there was a way to capture every single emergency roofing call that comes in after hours, and it could potentially add an extra 20 to 30K per month to your business, would you at least be curious to see how that works? If they say no, obviously end the call. But if they say yes, then you say, okay, would you be opposed then to having a quick call sometime in the next, Tuesday or Thursday at 3 p.m. Where we can actually show you how this works for your business? If they say yes, book them in. If not, then obviously you lose them. All right, and if you want the full mirror board of today, then you can go to the second link down below in my free school community. You can go to the classroom section. It will be under the templates vault, and then you'll be able to see the business content right here, and the mirror will be right here. You can just press in it, and you have the whole thing laid out that you can start using right away. So that right there is a full cold calling script that you can use to start generating leads and closing deals for your AI agency. And in this case, we use roofers as a niche, but you can apply that again to landscapers, to med spas, to dental clinics, and so on. Just obviously using the different kinds of problems that they have, but overall the same exact concept. And if there's 3 pieces of advice that I would give you if you are cold calling, is that first of all, 80% is how you say it, 20% is what you say. So you can have the best cold calling script, but if you sound like shit, if there's no tonality, if there's no curiosity, if there's no pauses like you would for a conversation, then it wouldn't work, okay? Very important. The second thing is you'll be rejected a lot, okay? A lot. So that's exactly what you should expect. Don't go into a cold call expecting that you'll close them, okay? Because then if you have such high expectations and you don't hit them, then there will be a mismatch in expectations. And that's where you'll get pissed, you get demotivated, and you think, okay, this is not working, this is not for me. And so it's a numbers game. So hit 20 to 40 to 50 conversations a day to then be able to start seeing noticeable results. And the last thing is never end the sentence without asking a question. Always sound curious and always sound like you're actually curious in what they have to say. Okay, ask the question, share perspectives in a cold call, but make sure to actually follow the framework step by step. All right, so now you have the outbound side locked down. You have the Loom Outreach campaign and you have the cold calling. And these are direct methods where you are reaching out to the business owner itself. But there's the other side of lead generation that most people ignore early on. And this exact side is the one that allows prospects to come to you and not you having to go to them. And the way that we attract inbound requests is through creating content. And the best platform to generate content to date when it comes to attracting businesses, so B2B, is LinkedIn. So in the next video, I'm going to show you exactly how to create LinkedIn content that attracts people, it books meetings, and it converts them to a closed client. Let's dive in. All right, so before we dive into any strategy, why do we post on LinkedIn? Well, when you ask yourself, which platform do I post on? The question you should be asking yourself is, who am I targeting? Right? And if you're targeting business owners are obviously on LinkedIn. It's a B2B platform, which is why I think LinkedIn is by far the best place to get clients for your AI agency. All right. And the reason why we post content is because content equals education. So you educate business owners, but you also create awareness because now the business owner is aware to what AI automation can do. Whether it's voice agents, whether it's end-to-end automations, whether it's vibe coding, all that stuff is irrelevant. Just know that whatever you're showing, you're creating awareness and you're educating people on what they can do. Now, the actual content strategy is divided into 3 different kinds of posts. We have automation videos, lead magnets, and personal posts. So let's dive into the first one, which is automation videos. And these are to show your expertise, right? These are the thing that build the, you can say authority, right? Because authority just stands for the fact that you know what you're talking about. Same example here, where I'm showing an automation right here, which is very structured with myself on the bottom right, and same thing here. And so what you want to do in these posts is, again, show your expertise by showing them exactly what you're building. And when I got started, I was posting a ton of these, which is exactly why business owners got to see what's possible. This is the awareness part. You're showing them exactly, hey, I just built this thing that does this for this person. Here's exactly how it works. And when they see it, it makes much more sense because it's very easy to send a cold email saying, hey, I can automate your whole business. But unless they see it, they don't really understand it. And so this gives you the opportunity to show people, show, don't tell. And if you're new to the LinkedIn platform and you never actually posted any content there, just know that every piece of content has a text element to it and a visual element to it. So you can add images, you can add carousels, you can add whatever you want, right? And the text post as well. Now, the text portion is composed of hook, body, CTA. Now, the hook itself, if I read this, says recruiters spend 100+ hours reviewing CVs, while this end-to-end system does it in seconds. Here's exactly how it works, or here's how it works. The hook needs to be 40 characters per line. It needs to summarize the whole post, and it's best to add numbers. So if I see here, recruiters spend 100 hours reviewing CVs. Right? So I'm putting numbers, 100 hours. And this figure right here adds more of that impact when someone reads it, while this end-to-end system does it in seconds, right? And so you're adding numbers. Here's exactly how it works. Now, this summarizes basically the whole post because I know that you're going to talk about an AI system that reviews CVs, so recruiters don't have to. Then we have the body. So collect resumes. Candidates upload their CVs as PDFs, system downloads and stores them, extract the text, AI pulls all relevant details from the CV, clean plus structured data. And so this gives a summary for every single point that you make. Now for the body itself, a list works great. Avoid paragraphs and make it very easy for the reader. Bear in mind that 70% of LinkedIn users are on their phones. So why are you making posts that are paragraphs and paragraphs and paragraphs? Like no one's going to read it. And so as you can see, the sentences really don't go beyond this, right? Why? Because we're making it mobile optimized. So someone on their phones can go here, they can read it, and obviously it has to be much smaller because it is a phone. And so not only do you break the sentences down, so they have to go arrow by arrow, but you also give them room to breathe, which makes it so much easier for the reader to be able to go through the actual post. Then we have the CTA, and the CTA stands for call to action, right? You're calling them to take action. So what is the next step that you want them to take? In this case, it can be, let me know down below what you think, or what's one task that you want to automate within the business, any kind of question that prompts some sort of engagement. And then lastly, we have the visual. And so the visual itself, in this case, will be a video less than 4 minutes, because no one's going to watch anything that's above 4 minutes. This is not YouTube, this is LinkedIn. And the actual video should have an intro, a body, and a CTA. And so the intro can literally be, hey, I just built this system that does this for XYZ business. Here's exactly how it works. And so by doing that, you tell them, hey, I just built this system that does this outcome, right? That parses PDFs, that processes invoicing manually, or that automates the lead follow-up sequence, or that outcome, right? I just built the system that does outcome, because really they don't really care if it's called a human in the loop AI sales agent. They care about the actual outcome that the system will provide for them. And then the body will be, here's exactly how it works. And you will run the actual automation. You will show them exactly how it works without getting way too technical. Just give them a high level overview of what it actually looks like. And the NCTA can be, let me know what you think down below, or let me know what's one task you want to automate, right? Very similar to something that you would say right here in the CTA. So this right here is the first kind of post, which is the automation videos to show your expertise. All right, so the second kind of post is called a lead magnet. Now, a lead magnet, in case you guys don't know, it's something that's meant to attract people who are interested about your stuff, right? That's all it is. So by providing good stuff for free about what you do, you attract people who want that thing for free. So now you know that they're interested and you can reach out to them, you can talk to them and so on. Now, the reason why lead magnets work very well is because of the actual algorithm of LinkedIn, right? And so if we have John who comments on my post, then everybody who follows John gets to see that he commented on my post. So now I'm exposed to more people. And you can see that it's a compounding effect because the more and more people that comment on my post, the more and more people that I'm exposed to, right? Because their followers get to see my post. And so that's why we were able to make posts like these that got about 385,000 impressions, which is the amount of people who saw my post, which is insane. And then we were able to book so many calls off of just these posts right here. And you can see this is another example, 330,000, 1,500 likes. And this is another system that I built, and same thing with this, right? A bit lower, but still very, very good traction. Now, when you're thinking about what lead magnet post do I make, the question you should be asking yourself is, what is one thing that my person who I'm targeting would pay for that I can give away for free? And so for me right here, I know business owners wanted to implement AI automation in their business. And so what I did is I made a library on Gumroad of all like make.com automations, about 30 to 40, and I give away for free, something that people will usually pay for. And so by having this, I got a ton of people who wanted these sort of things. Obviously, a lot were just guys like myself who wanted to just sell these automations to businesses. But we also had a majority of people who were business owners who wanted to implement this in their business. And we got a ton of people who booking calls just off of seeing this. Same thing with this kind of automation that I made of make.com. And this automation solved the content problem. So a lot of businesses generate content, but they don't have the time. So I built this system right here, which generates content automatically. And so in doing that, a lot of business owners who want to generate content, they don't have the time and they want it automated, they commented because they wanted the exact post. And what I give them is the exact blueprint. So I give them the workflow so they can just install it in their own account and have it for free. Now, the exact structure of the post that we have within lead magnets is still consisted of a hook, body, CTA. Now, the hook itself is literally meant to hook them. It's meant to hook the reader to press read more or to read your post. Now, the most important thing when it comes to lead magnet is the first two lines and also the visual, because they're not going to see any of this unless they press read more right on their phone. And so you want to make sure that this right here makes them want to say, wow, that's crazy, and include numbers. And so I can say I spent 50 hours building these automation templates. Now I'm giving them away for free. And so someone's like, oh my God, he just gave away the whole thing for free that he spent 50 hours plus on. That's crazy. And so that's where they start pressing read more. And we have the body, which explains exactly what you're going to give away and how it helps them, and include numbers because numbers are always great. And so here, for example, I said why? Because last week, a small business owner told me he nearly burnt out trying to manage everything alone. I've built 20 plus make.com automations that cover almost all business aspects: project management, lead management, content creation, lead acquisition, video creation, marketing campaigns, and a bunch more other stuff, right? And I also give numbers as to how much time they save just by implementing these automations. I tell them the entire bundle is worth over 5K. And all they have to do now is comment creation to get access to the whole blueprint or the actual library of automations. And so this is how you get everybody to comment a specific word. So if someone comments creation, now I know that they are interested in what I do. And this is how we get more and more people to know about our stuff. And lastly, we have the visual, which is the thing that they look at. And the visual needs to look like a lot of perceived value. Perceived value just means that they perceive that is a lot of value. They think that is a lot of value, because realistically, they don't actually have it yet, right? They have to comment for something that they think it's a lot of value, which is where you have to basically go above and beyond with the things that you show here. So I showed a full library of automations and I actually give them the actual thing, and it's a lot of value already. But obviously people use it to their advantage and they make a post, they make some sort of image that shows a ton of stuff. And obviously they overpromise, underdeliver. But it's not something that I like to do. So I actually give away the full thing. And just give away exactly what it is that you want to give away, as long as it solves the problem of the business owner. So that right there is how you give good stuff away for free for your ICP. And lastly, it's the personal post. So this is to show that you are human. This trips me up every time. It makes me laugh because LinkedIn has always been seen as such a professional platform, as in people say I'm proud to announce, or I just got this job, and really no one really gives a shit, right? But it makes sense because LinkedIn has always been the job where people go look for jobs and companies look for candidates. So there has to be some sort of professional thing that goes inside the platform. But at the same time, if you want to build a business inside of LinkedIn and actually build a personal brand stands for personal brand, right? The personal aspect needs to be there. And so business owners literally came on calls with me and they were excited to meet me. Why? It's because they know my story. They know that I was 18, broke. I started doing automations and then helped over 40 businesses and I taught over 20,000 people. And now I'm building brand. And so this can be any kind of story that you have to literally your day to day. It can be, hey, I just went to the park with my friend and I did this. Why do you do this? And so how many people can say that they're good at N10? Everyone, right? Especially if you watch the 12-hour course that I just made, link up here. And so the way to differentiate yourself from someone who's already doing the exact same thing is by being you. Because not everyone can say that they're Michele. Not everyone can say that they're Italian. Not everyone can say that I like, I don't know, watching football. Not everyone can say that I moved to Spain. Like all these things are things about me. And so you building your personal brand is also sharing your story, which is why I share stories about, hey, I was on a call with a client and I cried. Here's exactly what happened. Or almost 25,000 people follow me here. And I actually introduce myself in this whole post. I say exactly what I've done, my story, everything that I've done so far. Or when you have a new cool thing happen. And so for example, I hopped on a podcast with Loom Outreach and I just give away the story of how it was insane to me, how 14 months ago or 15 months ago, I was just watching him build a chatbot. And then 50 months ago, I got invited to his podcast, right? Which is insane to me, right? And so I give the whole story and people relate to that. And that's how you really build a personal connection with someone. Now, just like the other post, the personal post consists of hook, body, CTA. And in the hook itself, you want to say, what have you done? What are you sharing? And make it unique. So only you can say it. Now, guys, it's important that when you make a post on LinkedIn, just make it sound like you. I know it's very easy to use AI and so on, but AI is not going to build your personal brand. You need to build your own personal brand. It's you. Right? If I read your post and it does not sound like you, then why are you posting it in the first place? That's not you, right? You're building someone else's personal brand. And so right here, for example, I said, I've made close to 100K in 11 months. Here are 20 lessons I learned the hard way. So I put a number here that only I can say because only I did it. Of course, there's someone out there who's done the same results as me and you can say the same thing, but this is my personal experience. And I say, here are 20 lessons I learned the hard way. So this is basically a step-by-step post that I give my lessons that I've learned, sharing my story and my losses and my wins, right? And then we go to the body, which in this case would be lessons in a list. So I say, number one, focus is everything. If you try to be good at everything, you end up good at nothing. Pick one area in AI and become great at it. Point two, play the long game. Results don't come overnight. There's always a lag between the work that you do and the results that show up. Three, consistency beats skill. I barely knew ChatGPT when I started. Others were better than me. I passed them because they quit, but I didn't. Four, document as you get good. Don't wait until you're great to share. Post while you're learning. The opportunity cost of waiting is all the content you could have built along the way, right? This sounds like me because it was me writing it, right? And so the body in this case is a list full of lessons, but in this case, it can be a story, it can be whatever it is. And I typically like to use the PASS framework. So the PASS framework stands for problem, agitate, solution. So what were you struggling with? How did it make you feel? And how did you overcome it? And this is the exact same framework that movies use, right? There's a problem, there's the climax. So like this happened because of that problem, and then the solution. And so that's exactly what you want to put in your post. So for example, for me, I was 18 in my bedroom in Southampton in the UK in university. The problem was that I wanted to leave the place and I wanted to put myself in a better situation and I didn't want to go 9 to 5. Then we go to agitate, and the agitate in this case, how did it make me feel? I was lost. I had no clue what I was doing. I was overwhelmed and I just wanted to get out. The solution is that I took so much action that it was unreasonable for me not to win. And now I've made over 100K. I've taught over 20,000 people and XYZ, right? And so that was a problem, agitate, solution. Why? Is because people love that story. They love the problem. They love to see you struggle. They love to see you talk about your struggles and what you feel in those times and how you overcame that, because that's inspirational. And finally, we have the CTA. So the CTA, usually you want to ask a question. So what's the biggest lesson you've learned so far? Why? Is because I'm talking about lessons here. Obviously, the post is much longer than this, but realize also that like the sentences are still the same length, short. Why? Is because we're still doing everything to be mobile optimized for people to actually see it on their phones. And lastly, we have the visual. Now, the visual can literally be a picture of you smiling, working, or doing something. This is a picture of me. Now, I've probably used this picture like 5 to 6 times in my post, but who cares? It's a picture of me. Why? Is because they will read these lessons, right? They will understand these lessons. They will see that you're human, that you struggled, and they will see a picture of you. So they relate that emotion that they're feeling when they're reading the post with your face, right? And that's how you build personal brand. So now that we covered each one in specific, how does each one actually play a role in the bigger picture? Well, let's say you go to a restaurant, you order a burger and it comes with fries and it comes with a drink. Now the burger in this case is the automation videos. The drink is the lead magnets and the fries are the personal posts. All to say that this is a non-negotiable. You have to do the automation videos. You have to show what's possible. You have to show your expertise. Because if you just post personal posts and lead magnets all day, then they're not really gonna know exactly what you do. But if you show your expertise, if you show exactly what you're doing and how you're doing it and showing them what's possible, then this in itself will get you far. Now, the personal post is great because you're posting about your story and that builds the trust, right? Trust in you because now they know your story, they know who you are. You're basically being very open to like your story and so on, which is great. And finally, the drink is the lead magnet because of the fact that it's always good to give good stuff away for free. And you can attract a lot of clients just by giving these sort of things away, right? Solving one problem for one customer in one way. All right, so that wraps up module 2. You now have 5 different ways of getting clients. You have warm outreach, you have Loom Outreach, you have cold calling, you have LinkedIn content, and you have communities. But getting clients is only the first step. The next question becomes, how do you convert a booked meeting to a paying client? And the way to seamlessly convert a booked call to a paying client is through having a really concrete and strong sales process. And that's exactly what module 3 is all about, which is sales. So in the next video, I'm gonna walk you through the exact sales process to go from the first call to closing the deal so you actually attract leads, but convert them to paying clients. Let's dive in. Okay, so the actual sales process is divided into 2 different types of agencies. The first one is a general customs automation agency, which is the one we were doing. The other one is actually a more productized offer agency. Now, the general custom automation agency has a 3-step sales process, and there's a very specific reason why we do that. Now, the custom automation agency, you can think of any agency that provides custom automations, which means that they help businesses to implement automation in their business. It doesn't matter whether you target the architectural sort of niche or agency niche or whatever niche, you are that person that automates different parts of their business. With that said, here you want a sales process where you are able to understand exactly what they want and be able to adhere to their needs. So the first step of this sales process is understanding exactly where they come from. So here we have ads, content, and outreach. Now for us, content and outreach were the main ones. You could also run ads. It's just a bit harder when you're doing a general custom automations agency, just because you don't have a clear offer to a clear person with a clear outcome, which makes it a bit harder to run ads. Now, one of the most important things here when they book a call is that you grab their phone number. It's for a few reasons. The first one is that if they don't show up to the actual call, you can wait 5 minutes on the call. If they're not there, then you can call them directly from your phone number saying, hey, John, I'm waiting here on the call. Do you happen to have the link? Is everything okay? Just to make sure that they actually, if they have a problem with the actual link, then you can give them the link. If not, then obviously you can put them in a follow-up sequence. Now, I actually don't really follow up with leads after 2 days and 4 days and 6 days again. I would just follow up after 2, maybe even 4 days, just to make sure that if they might not be available then they might be available later on. But honestly, I mean, you could put them in a follow-up sequence, but I would just focus more time on getting new calls booked rather than optimizing whether someone shows up or not in that sense. So what I mean here is we have the input, which is ads, content, or outreach. They book a call. We have their phone number. If they don't show, then we follow up with them. Follow up, just calling them. Hey, John, everything okay? If they show up, then we have a discovery call. Now, a discovery call is something that's quite misunderstood. This is not necessarily a sales call. It is, but it isn't. Now, because we're doing a general customs automation agency, then our discovery call framework is basically diagnosing the business and understanding the bottleneck and qualifying the client. Now, qualification usually means, do they have a problem? Do they have the budget? And do they have the urgency? So how soon are they looking to get started? Do they have the money to pay? And do they actually have some sort of problem that we can solve? Now, typically the way that I would like to start the meeting is, hey, John, what's got you looking into implementing AI automations in your business? Now, the reason we ask that open-ended question is because you want to let them sort of tell us, hey, we have this problem within our business that we want to automate. Now, most of the times with businesses that come to us for our agency, they come to us with no predefined exact solution or problem that they have, right? They just know, hey, we want to implement AI in our sales process, in our onboarding process, in this process, and they have problems, but it's very wide range of problems within their business. With that said, we're diagnosing the business. So, hey, how much do you guys make? What do you guys do? Who do you sell to? Just make sure that it's actually legit. Understanding the bottleneck. So whether it's sales, operations, marketing, onboarding, whatever it is, and qualifying the client based on the urgency as well. So how soon or how serious are they in looking to get started with you? Now, the outcome of this discovery meeting is just to decide if they want to move forward. Now, one of the biggest problems that we had early on is that after the discovery meeting, we would go directly to a proposal call. The problem with this, and by the way, the discovery meeting can be about like 20, 30 minutes max. And so with having the discovery call and then proposal call, sometimes we didn't really understand exactly what they needed because they were so vague that we want to automate different parts of the business and we didn't really understand exactly what they wanted to automate, like step by step, which is where we started to implement something called an audit call. Now, assuming they are qualified, again, they have a problem, they have the money, and they want to get started right away, then we book them in for an audit call. Now, you might ask yourself, do we make them pay for the audit call? Initially, when you have no clients, you don't want friction in your sales process. You don't want a chance for someone to say no. Because we were booking 3 to 6 calls a day consistently from LinkedIn, then we obviously had to put friction between the discovery call and the audit call. Or obviously I couldn't do 1 hour audit calls every single day because that would be mad. And so by putting the friction, again, the friction is just a barrier between the prospect going from one place to another. The friction would be the price. Because if I put the price between the discovery call and the audit call, a lot of them will say no. But for me, that was not an issue. The issue was I was having too many calls booked. No friction at all. All my time was spent on the calls with useless prospects, with no qualification, with nothing. And so by implementing the audit call, by implementing this friction right here, it was great for us internally in our agency. Now, assuming that you are starting out and you don't really have a lot of calls booked, you still want to have the audit call. The reason we have the audit call is for a few things. The first one is that the biggest problem that you're going to have getting started with your AI automation agency and working with clients is something called scope creep. Now, scope creep is basically when the client tells you, hey, we want to automate onboarding. And they tell you a few things about their onboarding and you're like, cool, amazing. I know everything. I know the actual onboarding process. Or you think no, because you haven't actually mapped it out with them. And so you start the project and you come to find out later on that they start adding things to the project. They're like, oh, actually, we have one more step. And then we have one more step. And then we have one more step. And then you end up basically building something completely out of scope of the initial project. And so the goal here is to be able to map things out. So think of it as like you're building a house, right? The house needs a foundation to actually build it. So the house itself here would be you implementing automations in the business. That's the actual thing that we want to do. Before we do that, we have to understand, hey, what are we actually doing? What are we mapping out? And so the audit call is ideally you and the founder, because if it's a relatively small business, then there aren't that many employees. So you're going to be most likely hopping on a call with the founder. If not, you want to hop on a call with the person who knows exactly the different processes within the business. Again, the goal here is to map things out, to define scope. So they say, hey, we want to automate our onboarding process. Okay, what does that actually look like? The same way that I'm mapping things out here, step by step, you want to do it with them, step by step, right? And so when you have things defined, then you can actually have clear deliverables, timeline, and pricing, because you will only know exactly how long it takes, what does it require, and how much do you want to charge if you understand more about the actual process. And that's what the audit call allows you to do. Now, this is not a 2-week audit process where we go inside the business, we talk to all the departments in the business. This is just a 1-hour audit call. It's pretty short, right? It's just a way for us, and that can actually be 1 to 2 hours, now that I think of it. Ours was 2 hours, it wasn't 1 hour. But it's just a way for us to be able to have everything in place so that we're now able to then book the proposal call on the audit call, right? Book the call on the call to then be able to present the solution. So the actual outcome of this is to have flow charts. So they say, let's say you hop on a call and they say, hey, what are you guys looking to implement automations? Our sales process, our onboarding, or our lead acquisition. Okay, cool. You start mapping those out and now you have a visualization, which means that you can see the process yourself because you mapped it out. So once you have them mapped out, then you can understand exactly how long it would take you to actually build it, how much you would price, what are the actual deliverables, so what are you actually building. Now, one more thing that this does when we're doing the audit call for the actual client is building trust. Because a lot of the actual relationship with the client, especially when you're selling high ticket B2B, B2B just means business to business. So my business servicing another person's business is trust. And so by hopping on a call with them for 1 to 2 hours, they spend more time with you, which means that you can actually educate them on a lot of things on that call, which means they have more trust in you, more likely to buy from you. Now you can get on to booking your proposal call. The proposal call can be just a 20-minute call. And between this and this, give yourself like 1 to 2 days, well, minimum really, to be able to draft an SOW. An SOW stands for statement of work. What it is a document on Google Docs, just keep it very simple, where it outlines, hey, here's the project overview, here's the actual deliverables, here's what we're doing for you, here's the project scope, price, timeline, and then you can add some legal stuff like confidentiality, outside of scope work, you can add some more stuff there. But the main thing is like telling them, hey, here's the project, here's the outcome, here's the deliverables, here's the price, here's the timeline. That's it. So here, of course, you want to justify the ROI and you want to close the deal. Now, to justify the ROI, you obviously want to price it in a way where it makes sense for them to be able to see the value. If you don't know what I'm talking about, check out this video up here where I show you how to price your automation services. And if they say yes on the call, you say, cool, they will sign the contract and they will pay on the actual call. Now, sometimes it's true that the actual business owner says, hey, I need to think about it. I need to talk to my wife, talk to my partner, to do all these things that they have to do before saying yes, which is where you would follow up. Now for B2B, because you are closing 4 to 6 or even $8 or $12,000 deals, you might want to schedule a follow, just an idea, you might want to schedule a follow-up with them, which means that if they say, I need to think about it, I need to talk to the wife, I need to talk to the actual part, usually it's a partner objection, which means that they need to talk to their team or they need to talk to whoever it is. Now, with that said, you want to schedule a follow-up with them. So you can say, okay, cool. What we can do is schedule a quick follow-up in the next 2 to 3 days. It can be like a 10-minute follow-up, so they have something in mind. So you actually have a deadline instead of telling them, yeah, let me know over email and so on, because they'll never get back to you. And that's a fact. Trust me, I've been through it. Doesn't work. Don't do it. So I would definitely schedule a follow-up within the next 2 to 3 days. Say, hey, okay, let's schedule this quick follow-up on Thursday at 5 p.m. Does that work for you? Just quick 10 minutes. So then when the day comes, between the day that you have this call and the day of the follow-up, they needed to have made the decision. So you put some sort of, not pressure, but some urgency into like saying yes or no, because you don't want to find yourself having to send like 6-7 follow-up emails, just guessing if they want to work with you or not. So very, very important here that for a general customs automation agency, the main thing is having this in place, the audit call. The audit call, again, is a way for us to map things out as a blueprint to see before implementing. Scope creep is by far one of the biggest problems probably the biggest problem that you're going to have as an automation agency, keeping it general. And that's a 3-step sales process. Now, here we get to the productized offer agency, which is a 2-step sales process. This, for example, is if you're doing voice agents or a simple chatbot or an AI SDR, CRM setup packages, something that is tangible that you already know exactly where you're going to deliver before you deliver. So you know that a voice agent is a voice agent, whether it's inbound, whether it's lead reactivation, whether it's speed to lead, it's a voice agent. It's something that's somewhat of a product. Whereas the actual automation agency here, we don't really know exactly what they want until we hop on this call here. While here, of course, I mean, they obviously want a voice agent. There isn't like so much more that we can do with voice agents. It's just a voice agent. And so here again, we have ads, content, and outreach, which is the way that we get clients. And then with that, they book a call. If they don't show, then we obviously want to follow up with their phone number. So call them up, do the same thing here. And now we want to have a discovery call. The only thing here, of course, again, is to diagnose the business, understand the bottleneck, qualify the client. But most importantly, let's say you are doing a voice agent. So on the discovery call, you need to be able to ask the right questions to get the right answers to be able to justify the price that you're going to charge the client and show the value. And so right here, we obviously want to diagnose the business, which means that we want to understand exactly what they do and what they need. So for example, if we need to, if it's a dental clinic, we hop on a call, say, what's got you looking into voice agents, right? What is it that you guys need? We have a receptionist right now and okay, cool. How many hours does she work? How much is she getting paid? How many calls do you get? All these questions, so then later on, you're able to justify the price based on the value that you provide. And the outcome here is basically deciding if they want to move forward. Because we still need to hop on the call. It just depends, right? Because sometimes it is a one-call close. Because let's say for a chatbot, like you say, you have just one type of chatbot for one person solving one problem. There isn't much more that we have to do. There isn't some sort of proposal call. You already know exactly how long it's going to take, what you're going to do, and so on. And so in this case, you can just close them on the call itself, which we call a one-call close. For B2B, if you're doing these types of projects, it's not gonna happen too often. You're mostly gonna do 2-step sales process, but you could also have a solution targeting a specific person, one specific problem that you can close them on the call itself, which means that you say, hey, you hop on a call, understand what they need, give them a solution and let them pay and sign the contract on that call to be able to start the onboarding process. But if you're doing voice agents, for example, then you might want to understand more about their company, about how many calls they take, how many hours they do, what's the salary of the actual receptionist, how many leads they have in the CRM, all the things that you want to know based on what you're providing for the client before then going, assuming they're qualified, to the proposal call. The proposal call, again, the goal is just to present the solution, saying, hey, you have this problem, which is costing you this much money. We have the solution, which is going to save you or make you this much money. Here is the price. Here's how long it's going to take. And here's how it works. And obviously the outcome is yes, no, or follow-up. So yes, say cool, sign the contract and pay on the call. As again, guys, if they say yes, don't send them the contract and send them the link to pay after 2 days, because clients they ghost you. That's the reality of it. That's business, right? Realize it. So don't make them pay after 2 days. Don't forget to send a payment link. Just do it on the call. Just do it on the call. Say, okay, cool. What I'll do here is I'll send over the payment link. So you'll see it in the chat right here. Feel free to take care of it. Whilst you do that, I can onboard you into our portal. I can do whatever it is. But we want to make sure that when they say yes, verbal agreement isn't enough for us to say we close the client. As soon as they pay, that's when we actually consider the client as a paid client. Obviously for the name paid client. So those two are the different types of sales processes, whether you have a custom automation agency, which is the one that we have, versus a more productized offer agency where we have one sort of solution for one customer, solving one pain point, or you can solve a few different pain points in one way. So a lot of it is just keeping it simple. Don't overcomplicate it, but there's a few tips and tricks, like the fact that we need to have an audit call between the discovery and the proposal call. And here we want to make sure that we're asking the right questions on the discovery meeting to get enough data for us to make the proposal to show the value for the price that we're giving. Quick one before we get back to the video. If you're looking to work with me one-to-one to be able to start and scale your own AI automation agency in a 90-day one-on-one mentorship program, then check out the first link down below. With that being said, let's get into it. So now you have the full sales process mapped out from the discovery until the close. But knowing the process and actually executing on the process and closing the deal is two completely different things, because there are mistakes that almost every single beginner makes on sales calls that kill the deal, honestly, before you even start pitching, which is why in the next video, I'm going to give you the sales advice that I wish I had when starting from day one. And this advice literally changed the way that I close. So with that being said, let's dive in. All right, Tristan, happy to have you here, man. It's been a long time coming. Super pumped for today's video. Walk us through why should people listen to you? Who are you? And what are we doing here?
Yeah, man, like thanks for having me on. I'm like super pumped to be here. But who am I? The last kind of year and a half or so, I've been a salesperson. I've closed for like tons of companies. By this point, I've cash collected like over like 1.5 million at the age of 20 years old for companies in software that were valued like hundreds of millions. AI agencies, some of the top AI agencies in the space with like personal brands that you would probably know online. And most recently for like coaching programs like the School of Hard Knocks. I have one of the biggest media companies at the moment, and kind of hoping to kind of just share some like sales value here today for people that are looking to get in the AI space, especially as I'm actually looking to start my own AI agency soon, and you know, I learned a lot from Michele, so yeah.
All right, so first thing I want to go through is the elephant in the room, which is selling as a technical person. Okay, now, as you know, because you watched me from the ground up, I was not technical when I started, right? But the kind of the problem that a lot of people go through whenever they want to start their own AI agencies is that they get so deep down into tech with automations, with Cloud Code, with N8N, that when they get on a call, all they speak about is the automations. All they speak about is the tech. And I'm sure you've seen it time and time again. So what do you see when a technical founder tries to sell on a sales call?
Yeah, man, I couldn't agree more, man. I think we call it almost like selling on like features as opposed to benefits, right? And I think one of the biggest things I learned from you too is like, before you even got into the AI space, I think you had like your stint of like cold calling, where you did that like for a few weeks or a few months, like you were in the trenches. And so you kind of had like those people skills before you even like went into the technical stuff, which is like obviously huge value. But like that's the biggest thing, is people get so stuck into like, hey, this is this AI feature, this is how it works, like this is the code, this is the no code, these are the platforms we use. These business owners, guys, like do not care whatsoever. Like all they care is like, hey, how quickly can I get the result, for what price, why should I go with you over any of the other guys, right? And so it's like just essentially communicating the value and like what pain points are you solving, right? They couldn't care less about like what tool you use, nano, banana, make, and all that stuff. Like it's irrelevant for them, I think. And would you agree with that?
I think it's understanding why you're on a sales call and what it is that you're like, why you're selling. You're actually helping them out. And so if you have to guide a prospect through a conversation from where they are to where they want to be, you want to make it as simple as possible for them to understand what is the outcome that they're getting from that thing. And a confused buyer does not buy, right? And so you saying all these tools and outcomes, which by the way, I did at the start as well, is just going to make them more confused, right? Have you had times where like you kind of saw some founders who were selling, I mean, I'm sure you see me, but who were kind of selling the technical side, and the actual prospect was just so confused that it just didn't go through?
Yeah, and like the more kind of bogged down you get into like the technical stuff, the more confusion it creates for the prospect. And like what's going to happen is you're going to get like these objections at the end of the call, like, hey, let me think about it, let me just sit down and review this is a lot of information for me to process. And then you're going to wonder why you're not getting one call closes. And it's because like you're triggering that, like you're giving them so much information overload that they feel overwhelmed, right? So they do have to go and process it. And in that time of them processing it, they have all the doubts, the worries as to why they shouldn't, right? And then they don't close. And I'll give you this example, like on all my sales calls, like my sales call is typically like 45 to maybe 60 minutes, right? You would think, so how long in that call am I actually pitching? Like, what is it, maybe 30 minutes, 20 minutes? No, it's like 2 minutes, maybe 5 minutes tops, right? And you think, what is this guy talking about for the rest of the call? I am focusing on pain points. Like, what are the problems they're facing on a day-to-day? What kind of challenges? How much money are they losing? How long has it been going on for? Why haven't they solved this yet? What is like the desired state look like? Like, if they win, what is like life on the other side if they fix this problem, right? What happens if they don't fix that problem? It's all of those things, and then the pitch is like 1 minute, and almost the pitch becomes irrelevant, because really how you're solving the problem doesn't matter. All they care about is the outcome, right? And so if you can get them to the outcome, that's all that matters.
And then having a good offer is just tops that, right? And it helps to get them over the line if there is any kind of like logistical things that they have to go through.
I couldn't agree more. Yeah, and I think like even like as we've started to kind of, obviously like I just started working with you in terms of like some one-on-one coaching for my agency, and like I've been like so sales heavy like my entire life, just selling whatever offer is kind of out there. And the biggest thing for you is like you just helped me simplify like such a good like grand slam offer that like my sales abilities almost like aren't even as important anymore, which is kind of like sad to say, right? But you just like made it so much more obvious for people to buy. And so like, yes, you got to have a good offer as well. And then sales is like the cherry on the icing.
Yeah. I mean, I look at myself right now, right? When I started my agency and I hopped on a sales call, first of all, I didn't know what a prospect was. I didn't know it was a sales call. I didn't know what I had to say. I didn't know the structure, the framework. I didn't know anything. So it's very like, obviously people see videos of someone saying what you shouldn't do, what you should do, how it should look like, but what is the actual framework of a call? Like how does it go? What are the different steps? And how do you guide a prospect through a conversation for them to buy? So let's walk through the 4-step process, what that looks like, and the different things that someone has to do at each step to maximize the chances that they actually close on that call, to make it as easy as possible and tactical for people to actually get going.
If I had to put it in the most simple way, right? And the key for any beginners that are looking to take their first few sales calls or just getting going with their AI agency is like, make it as simple as possible. There's so much nuanced stuff that I could get to in sales, like all that crazy stuff, but like when you're just starting, you just need to focus and get good at the basics, right? And so really like you have like the first 60 seconds of the call, which is like the opening or where you set frame, right? And all you're doing in that first 60 seconds is getting the prospect or the other person on the other side of the phone to feel comfortable, to feel like, hey, like I can actually speak to this guy. He's not just another sales guy. And you're setting frame for why, hey, like you're the authority in this conversation. You're going to be the person leading it, right? Once you have that kind of set up, then we start going to like what we call discovery.
And there's one thing people say, which is, and correct me if I'm wrong, right? Like this is like true or false kind of question. The first 60 seconds of a call makes or breaks the sale. Is that true or is it not true?
I couldn't agree more. Like in my free time, I spend a lot of time like reviewing people's sales calls, like business owners, founders, salespeople, and all that. And they'll want me to like review their whole call, and then I can see 5 or 10 seconds in, they've already lost frame, they've lost authority, and they've lost the conversation, right? And I should explain what framing means. Like, what does it mean to hold frame? Holding frame means you are the authority and you are the leader on the call. If they feel like they're leading the conversation, or they feel like they have the power and they're more important, they're not going to listen to anything you say, right? And so that's why it's so important to mark that out from the gate. And like, let's give an example. Like someone might show up late to a call, right? And then they might say, hey man, like how long is this call again? Like how much time is it? And then a normal sales guy would just be like, oh man, it's 45 minutes on the calendar. What people don't realize is that prospect is subconsciously trying to take frame from you, right? Because they knew how long the meeting was. They saw it was on the calendar, right? And so they're trying to take frame and they don't even realize it, right? And so the reason, by the way, people do this, and like this is maybe like just in most interesting way, hundreds of years ago, there used to be like leaders of tribes, right? And people couldn't just listen or like be led by anyone. They had to test who was the real leader, right? And so that's what they do. They would test the leader to see like, hey, should I really follow this guy? And so that's what people are doing at the start of the conversation, saying, am I going to be led by this guy, right? And so the correct response is not, we have 45 minutes. Yeah, man, I only got so much time in today. I only managed to actually set aside 45 minutes. I'm a bit back to back. Is it okay if we could jump straight into it? I know we're running a bit late. Right? Now my status is here and the prospect is here, right? And so that's an example of what we want to be doing the first 60 seconds.
You know what's funny? We talk about frame, and I remember that obviously when I had a coach back then when I started, my background was like my bed that was unmade and the camera angle was like from down up, right? And I realized that I was asking for like thousands of dollars from business owners and I wasn't closing. And of course, most of it came down to my sales ability and the discovery call and so on. But a lot of it is like, they just saw a kid who had his bed undone in the background, who was on like his pajamas and stuff. And I didn't even realize it. I was like, this is normal, right? So does like, cause obviously beginners, they don't live in like nice fancy houses, but like for someone like, and this is just like, obviously like a small thing. does the background matter? Does like what you wear matter? Does how you look matter? Not in terms of race, of course, but I mean like in general, like.
Because obviously I was like an 18, 19-year-old kid selling to business owners doing like 100K a month. Right? And then like, who is this young guy on the phone? And I remember when he used to sell real estate properties, and he would specifically wear these glasses. He didn't even need to wear glasses, but he wore them because it made him look smarter. He wore this like turtleneck tee, right? It was like a black turtleneck tee. And like that just made him look like he knew what he was doing, right? And so in some ways he was faking it until he make it, but like the way you look, the way you present yourself, like make the most of it. Like first impression counts, right? Now you don't need to be like sitting on a beach in Dubai overlooking like the the best view in the world, right? But you gotta look professional. Think about it like if you were gonna show up to a meeting and someone was gonna ask you for 10 grand, you'd hope that they have their life figured out, right? At least somewhat. And so like you don't need to have like everything fancy, but have a good camera. If you can afford a mic, great. But a simple white wall. If you can't get a nice like living room or a nice photo or a nice bedroom, whatever, like just a nice white wall, plain and simple, dress well, like, and it just reflects how you're gonna show up, right? That's the biggest
Yeah.
thing.
Speaking of dressing well, just to go take it a bit to the side, what were you wearing on your first sales call?
And so just to tell the world like how I don't even know how to describe this, but how unaware I was. I showed up to my first sales call wearing a suit. And I was not supposed to be wearing a suit to that call. It was the most awkward thing ever, right? It was the most awkward thing ever. I just didn't know any better, right? But that was my first sales call. It was so embarrassing and so terrible. We all start somewhere, right?
And one of the things as well that I used to do was like, people say build rapport at the start of the call, right? Building rapport. I'm like, what the fuck does that even mean, right? And I used to say, hey, how's the weather? Are you having a good day? Like, what do you actually say to build rapport on a call? Like, do you just start talking shit? Like, what do you do?
And so I have a different way of looking at this. I don't think that rapport is built up by pretending to care about where someone lives or the city they were born in. I think you're just wasting time, and the other guy on the other side of the phone like just knows that. Everybody knows that no one cares about the fucking weather, right? Rapport is built by listening to a prospect so intently that they feel like they've never been this heard before. And it comes from a feeling of like, hey, this person like genuinely cares. So rapport is built throughout the call, not at the start of the call, right? And so really just to open it, the way I open my calls these days, like, hey, looks like you run XYZ business, is that right? What was the main thing that you kind of like saw or heard that made you want to look into this, right? Or some people like to set an agenda. Just to give you an idea of how this call is going to go, we'll spend a bit of time like understanding where you're at, kind of where you're looking to get to, and then if it makes sense, we can walk through how we can help. Does that sound good? Right? And if I guess in the first opener, what I always like, can you see me? Can you hear me? How's everything going? I know we only got so much time today. Are we good to jump straight into it? Right? And here's the one thing too. Every minute in a sales call counts. You got 45 minutes of this person's time. You don't have time to talk about the weather, the this or the that, right? You got to get straight into the conversation and start finding out the pain points ASAP because, hey, they have another meeting after this call. And so if you want to get a one call close, you need to make those 45 minutes count.
Okay, so the first 60 seconds then are set the frame, chit chat here and there, not talk about the weather, and then we get to arguably one of the most important parts of the call, which is the discovery, right? Walk us through step 2, discovery. What are the main things that someone needs to take into account when obviously going through the discovery, and what are the type of questions as an AI agency, keeping it general, that someone needs to ask and understand to be able to have enough ammo for them to go to the next step?
Yeah, let's kind of go through this. So of course, first of all, what you want to understand is like, what are their goals? Like, what are they actually like looking to do with their business? Where are they looking to end up, right? Typically, that's a revenue number. Hey, I'm looking to scale my company to 50K a month, 100K a month, right? And then within the context of like AI, it's like, where do you feel like you need the most help on? So what's like the problem they're facing that's actually maybe stopping them from getting to their goals? You got to understand the problem, because if there's no problem, there's no solution. There's no fucking pitch without a problem, right? And then if we want to take it deeper, they say they have a problem. Like, for example, my receptionist, like, I'm missing inbound calls because they're only working from 9 to 5. The problem there is that they're missing out calls outside of working hours, right? And so we kind of want to get them to relive that experience, right? So like, how did you realize that you were missing these calls? Well, I looked back at all my data and I noticed I had 100 people call me in a week, but we only answered 40 people. Wow. You only answered 40 people. How long have you realized that, right? And so time is a very powerful tool in discovery. It stretches everything. It stretches problems, right? If someone's had a pain for a day versus if they had it for 10 years, it's a completely different conversation, right? And so we go from goal, we find the problem, the experience. Now, how long has that been going on for, right? And then we start to ask them as well, like, why do you feel like you have that problem? So what is the cause? Well, at the moment, we don't have an automated way to manage our leads. It's all manual. It takes us 10 hours and my receptionist can only work so many hours, right? What caused you to do it manually? Well, that's just how I've always done it. We start triggering doubt in the prospect too, right? And then what we want to start looking at is like, what is the prospect losing by dealing with this problem? So like, let's look at the numbers. Like these business owners, they feel their numbers. The money that they're losing, that's the pain. That's where they feel it, right? And so like, don't be afraid to get down into the gritty. Like if they're getting 100 calls a week that they're missing, right? Okay, what percentage of those would typically close? Let's say the answer 20 of them, of those 25 are sales. What is your typical customer value? It's 10K. So you're telling me you're losing 5 calls a week, which is 5 sales a week, which is 50K a week. And that's about what, like 200K a month? And you mentioned this has been for 10 years, right? So what is that, like $2 million? Whatever the math is, right? Now they start realizing the impact of their problem and what they've lost by not affecting it. Because that way, we're not charging 10K anymore, right? We're charging a 200K problem and it's only 10K. And that way it sounds like a steal, right? And this is something you do really well, man.
There's a few things you mentioned, right? I want to ask you a few questions, but to touch on the asking the numbers, one of the things that I made videos about, in case you guys want to check it out, you can check it up here, but it's called value-based pricing, right? The pricing structure. In a business, like one thing I used to do very bad at the start was like pricing out of my ass, right? Like me thinking, okay, I have to price based on how much work it will take for me to actually build this versus how much value it's creating for the business owner. And so you're not solving the problem of a receptionist not building or not answering the phone. You're solving a 200K problem, right? That's the amount of like, that's the cost that is costing the business by not having the solution that you have, right? And so you price accordingly to the value that you create. And most times you will see that you can charge a lot more, right? Rather than undercutting yourself by charging based on the amount of hours that you work, right? That's the first thing. That's in terms of value-based pricing, which I think is really, really important. Getting enough data. And value-based pricing only comes from you being able to ask the right questions, getting the right numbers from the business owner, and making sure that everything aligns. Now, you also mentioned making the prospect feel the pain. Why is this so important? Because I didn't really understand this at the start. Why is this so important for the prospect to relive the pain that they're suffering right now, of course, from having the problem that you're going to solve? Like, why is it important for them to relive it on a sales call?
Really, like what a sales call is like you're trying to create change. You want to create a change, right? And so they need to want to get out of their current situation. And no one's going to want to get out of their current situation if they're not uncomfortable about it, right? And so for someone to feel uncomfortable, they need to feel pain. They need to feel like something's not right in their life or it's not working the way they want. Right. And really, like the example we gave just now was about money, right? But I know, for example, like with workflow automations, people think, oh, it's only saving time. How is that relevant to money? Right? The thing is, though, time is money, right? And so if we start looking at it like this, let's find out, let's say a prospect comes to us and they don't really have anything organized. Like all their client management is like all over the place. It's like taking them 10 hours. They got Google Drive there, Google Doc here. Nothing's automated, right? Let's find out how much time they're spending on that. Well, I'm spending 10 hours a week. You're spending 10 hours a week on something that could take 10 minutes. Okay. And so like 10 hours a week, that's 40 hours a month. That's almost like a whole working week. Right. And then so 40 hours, what is your time valued at? How much do you charge for an hour of your time? I charge $1,000. So $1,000 times 40, you're losing 40K a month of where you could be spent on other parts of the business, right? Now let's make them feel like what they're missing out on. Okay, so you're losing 40 hours a week. If you had all that back, where would you be spending it in the business? What would you be doing? I'd be hiring more employees. I'd be scaling up this way. So you're telling me that you can't do that unless you get these 40 hours back, right? And how long have you felt like that? Knowing that you're losing these 40 hours and like this is happening, rinse and repeat. Like, how does that make you feel as the business owner, as the founder? I feel like more like I'm an employee, right? And did you start this business feel like an employee? No, right? And so this is where we start bringing up the pain. So there's a solution.
Do you think that the discovery is the most important part of the call, would you say?
Hands down, like hands down. Like so many people will come to me and they want help on like objection handling. How do I handle this money objection, this think about it objection? All of that is downstream from the discovery, right? Because I'll give you an example. Someone might say, think about it. Give me some time to think about it. And you might say, I don't want this prospect to think about it. I want them to make a same-day decision, right? But if you haven't created enough pain about their current situation, right, then you have no leverage in the objection handling. But if you did a good discovery, you can say, well, hey man, you're losing $1,000 a day by not having these calls answered. And so like, you can think about it. There's no worries about that. But how much longer do you want to be putting this off? You're already losing $1,000 a day. Every day we think about it, we lose $1,000. So at what point is enough? But if you never did that work at the top of the call, You have no leverage at the end to be able to do that. And so you don't have the respect to objection handle.
There's one thing I heard recently, which is the same reason they haven't taken action to solve the problem that you're looking for them to solve is the same reason they're not going to take action on this call right now, right? And so you kind of have to find, and this is obviously like a bit higher level of understanding pre-handling and all that stuff, which I think beginners don't have to, but it's just like a mental model of like understanding that this person has this problem for X amount of time. They didn't wake up yesterday feeling this problem, right? And so if they felt it for 6 months, what stopped them from actually solving it, right? The same reason that stopped them from actually solving it is the same reason they're not gonna solve it today. It's just like an overweight person who's felt overweight for the past 6 years, and she's gone to gyms but never actually taken action on the personal trainer, you know, and she's now talking to you and you're a personal trainer, right? How is she, like, what's gonna guarantee us that she's gonna take action now? Right? First, you have to look at what stopped her from taking action before we can even go ahead and pitch her anything.
I love that. I think like when I look at you as well, because like obviously there's all these AI people in the space. I think what allowed you to like see so much success when you were doing your AI agency is the fact that you understood sales. It's like by far the most important part that allows people to get good. And like that's what I think that's what was like one of your biggest marks. And what you're talking about there is what we call pre-handling. Right? So many people leave objections for the end of the call when really what we want to be doing is pre-handling them in the discovery before we allow them to grow into this big thing at the end. And that example you gave, right? The woman that's been maybe feeling like the woman, the man, or the whoever, they haven't got the personal trainer for the last 6 years. They thought they could figure it out on their own. So they felt like they didn't need a personal trainer, right? And so what we need to get them to realize is how that way of thinking hasn't served them. And that's why it's been 6 years and they haven't lost the weight yet. And here's the example. Like a lot of people think, hey, I can learn the automation myself, or I can figure this out on my own. I'm going to put it off. Right? And so like, if you've been spending 10 hours a week doing this, wasting your time, like what slowed you down from getting the help to be able to leverage that out, to fix it? I didn't know how to do it. Okay. Well, did you reach out for the help? No, I didn't know the help existed. That's sort of like a guy saying he didn't know a gym existed. Like, come on, man. Like what actually slowed you down? Right? Well, no, it's the fact that I was prioritizing other parts of my business. Okay. But why didn't you make this a priority? Right? Because we all got the same hours in the day, right? Why didn't you fix this to be able to get your time back? And so like we're starting to go deeper and deeper and finding out why someone didn't fix a problem. That way we get objections closed.
And so now that we've discovered the pain point, understood what the pain point is, how long has it been like, why they're looking to get it solved now, how has that been for them more personally as a business going through it, and so on. That was a pitch, which is telling them what it is that we do. How do you conduct a pitch? Like, what does that look like tactically in like a mental model or like a framework that you use whenever going through a pitch? Yeah, well, walk me through it.
The pitch, right, is essentially a regurgitation of the discovery. So all the pains, all the problems, everything they just said, and then you tying it to your solution. And so I'll give you an example. Let's say we're selling like voice agents to roofing companies. And so the first part of the call might be like, pillar one is like voice agents, right? So you know how you mentioned that right now you're losing 60 calls a week and that's costing you 10 grand a week or 40K a month, and that's causing you to feel a bit frustrated. Well, what we do, as opposed to like placing another human being that might not be working 24/7, we actually create like an AI receptionist that is going to be working all those hours and collecting all of those calls. What that means for you is that you're not going to have to hire another employee and spend them 40K a month, so you can reduce your costs dramatically, right? While also being able to get more leads that wouldn't have been reached. And that way you can scale your business. From voice agent, we have like 4 benefits, and all they don't care about voice agent. They care about saving money, saving time, saving money, saving time, less problems.
Okay.
Right.
So for you guys at home, like to make this really tactical, from that example, it's based on what you told me previously in the discovery and this problem that you have, we do XYZ to solve that problem. And because of XYZ, you now have Y, Z, and an A outcome, right? And so that's a kind of framework, problem, solution, and how it's impacting them now that they have the solution to put them in desired state. Like actually, what does it look like for them if they have this implemented?
Right. And to add this as well, like you're exactly right. So it's like feature, benefit, benefit. So we do this, which allows you to do this, so you benefit like this, right? If you want to take it one step further, you can do like, most people do this, which doesn't work because of this. That's why we do this, right? And so those are kind of like the frameworks that you're repeating, and you're just rinsing and repeating those throughout the pitch.
There was one thing that I was on a pod with Matt, right? He does voice agents and stuff, and he mentioned something interesting that worked well for him, right? Now I don't know to the extent when it worked well, but I know he told me it worked well. And so what he did was this. He said, let's say it's a voice agent, right? He knows that people value speed. They value how fast you can deliver something. Business owners always want things done faster, right? And so he played that to his advantage and said, okay, I have inbound receptionist 1, package 1, inbound receptionist package 2, okay? And so they are the exact same thing, The only thing that changes is the speed at which he actually delivers. And so what he did was this. He said, one's going to take 6 weeks and it's going to be $1,000. But if you want it done faster, you can actually get it done for 4 weeks, but it'll be 1.2K. To put it as a binary question, either or, not yes or no. So what do you think of that? Have you seen that before? And do you think it's a good technique for someone to use on a sales call to kind of help them out with the sale?
So it's a good question because everybody's got different way of doing sales. Everybody's got different opinions, different takes. Me personally, I want to give the prospect as little to think about as possible. Because any open-ended question, anything they have to think about is a reason that they're going to tell me I'm not going to make a decision today. Like, hey, look, I appreciate you sharing me, but like, I just want to take this back to my team and see whether they prefer option A or option B. We just screwed ourselves, right? And so what I want is to make the pitch as simple as possible so there is no thinking and so they completely understand it better than I do, right? And that way there's nothing to think about. It's time to make a decision.
And I see your sales calls and you ask them to write things down. First of all, why do you ask people to write things down on the pitch? Because I do that too now, of course, but obviously like for people watching. Yeah, why do you do that? And do you recommend it?
I do recommend it. There's a couple reasons. Number one is telling someone to do something, like write something down, creates the teacher-student frame, right? Really a whole sales call is holding frame, right? And so it creates like this teacher-student relationship that, hey, I'm telling you to do this, write this down, right? So immediately I'm up here. The second bit as well is it makes sure that they're listening throughout the pitch, because I don't know if anyone's ever sat through like someone ramble for 2 or 3 or 4 minutes. You start to tune out very quickly, right? And so if I'm making them say this, then this, then this, then they have to be paying attention. The third and the last one is they can't say send me an email. The email's in front of you, mate. Like it's on the paper, right? And so there's nothing to go through there. It's like you ask send an email, what do you want in the email? Oh, just give me a list of what you do. I'm like, I could send it to you, but it's exactly what you have written down in front of you. So now that's out the way, what do you want to do, right? And so those 3 things are like a huge help.
Okay, and one more question, this just because for my own sake, is I want to get your opinion on doing demos on the call. Okay, so if you do voice agents, right? So of course, like let's say you're cold calling local businesses for voice agents, right? For that kind of offer. And by the way, if you want to know how to do that, video up here. But voice agents for that kind of offer. So you cold call them, you say, hey, the CTA, which is the last thing you say on the actual cold call is, would you be opposed to having maybe a quick chat about this on a discovery call? And you get them on a discovery call. Do you recommend that someone, and from your opinion, do you recommend that someone actually demos the voice agent on that call to show them what it could look like or an example of what it is? Or do you not recommend that at all?
It's a really good question. Part of sales, I think there's no right or wrong. You got to find out what works. And so really in a perfect world, you do 10 calls where you pitch it with the agent, 10 calls where you pitch it without the agent. You see where you close more deals and then you iterate off the back of that. Now, you got to think about the buyer's perspective. If you were buying a voice agent and you got on a call, would you want to hear how the voice agent sounds before you buy it? I think probably, right? And so whenever you're unsure about whether you should do something, all you have to ask yourself is, will this increase the likelihood of the sale or will it decrease the likelihood of the sale? That's all you got to think about, right? And for me, in my opinion, if I'm demoing the agent, they're going to be way more bought in because they're going to see that it's actually good. It's not just AI slop.
That actually makes sense. Would increase the likelihood, decrease the likelihood, and why, right? And think about why as well at the end. And the last thing, right? So you pitch them. So you obviously the start of the call, the discovery, the actual pitch, and now we get to the close. How do you transition from pitch to price? And what do you say word for word? And how do you pitch the price confidently?
There's a few things here. Once we go through the whole pitch, we want to ask them how they feel about it, right? We want to ask them whether they feel like, hey, does this solve your problem? Is this going to help you get to your goals, right? Why do you feel like it is? This is what we call tie down, right? Because what we don't want a value objection. We want to make sure that they feel like this can help them solve the problem. It's irrelevant to talk about the price if they don't feel like that can help them. And to be fair, if you don't feel like it can help them, you've messed something up way early in the call. Like you've messed something up big time, right? And then what you want to do is once you've established, hey, they feel like this can help, are there any questions at all on those 3 steps or those 3 pillars or that process we just went through? Because what you don't want is to give people a lot to think about, right? Because if they have price to think about and then they have these other 10 questions, they're going to be overwhelmed, right? So by the time price gets on, there should be no questions whatsoever, right? And so how do you feel about what we just went through? Do you feel like that can help in terms of getting to your goals? You do. Why do you feel like it can? Aside from like next steps, any questions about what we just went through? Anything at all? Are you sure? Okay, and now we go to the next bit where we price drop.
There's a big thing, bro. There's a big thing, which I actually had to learn this over time, which is let the prospect sell themselves on why they feel that you are a good fit to solve the problem. Okay. And this is like for you guys at home where maybe you haven't taken a sales call yet. Maybe you've taken a few and you haven't closed, or you're wondering why, like you can't sell. What does that mean? Like when you want the prospect to sell themselves on why they think that you are a good fit to work with them, instead of you convincing them why they should work with you. How do you do that?
I love this stuff. And this might be a bit nuanced, but I think it's important to understand like why we do what we do. You know, something I heard you say is like, I think we quoted Tony Robbins, like, wherever your attention goes, energy flows. Whatever you're thinking about, you'll find. Whatever you're thinking about, you'll attract. And so what you want the prospect to be thinking is all about the positives. Why everything is so good, why everything is so happy. Because if that's what they're going to be thinking on, that's what they're going to do. That's what they're going to act on, right? If we ask everyone to think about why the program is bad, they're going to find reasons as to why it's bad. And so it's all about focus. And as they start selling themselves, they get more bought in, right? And the thing is, like, what you say as a salesperson means nothing. What they say as the buyer means everything. Right? And so the more we can get them to say what we want them to say, the more likely they are to buy. It's as simple as that.
And that's essentially why you ask them, do you feel like this can get you to your goal? Yes. Why? Okay. Why? Because you want them to sell themselves on what it is that you do and how it can help them. Okay. And then eventually we price drop and then we close. Now there's one thing I want to do, because I'm sure people here want to see this, which is a role play. So I'm going to give you a scenario. Okay. I'll be the prospect. I'll be a really dickhead prospect. And then we can go through, obviously the call is not going to be like 50 minutes. But we can go through real quick what it is, the kind of questions you would ask, just to tie everything together for people to just get a feel, right? Because we said a lot over the past half an hour. So what you're selling is this. You're selling an AI inbound receptionist. So an inbound receptionist. You've cold called me, and the inbound receptionist is there to help me not miss calls after hours. And I've told you that I'm interested and to have the call to potentially see if we can make this work.
Sure. And for everyone watching, like I had no idea like what I'm about to be selling. And like the reason this is so important is the product, the offer doesn't matter. Like I don't need to know anything about the deliverables or anything, because it's literally all about the prospect. And so the more I can understand them and the pain, then it's going to go from there. So, all right, then let's do it. So obviously I know we spoke a couple of days ago to kind of get you in for this and maybe do a bit of a demo of like the voice agent. Just before we even get to that, I want to kind of understanding more about the business to see how we can even map that out. Is that all right with you if we just spend 5 minutes kind of going through a little bit more about where you're at?
Sure, let's do it.
Perfect. All right. Give me an idea then for a second. Obviously implementing something like, like a voice agent is going to be able to like increase your leads and your conversions, right? Where are you kind of looking to take like your monthly sales to in the next 6 to 12 months?
Yeah, so we have about 1 million a year. We want to get to about, let's say 2.
You want to get to 2, got you. And at the moment then, when it comes to like using AI and like voice agents and things like that, like where do you feel is like the biggest area of opportunity within the business?
I think we spoke about this on a call that we had, but essentially we have 50% of our calls come in working hours, 50% come after hours. And so the after hours calls, which we're doing about 100 a day, is calls that we're not really reaching out to.
Not really reaching out to those leads. Got you. And then how long has that been the case then, where like you'll get these kind of after hour leads and they're not being contacted?
Really since the start, man. Since we started the business, it was never really, when someone called us, obviously the volume changed, right? More calls now than before, but since the start of the business, so about, I guess, 5 years.
5 years, got you. You seem like a very self-aware business owner too. Like how many sales do you feel like you're missing out on by not getting to these kind of outside of hour leads?
It's hard to say, but I'd say maybe 20-30%.
30%, right? And then remind me again, so the last year with the business we did about 10 mil a year or something like that, or you said 1 mil a year if I remember correctly?
So 1 mil a month, which is about 12 mil a year.
1 mil is about 12 mil a year. And then 30% of that is what? Your math is better than mine. How much?
300K a month.
300K a month, got you. And so that kind of been the last year or so. Well, I mean, before today, how long have you actually been like aware of AI and like what's possible with that?
I mean, I've known it. I've known about it.
Oh, my bad. I missed. How long did you say that you've kind of been aware of it? Just so I don't assume.
I mean, aware of what exactly?
Of like AI and kind of like what's possible with it.
Like ChatGPT or?
Yeah, sure.
Well, since it came out, really. I mean, the news in the US, man, it's great. Everyone's talking about ChatGPT
All over the place, right?
since it came out.
And have you like implemented a lot of AI into your business just yet, or not really?
Not really, no.
Gotcha, man. Interesting. If I can ask, just so I understand your headspace, what's maybe slowed you down from like implementing more AI and kind of automation into the company?
I mean, everyone's talking about AI. I just think like I was just maybe a bit afraid that it just wouldn't work for our business.
How do you mean?
It just seems kind of that too good to be true kind of thing, where that's kind of why I hopped on this call, but I'm a bit skeptical as to like whether this can actually help us, because a voice agent, I mean, it sounds nice, right? But it's like, can it actually do the job? And
Yeah.
would it actually work?
Yeah, like which is fairly reasonable. Like it's new technology. You want to make sure you can kind of see the results, right? Can I give you a different way of looking at this though?
Yeah, sure.
Because like, is AI the most perfect and the most best thing in the world? Like, no, right? That being said, though, missing like 50% of our calls every day, is that like the best thing in the world as well?
No.
Right. It's like something might not necessarily need to be perfect. It just kind of needs to be better than what we got. Would you disagree with that?
Well, obviously, I don't want a reputation to go down, right? When people call, and they maybe hear an AI, maybe they get a bit upset.
Oh yeah, we'll definitely cover all that for sure. We'll do a demo. We'll take a kind of look into the AI, right? That being said, of course, we got to get you kind of open and willing to even try AI, because there's so many business owners I speak to, like they're so afraid to like, maybe change the workflow of their employees, or like step into the bit of the unknown, or like, try things and like take on. But those business owners that are afraid to stick with the times, what do you think typically happens to their company?
Well, what they say, AI is not going to replace business owners, but business owners who use AI are going to replace business owners who are not using AI.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, right? And so like, how important is it for you not to be like those guys who are afraid of using AI and implementing automation?
Sure. I mean, but I just want to make sure that what we're doing is actually like proper. Just because a business is doing 12 mil, it's doing well, but it's not just a quick implementation kind of thing.
Yeah, let's definitely take a look at that. So let's go through kind of what the voice agent will look like. Before that, is there anything else you feel like that's kind of worth bringing up, or anything that you feel like might help? And so like, just going back into that call, right? Obviously, we got the goal, so they're looking to be able to increase their revenue. The main area of improvement, or where they feel they need the help on right now, is they're missing 50% of their calls. Then we find out how long that's been on for, and how much money they've lost. That's like the impact of the problem, right? That's where we really start to like get them to feel the pain of what's going on in their business, right? And one of the things you might have noticed as well is, I'm not bad at math, right? But I want them to say the number, because what they say is more important than what I say, right? And then so once we get that bit, we go into like the pre-handle, right? Or a pre-handle is just like finding out what their objection might be. And so we want to find out, like, if this guy's been aware of AI and automation, why hasn't he started automating his business yet, right? And he starts giving us reasons, like I think he said something like he doesn't want it to damage his reputation, right? Which is fair enough, right? But I know the voice agent demo is good enough that it'll handle that. What I do want to make sure that he's willing to do is to stick with the times and implement change, right? Because if he's afraid of implementing change, then it doesn't matter how good the product is anyway, right? So I know that the pitch can handle that objection there by giving him a demo, but I do want to make sure he's willing to adopt AI and like stick with the times.
I want to go through the price, when you drop the price, and the philosophy behind it, the mindset behind it, because I know that when I'm on sales call for my AI agency, at least early on, when I said the price is when I felt the most pressure, and I feel like I'd be the most stressed. Like, I'd be stressed to hop on a sales call because I knew that eventually I'd have to drop the price and it would scare the shit out of me. So what do you like for beginners getting into this, right? To pitch a $2,000 thing or $3,000 thing, which is money they've never really been able to achieve by themselves without working a job, right? Per se. How do you think about saying the price? How do you think about the philosophy, not philosophy, but just the way you say it?
Yeah, so do you want to role play it?
We can roleplay. Yeah, sure.
Let's do it. So, but aside from next steps, any questions on like the voice agent or how it works?
Yeah. How much? What's the financial thing? Like, how much does it cost? And
Oh yeah, definitely. We'll take a look at that. Aside from the financial thing, though, any questions just about how it works, or are all that clear?
That's all good.
Yeah. One thing I care about most as well is I want to make sure you feel like it can actually like help you, right? Based off like the demo, the voice agent that we went through, like, do you feel like it can actually help you like start converting more leads without damaging your reputation based off what you saw today?
Yes.
Why do you feel like it can?
Obviously, it will take care of the calls after hours. I've heard the demo. It sounds good. It sounds, reasonable. Obviously, we'd have to kind of check the finances and go through different things if it makes sense for us to go. But it's all good.
Yeah. So if there's no other questions, then you asked about the investment. Like, for us to be able to come in, right, and help take the business from 10 to 13 mil a year by building these AI agents and like cutting out like some of these missed calls that we're losing, the investment for that is $15K upfront, and then there's a $3K a month retainer.
You know how you said it, like, how do you say with confidence? First of all, I know it's like a vague question. Do they have to speak? What did you do after the price up? Did you ask what do you want to do? Typically when I priced up to the start, I kept like rolling, because it's this, because it's that, and this and that, and I never really give them that space to think about what I just said.
I mean, some people will do the price drop and then they say like, don't talk, silence. I personally, I don't do that. What I do is I do the price drop and then I end with a question. And it's not like, do you want to get going or do you not want to get going? It's not a binary question. It's like, where do you want to go from here? What's next for us? How do you want to proceed? It's open-ended. And the reason we don't want to do like a yes or no is because it's sort of like opening or closing a door, right? You kind of want to keep the door open so the conversation can continue to flow. And really what we're doing is we're asking for the objection. How do you want to proceed? That's how I think about objection handling. Like, give me the objection so I can solve it as fast as possible. I want to run into it. I want them to give me the objection so at least I can handle it. I don't want them to go away and like let it consume their own minds, right? And so like that's how I think about it. How do you want to proceed? Give me the objection so I can handle it.
All right, so now that you pitched the price, you sent 15K and 2K retainer. Now we get to the objection handling. Now, if you've done a good job at the framing and the discovery part and the pitch, you shouldn't really have that many objections apart from we just don't have the money. Okay, now in terms of objections, we have 5 different ones. We have money, so it's too expensive. We have time, I don't have the time. Partner, think about it, and fear. So let's go through each one real quick and how you would kind of go through it, starting with money.
So, I mean, first of all, whenever we get any objection, we want to isolate the objection. So money, time, whatever aside, would you do it? Why would you do it? Right? So get them bought in. And then we need to understand whether it's like a logistical thing, like they physically don't have the money so they can't do it, or there's like fear around the money. And so what we want to do is just kind of change the way they're looking at the money. And so we do what we call like a reframe, for example, right? And so when you say it's expensive, how do you mean? What makes you say that? Would it be as expensive if you weren't losing 300K a year by not having a voice agent in the business, right? So if anything, is that a reason that we shouldn't do this, or is that a reason we should do this? Right, and so we're just kind of changing the way they look at the money.
So the perspective of how they actually look at the money in the first place, right? Because they are losing money by not having the thing that you're going to tell them to do.
And then we want to find out real quick too is like, so is it more of a case of like you have the money but there's some nerves around it, or more of a case of like we need like a payment plan, or we need to like find a different plan to make it more manageable, so we can find out whether it's fear or logistics.
Okay, now that we have money, let's go to time. I don't have enough time to be able to get this going.
Yeah, so same, time aside. And then we want to change the way they're looking at the time, right? And so it's like, if you had all your systems automated and you got back your 10 hours a week, would you have less time or more time? And so the fact that things are tight right now, is that a reason that you shouldn't do this, or is that actually a reason that you should do this to be able to get more time? So just changing the way they're looking at things.
And for those of you at home, like that's what a reframe is. He's reframing the way that they think about the objection that they're telling them. Because an objection is just the way that they're thinking from the current perspective, right? It's too expensive. They're just looking at it from face from value. And someone not having the time, it's just, it doesn't make sense, considering that we're saving them the time by having this in place. So money, time, then we have partner.
So if it's like a logistical kind of business partner, then you probably should have got them on at the start of the call. And so the best thing to do is probably schedule a follow-up call with the business partner, go through it once more. But if it's like a spouse objection, then it's kind of more so fear-based. Right, like say they need to speak to their wife, they need to speak to their husband, when maybe they're not even part of the business, and what they're doing is they're essentially shifting responsibility. And so we need to get them to realize like, whose responsibility is it to be able to grow the business? Is it yours or is it theirs? Why? Right, and so who should be making this decision, them or you?
Okay, so if it's a business partner, you schedule a follow-up call. If it's a speak to the wife who's not responsible in the business most times, then it's more like a fear kind of thing. Okay, now we get to the think about it, because that is one of the most kind of common ones when it comes to being on a sales call. Well, what do you say there?
Yeah, so the think about it isn't even like a real objection. It's what we call like a smoke screen. And so like the way we handle this is, aside from thinking about it, do you still feel like what we went through can help get to your goals? Why do you feel like it can? And what we're doing is we're essentially building a case as to why we're going to objection handle them, right? If that's true then, and you feel like it can help you, what's the main thing you feel like you have to think about just to see if I can help? And then we pierce the smoke screen, and then we get to the real objection, which is going to be money, time, partner, or whatever.
And then finally we get to fear, right? And fear can be obviously different things. Fear of self, that they don't believe they can get there. Fear of you, that they don't believe you can get there. Fear of the thing. So what happens in fear? Like, what do you actually say there, and how do you handle that?
Fear is just like uncertainty that they're going to get to the results, and that they're going to like lose all their money by working with you. And what you really need to do is just normalize the fear, normalize the uncertainty, because I think we all know, and everybody watching this too, is like fear, risk, it's part of business. It's part of entrepreneurship. It's part of getting to that next level, right? And so we just need to normalize it and say like, it's normal that this feels scary, right? But do we want to let the fear overcome us, or do we want to overcome the fear? Why? So what does that suggest you should do?
And so these are the 5 different objections, how you handle them. One of the most important things for you guys at home listening to this is that he's just asking questions, right? Like, objection handling isn't about convincing the person, but it's about asking them the questions to make them realize themselves, right? Because it's not about what you say, it's about what they say, right? And that's, to make them realize it, is make them say that, hey, yes, it's true, right? This is how I should be looking at it.
To add to that, like one of my mentors once said to me, like, it's sort of like 2 people standing from each other, and in between them is like a number 9 on the floor. From one person's perspective, it's a 6, and from the other person, it's a 9. from both their sides, like they're both right. But what you need to do is to take that person over to your side and say, hey, it's not actually a 6, it's actually a 9, right? And so we're just changing the way that people are viewing things.
That's a very good example. So now that we finished objection handling, I want to ask you some quick questions. I know you didn't know this, but I have 7 different questions. So you have 30 seconds to answer each one, or less, ideally. And we go through all of them. So what's the biggest mistake you see people who want to start an AI agency that they make on sales calls?
Yeah, getting lost in the technicals, like selling on features as opposed to benefits.
What's the best first line to open a sales call?
Can you see me? Can you hear me okay? It's got to be that one, right? Like, hey, can we do this call?
If a prospect goes silent after you say the price, what do you do?
So some people just won't talk, and then they'll try to like get the prospect to talk. Personally, like I'll just give them a second to process it, and then I'll ask them like, hey, any questions, or what do we want to do?
And that's what we call re-ask for the sale, right? Whenever they deviate from whatever it is that they have to do, which in this case is say yes or no, you always ask, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? What do you want to do? How do you follow up without being annoying?
I don't believe that there's like any follow-ups that are annoying. You have a service that you believe in, you feel like you can help this person, you should be doing everything in your power to get this person to buy because you're going to help them. So I don't believe there's no annoying follow-ups.
What's the best follow-up that you've ever done?
The best is to be like human. Like some of my follow-ups are like sending like funny emojis or like GIFs or like you still alive out there? Did you fall in the toilet? Like what's happening? Right? And those are like just be a human being, and like that's what's gonna get people to respond.
Since you've been on thousands of sales calls and you've obviously coached one of the top teams, top social media brands in the world when it comes to sales, and you've closed 1.5 mil over the past year, what is actually the difference between someone who closes 1 in 10 versus someone who closes 1 in 3?
The discovery. The deeper a pain that you can build in discovery, the higher the price you can charge, and the more you can justify the value, the more likely they are to buy. And so the better you can go on the pain, the better. And really what that comes down to is your ability to listen to the other person. Everybody thinks they can listen, right? But if you can just zone in on their words and how they feel, they'll feel that, and they'll be more like comfortable, and they'll be open with you. So like listening and understanding discovery, yeah.
It's interesting because most people say it's the objection handling, having the best sales techniques, left and right, reframes, pre-handles, all these things. Why is it not that?
If you've done your discovery right, I think you mentioned this as well, is like you don't need to objection handle because you've already pre-handled everything. The buying is just the natural next step.
Now, a funny one here. What's the worst sales call you've ever been on?
Yeah, so I've had like tons of these. One that comes to mind is in the early days when I was selling for an AI agency. Actually, there were 2 business partners on the call, and one of them just said like, I can't take this anymore, and they just left the call. I was just gone. And then I remember they sent me an email after that call calling me like arrogant, condescending, that I don't know what I was doing, that I'm too young to be on these calls, all that garbage. But like, look, you're gonna make mistakes, you're not perfect, and like failure and rejection is just part of sales. It's like you just gotta move on.
Finally, what's one piece of advice that you tell someone about to get on the first sales call with their agency?
Like, have fun. You're never going to be perfect. You're never going to know anything. You're going to stutter. You're going to misspeak. You're going to ask something that you shouldn't have asked. You're going to trigger resistance. You're going to make some people upset. You're doing what you can to help this person the way you can, or as much as you can, right? And so like, get out of your own head. You're just having a conversation with a human being. And if they buy, they buy. If not, they don't. It's up to them at the end of the day.
Hey man, it's been a pleasure having you on. It's been awesome kind of going through everything. I think we dropped a shit ton of value on this video. So for those of you guys at home, if you haven't gotten any value, I don't know what you're doing. Go out there and close your sales calls. Any last few words from your end?
Yeah, just no, big thanks to you and kind of all the content you put out there. It was actually like one of the biggest, I guess, inspirations or motivations for me to go from being like a full-time salesperson to actually starting my own AI agency soon. And obviously we're working one-on-one now, so I'm like looking forward to seeing what you can do for me. And I know you've killed it, so yeah, it's going to be really exciting.
All right, so at this point, you know exactly how to build an offer, how to find clients, and how to close those clients. And that's 3 out of the 4 modules done. But the real differentiator between agencies that actually scale long-term and ones that disappear within 6 months is one thing, and that's delivery. Because closing the deal is not the finish line. It's really what I call the starting line, because how you onboard them, how you deliver for them, and how you manage the relationship with the client after the sale determines whether the client actually stays, gives you referrals, gives you a testimonial, and actually pays you every single month. So in the next video, I'm going to walk you through the full delivery process for an AI agency from the moment a client pays to the moment that you deliver the actual thing for the client. Let's dive in. All right, so before we jump into the actual 6-step framework, there's something really important I need you to understand. Because you see, most people think that delivering an AI project just means that you build the thing and you hand it off. But that's exactly why they mess up. They lose clients and they lose the potential of having referrals, repeat business, and to have retainers. Because the reality is that delivering an AI project really starts from the moment that you get the payment for the project to the moment that they actually start using the system and they tell the friends about you. So here's the complete 6-step framework that we're going to be talking about today. Step 1 is payment and proposal signed. Step 2 is the onboarding call. Step 3 is working on the project with progress updates. Step 4 is testing the system. Step 5 is documentation and delivery. And step 6 is handoff and asking for referrals. Now I'm going to walk you through everything step by step, showing you exactly what to do, what to say, but also how to look professional the entire way through. All right, so step 1 is very straightforward, and it's you making sure that the client has paid before you start any work. Now, I know this sounds very obvious and you're like, duh, of course, but the amount of people like myself, even when I'm starting out, that start the project before they get payment is insane. Because what happens is that they will forget, they will delay it, they will ghost you, and then you will have spent 3, 6, 10, 15 hours for something that you pretty much didn't get paid for to do. And this is the exact thing that I had to go through at the start, right? Because I was super excited about having the positive opportunity and I forgot about the most important step, which is the payment, right? And so I made a rule from then on, which is no payment, no work, period. Now, depending on how you structure your pricing, which could be 50% upfront and 50% after completion or 100% upfront, it doesn't matter, right? Just make sure that you get your first payment before you start doing any work. Now, it is also possible that you will be working for free when you're starting out, right? So if you're doing this for free, just make sure that you have outlined what you are going to be given to them, what done looks like, meaning, hey, what is the project? When does it end, right? So then be able to have what you give them in a very clear way and what they give you in exchange for your work in a very clear way as well, to make sure that everything is outlined and there's no problems when you get to the end. Now, once the payment is confirmed, we go to step 2, which is the onboarding call. And this step right here is by far one of the most important in the whole delivery process because you set expectations, but you also get everything that you need to be able to deliver the project. So here's all the things you have to cover on the onboarding call. The first thing is you want to set expectations on timeline. So you need to tell the client how long it's going to take. And I completely recommend breaking down the project into different milestones. So for example, you might say, hey, this project is going to be taking 4 weeks total. Week 1, we're going to finish the setup and integrations. Week 2, we're going to be building the core automation. Week 3, we're going to be testing. And week 4, we're doing the final tweaks and handing it off. This way, the client knows exactly what's happening and when, and they're not just sitting down wondering whether you're actually doing the work. And one of the biggest things that we also did with our clients is we always underpromised and overdeliver. And in this context, if we thought that a project was going to take 3 weeks, right, we usually added 1 to 2 weeks extra, right, to give us more breathing room, but also so that if we told them it's going to take 5 weeks and we deliver it in 3, then we're over delivering and we have a much higher chance to get referrals, to get testimonials, and to actually retain them longer. The second thing you want to do is you want to set expectations on availability. You need to tell them when you are available to speak. So are you available 9 to 5? Are you available within 24 hours? Are you available only on weekends? When is that time frame? So just be clear about it, because if they expect you to respond immediately and you don't, then you look very, very unprofessional. But if you tell them upfront, hey, I will respond to you within 24 hours on a weekday, then they know what to expect. The third thing you want to do is you want to set up the communication channel. Now, this is important because this is going to be the place where you're going to be communicating with the client throughout the whole project. So don't email them, DM them on Instagram, text them on Slack, and text them on WhatsApp all at the same time, because that is a complete mess. Just pick one platform. I usually like to do WhatsApp or Slack. I don't like emails because it gets lost, right? So I personally like those two, but listen to the client, listen to what they like. If they use Slack, then feel free to use Slack. I just use WhatsApp because it's free, it's very easy, and you can also have all your chats in one place. So just make sure you choose one channel and you stick to it. And the fourth and last thing you want to do on the onboarding call is get all the software access that you need. Now, this right here is one of the most important steps on the onboarding call, and it's making sure that you know that you cannot go off that call if you don't have everything that you need in terms of softwares and tools to be able to build the actual system that you're building. And now you might be asking yourself, who owns what software? Who's paying for what software? But also, how do we go around making the actual accounts? Now, here's the way that I like to think about it. There are occasions where you might want the access of the N10 account, and there are occasions where you just simply want the client to have access to their own N10 account. It's not simply one or the other. So here's how I break it down. If you're building something inside of N10, a simple automation, a simple system, you want the client to make their own N810 account and you want the client to pay for all the APIs and all the softwares that you need to be able to build the automation. So what you would do in the onboarding call is you would tell them, hey, can you please share your screen? Can you go to N810? Can you make an account? And can you then go to settings and then add me as a user in your account so I can access their account through my account. This works because they have control of the actual account. At the same time, if you need API access to OpenAI or Claude or Gemini or whatever it is, really, any other software, you want to go to that specific software and you want to make them get the API key, pay for it, and then they give you the API key so you can use it in the automation. All to say that in that instance, you want the client to have access to the N810 account and pay for all the APIs and softwares. And the reason we do that is because you want the client to have control over everything that we are building for them. Because God forbid anything happens to you, you want the automation to be stored on their account so they can manage it and host it. Now, this way that I walked you through is probably the most popular way when it comes to building automations in N810 and having the client host it and pay for all the softwares. There's also the other side, right? And the other side is, let's say you're building a voice agent for a client. The voice agent has a fixed fee at the start, so they pay you for the implementation. And then they also have a monthly retainer, and we put that retainer in place so you maintain the voice agent over time and you make sure that it gets better and you listen to the calls and make sure that you change the prompt and change the automations in case anything breaks. And so when I charge a retainer for a client for a voice agent, obviously it doesn't happen often, but what's stopping the client from just going to Upwork and paying someone $2 per hour to maintain the voice agent rather than paying us a retainer to maintain it for them? Which is why we like to create dependency on the client. And that way we have all our clients in our own self-hosted account, also because the pricing is very, very good, very, very cost effective over time. And also because then the client is incentivized to be able to pay the retainer over time for us to maintain it without them having to host it or use someone else. Now, this has worked really, really well as well for us and our clients who are building voice agents for clients, but also because the self-hosting process is quite a bit longer than just making an N810 account on the web. And because clients are not technical, then it takes a lot longer in terms of setting everything up. Even if you self-host your own N810 account and you build all the automations there, you still want to make sure that they pay for, let's say, retail. They pay for Twilio. They pay for OpenAI, they pay for Claude, they pay for all these things, but you host the automations on your account because for you, obviously it's free. So make it easy for them, go through everything step by step and make sure that you have all the softwares that you need to be able to deliver before you jump off that call. Once you've done all that, now we go to step 3, which is working on the project with progress updates. All right, so now you're actually going to be building the automation. And this is the part where people mess up, not because they don't know how to build, but it's because they don't know how to communicate. Because if the client doesn't get progress updates as to how the project is going, they don't know as to whether you're actually building the thing or you're just sitting down watching Netflix at home. So what we do is that we give progress updates, and I recommend giving it to them every single week. So every week you want to send them a message and say something like this. Hey client, just wanted to give you a quick update. We've just finished milestone 1, which is setting up all the integration. Next week, we're moving into milestone 2, which is building the core automation. Everything is on track, and I'm excited to show you what we're building. That's it. It doesn't have to be long. It doesn't have to be complicated. It just has to be an update to show what you're working on. And here's why this is important. Because this increases the perceived likelihood of achievement for the work that you're doing, which means that the client's perception of them getting the outcome is higher because they are being kept in the loop and they feel like they actually spend money towards a good thing that is giving them a good return on the investment. On the other hand, if you go silent for the whole way until you deliver the actual thing for the client, then the client's perception of getting the outcome is not high and they will just be thinking, what were you doing the whole time? So send weekly updates. It literally takes 2 minutes, but it makes a huge difference. Now that you're sending weekly updates when you're building, we can go to step 4, which is going to be testing the automation. All right, so now you've built the actual system and now you have to test it. And I mean, really test it. Now this right here is probably the most important step in the entire process, because if you do everything that we mentioned so far up until this point, and you deliver the thing for the client and it doesn't work, you've basically destroyed the whole trust you've built all along. So here's exactly how you test it. First, run the automation end to end. Don't just test individual steps, test everything from the start until the end to make sure that it flows through every single time. If it's an email automation, send an email and make sure that it goes all the way through. If it's a lead capture automation, make sure you fill out the form and make sure that all the steps after the form are filled are working properly. And if it's an AI agent that you're building, ask it a bunch of questions and make sure that it responds in the way that it's supposed to. The second thing is test every possible scenario. Don't just test the happy scenario, the happy path, the dream case, right? Test what happens when the automation goes wrong. What happens if someone fills out the form incorrectly? What happens if the API fails? What happens if the AI does not understand your question? You need to stress test the whole system to make sure that you're covering all the edge cases across the whole automation to make sure that it doesn't break. The third thing is test it multiple times. Don't just run it once and say, okay, cool, it works. Run it across 5, 10, 20, even 30 times if you have to. because sometimes things work the first time, but not the second time. And that leads to inconsistency. And if you've been building automations with AI, you know that consistency is one of the most important things, if not the most important thing when it comes to building the automation and making sure that it's actually production ready and scalable. So if something doesn't work, don't hand it off to the client. Fix it before you give it to them, because then you look professional and things don't actually break when they're testing it. Once you've tested it and you're confident that it works, you can go to step 5, which is documentation and delivery. All right, so now the automation is built and tested. This is the part where you deliver it to the client. So the thing you cannot do here is build a thing and then tell them, hey, here it is, and let them figure it out, how it works and all the steps in between. You need to create a proper documentation and showing them exactly how it works. So first thing is record a Loom video. So Loom is a platform that I use every single day that allows you to record the screen and your face at the same time. And this is perfect for creating video documentation. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna open up the automation inside of N10. You're gonna hit record on Loom and you're gonna walk through the whole automation step by step. Explain to them what the automation does, show them how it works, and show them how to make changes if they need to, and show them what to do if something goes wrong. Now here's the key. Don't make this video about you. Don't say, hey John, it was great working with you, XYZ. Instead, make it generic so they can share it with their whole team. Say something like, hey, the purpose of this video is to act as a documentation for company names team. I'm gonna walk you through how this automation works and how to use it step by step. That way they can send the video to anyone on their team and it's still useful. Second is turn the Loom video into a written documentation. Now you can do this manually or you can use AI to speed it up. So you can either take the transcript of the video, put it through ChatGPT and ask it to give you a full SOP documentation, or you can use the AI feature that Loom has, which by the way is only for paid plans, where you can go to AI and it pre-builds the whole SOP documentation for you, even with images. That way you have two deliverables, which is a video and a written documentation, because people like to absorb knowledge in two different ways. Some are more visual learners, some like to watch videos, some like to read. And that makes you look a lot more professional rather than just handing them a link. The third thing you want to do is send the delivery email. Now you are going to be sending them an email with everything that they need. And here's a template that you can use. Hey name, I'm excited to let you know that project name is complete and ready to use. Just so you and your team know exactly how all of this works, I've put together two things for you. A video walkthrough showing you exactly how the automation works and how to use it, Loom link. A written step-by-step guide with screenshots, Google Doc link. Everything is set up and tested and it's ready to go live. If you have any questions or need any tweaks, just let me know. Also, I've submitted the final invoice for the remaining 50% of the project. You can pay that here, payment link. Thanks again for trusting me with this project. I had a great time working on it. Talk soon. Michele. And also we add a PS at the end of the email, which I'm going to walk you through in the next step. But you see how that all works now? You give them an email with everything that they need to be able to use the system and know exactly how everything works. Once you send that email, you're ready for the final step, which is step 6, delivery, handoff, and maximizing client value. Now, here's the thing. Most people deliver the actual automation and then they ghost, they disappear. But that's a huge mistake, because if you've done a good job and the automation works as expected, they now trust you. And so take that trust and turn it into more business or a long-term partnership. The first thing is send a delivery email with the opportunity of an upsell. Now, you already saw the delivery email that we sent earlier, but here's where you're gonna add at the end of the email. PS, I noticed while working on this project that there are probably other areas in your business where AI could help. What I'd love to do is offer you a free business audit where we can map out other processes and identify opportunities to implement AI. No obligation, just wanna make sure that you're getting the most value possible. Let me know if you'd like to hop on a quick call to discuss this. So what we're doing here is we're planting a seed to be able to add more value to their business, solve more problems, and make more money with them. Now, not every client is gonna take this on, but the ones that do typically turn out to be the best clients because they see the value in the work that you provide for them. The second is understand the difference between recurring revenue and reoccurring revenue. Now, this difference is important because a lot of people think that a client should be and must be on a monthly retainer, but that's not always the case. So for example, let's say you're working with a roofer and you've built an inbound receptionist for this roofer and you charged, let's say 3K. Now you also saw that he runs Facebook ads, that he doesn't reply to leads within 5 minutes. And because now you've solved one more problem, you have made more money instead of just saying, goodbye, I'll see you soon. And so the aim here is to solve as many problems as possible as you can for that specific client and provide as much value as possible to then increase the LTV, the lifetime value of that customer. Because it is much better to have one client that pays you 10K across, let's say 10 months, rather than having 10 clients that pay you 1K. Because let me tell you what, if you work with a client for that long and the LTV is high and they already trust you, they're gonna be referring you a lot more people. Now, the other side is recurring revenue. Recurring revenue is the monthly retainers. So for example, if you sell a voice agent to a business for, let's say, 5K, then what you're going to do is charge them a retainer on that specific service that you're doing, which typically is 20% of the implementation fee. So 20% of 5,000, that's going to be about 1K every single month. And that right there is to maintain the system, to provide support, and make sure that everything runs smoothly and is scalable long term. Now, this works because the client knows that if anything breaks, you're there to fix it, and they're willing to pay for that peace of mind. So when should you use one over the other? Well, if you're building an email AI agent, for example, that handles emails for a client, charging a $50 retainer is just simply not worth it. What you're much better off doing is trying to maximize the LTV for the client, maximize the amount of money that you can make per client by solving more problems inside their business. And so that's exactly how you can deliver, you can hand off, and you can maximize the amount of money that you can make per client. Because the difference between an AI agency that's struggling and one that is successful isn't about how many clients you take on. It's about how much money and value that you extract from each client that you work with. Because if you're doing one project for one client and that's it, and you leave it off, you're leaving a lot of money on the table. But if you focus on delivering the best experience possible for the client, offering business audits, upselling on new projects, and building long-term relationships, you can easily 5x or even 10x your revenue per client. And that's how you build a real business, not by trying to find 100 more clients, but it's about finding those 10 clients that pay you over time and you can solve more problems with. And that's how a real business is built, not by chasing new clients, but by maximizing the amount of value that you get per client. Because the best clients that we have are the ones that we have solved more problems for and the ones that have the highest trust in us. So now you know exactly how to onboard clients, how to deliver for them, and how to set up systems in your agency that run smoothly for you and the client. But at some point, you're gonna be hitting a ceiling because there are only so many hours in a day. And if you're doing everything yourself, from the building to the client calls to the product management, you will burn out, which is why in the next video, I'm gonna show you exactly how you can outsource and delegate for your agency so you can actually scale past yourself. And this is how you go from freelancer to agency owner. With that being said, let's dive in. Now, after having worked with dozens of freelancers and outsourcing dozens of projects, we found that Upwork and LinkedIn and School are typically the best places that you can go look to be able to outsource for your AI automation agency. So in terms of Upwork, the good thing about Upwork is that you can see the hourly rates up front. So you can pretty much go over how much do you think is going to cost you to be able to fulfill the project for the client just based on the rates that they have here. One of the things is that you can also watch video introductions for freelancers. So the way that Upwork works is that if I'm a freelancer on the platform, to be able to apply for a job, it's not putting your CV, but it's putting a custom video for the person. And by seeing the custom video, I'm obviously much more likely to see exactly what kind of person he is, how he speaks, and how he acts in general, which gives you a good indication of what kind of person he is. It also has a built-in payment protection. And I believe that they allow you to pay 50% up front, 50% after, which is good. Then we have reviews and work history visible. So you can see all the reviews and work that they have done previously with other clients. So I think this one is massive because if they have a good track record, then obviously you're more inclined to work with them. If they have a bad track record, then obviously you're not going to work with them. Whilst other platforms don't really have that track record that you can see up front. Easy to hire and manage contracts because all you have to do is go on the platform. It's like Amazon. You go on the platform, you choose a product, and then you press buy. And then lastly, you can time track with screenshots available, which means that you can track the amount of hours that they're spending on the actual project. Now, the only con to this is that the platform does take 20% for the first $500 with clients. There's a race to the bottom on pricing, so lots of lowball offers. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, but also it is when people are giving you $5 per hour, $6 per hour. I personally don't like to work with those kinds of people just because they're very, very price competitive. Because I'm the kind of guy who likes to pay just a little bit more to get the premium quality for the actual client that I'm working with. There's oversaturation, so hard to find quality amongst quantity. There's a ton of people on Upwork, especially with automations, and to be able to vet them and go through them, sometimes it can get a bit overwhelming and it can get very, very time consuming. We also have some freelancers who game the system with fake reviews. I've seen this ton of times where freelancers put fake reviews from fake people, so you don't really know if they're true. Most of them are, but there's still a possibility that people put fake reviews in the actual platform. The communication can be slow because of time zone differences, although you could pretty much argue this with any other platform as well. So I don't think this one matters too much, but quality varies widely. You need to be careful when you're vetting people. Overall, I do think that when you are starting, Upwork is probably the best bet when it comes to giving the project to someone else, just because there are so many things that you can see like price, reviews, and history, but also you can text them directly on the platform. And the platform makes sure that it's a safe space to be able to outsource. So I think this one is by far the best place that you can go when starting out. Then we also have LinkedIn. LinkedIn is actually where we went, or when we got reached out to, because we actually didn't do any outbound in terms of like freelancers, or we did at the start with Upwork, but eventually we started working with someone based on them reaching out to us. The pros of LinkedIn is that it is a professional profile with work history. So you can see their work before, you can see who they work with, what they're done. But sometimes, of course, you don't really see much, as in their profile might be empty and you can only see what they put on the bio, which isn't enough. You can verify credentials in past employers because automation is such a new space. Mainly the people who build automations are young people, mainly, right, for the most part. And young people haven't really worked many jobs, so you can't really verify the credentials with them. You can direct message them without platform fees, which is good because you can text people on LinkedIn very, very easily. You can connect with them and talk to them because communication is by far, again, the most important thing when it comes to outsourcing to someone. You can see the mutual connections for references. So if they are connected with someone from your network, then that increases the credibility just a tiny bit because that means that everybody's in the same space and you typically have higher quality candidates. That's what I typically found, is that on LinkedIn, there are higher quality people, which also means that the price is typically higher, right? The cons from LinkedIn platform is that there's no built-in payment protection, which means that you have to personally, I think, ask them for their bank account or ask them for a Stripe link, whatever it is. And there's no tracking of payments, while Upwork is very, very strict with the payment protection and like you don't get scammed basically, right? Another thing is that rates may not be publicly displayable and you must negotiate with the actual person. It's harder to find freelancers because most people who are on LinkedIn are job seekers. But I do find that a lot of people on LinkedIn, just like myself, have an AI agency. And so those are typically the ones that I would reach out to be able to outsource. Emails limits unless you pay for premium. So if you want to reach out to freelancers, there's only a limit. I think it's about 20 per week that you can, or 10 per week, or even 5, I think 5 per week that you can reach out to people just randomly on LinkedIn without you having to pay for premium. And there's no contract or milestone management built in the platform. Upwork is specifically built for outsourcing, right? And they have a specific way of handling things with milestones and breaking down the product in different kind of categories. And lastly, we have School. So the pros of School is that it's community-based and you can see the engagement of activity of this specific person. People are actively learning and motivated to be there. You can find niche specific talent. For example, AI automation, like we have an automation community and there's a ton of people there who are good at automation. So you can simply go there, you can see what they've done before, see what kind of responses they put, see the activity that they have, and then you can simply send them a message. You have direct access contact to the community members, which is great. So you can text them directly. And often you have cheaper rates for new talent. So if they're new talent, if you're new to the space, then they're most likely going to have a lower rate compared to something like LinkedIn. The cons to School, which by the way, it's getting better over time, is that there's lots of bots and fake profiles. Like this is crazy. There's just so many, but School is doing such a good job at putting protectors for spam and things like that. So that makes it a lot better, even for us having a community. When we take people in, we get a lot of spam alerts, which is great now because we get to see if they're actually spam or not. So bear this in mind when you are reaching out to them. There's a lot of beginners in School communities without real experience. So when you are outsourcing, typically you want someone who's done a bit of work, right? A bit more work than someone who's done nothing. In School communities, you tend to find people who are just joining because they're starting their journey. That's typically what it is. That's why people join communities at the end of the day. And there's no vetting or review system. There's no payment protection or contracts, and quality is very hit or miss. Very hit or miss. You can either find someone who is completely dog shit and has no experience whatsoever, or someone who's actually decent in what they do, right? So it's kind of hard to vet them. So overall, in terms of finding people, I would definitely go for Upwork if you are starting out. Sorry for that circle, but because you get to see the review, the history, the payments, the custom video as well, and it has a built-in protection payment system. All right, so how do we actually price the project with a freelancer? How does it work? What margin do we make and how does it all come together? So the first stage is hourly rate. And how it works is that you pay the freelancer for each hour that they work. So if they pay 10 hours and their hourly rate is $8 an hour, then you pay them $80, right? Now this is great because you only actually pay for the work that is done, right? And it's very easy to stop if the quality is bad. So what could happen, and what's mostly going to happen with a lot of freelancers, is that they start adding hours to their actual books to make it seem like they worked more just so they can get paid more. So to mitigate that, always ask for daily progress updates. So you can always keep track of the amount of hours that they worked. The second model is fixed project price. So you agree on one total price for the entire project up front, and freelancers deliver the work, you pay the agreed amount. So why I use this is because it's very simple and predictable. There's medium risk on you because freelancers might rush to finish fast and cut corners, or they underquote, do half the work and then disappear. Be careful because one of the biggest problems that you're gonna have as an automation agency is scope creep, meaning that the client says, hey, I wanna build an onboarding system. And you think you know everything about the onboarding system they wanna build. And then when you get to the actual build, they start adding stuff, right? So if you do a fixed project price, you want to make sure that you have the scope dialed in, that you know exactly step by step what you're going to build. Because if you don't know, then you're going to start adding stuff or removing stuff over time, which makes everything so much more confusing. Whilst hourly rate, of course, even as a freelancer, you have to be fair with them. So if the scope creep, so if the client starts adding stuff, then you're going to be adding hours, so you're going to be paying more. Whilst this, freelancers might actually rush to finish the project and they might just leave and get their money, right? So not the best if you don't have the scope dialed in. And lastly, we have monthly retainers. So you pay the freelancer a fixed amount every single month that they can dedicate a set amount of hours per month to your projects. Why use this? Because it locks in good freelancers and it's great when you have a steady client flow. The risk to use about medium, because you pay them whether or not you have enough work. If the client pipeline dries up, you're still paying the freelancer. Now, this really only works when you do have that consistent volume of clients that come in and you want someone there that doesn't only come for 1 to 2 projects, but they are there monthly, always to have the help, and you pay them X amount of hours. And so they're always delivering for you and you can have that partnership longer term. I would say this right here is more for a longer term kind of process. This right here is when you get started. I think this is the best when you get started, also because it's very, very low risk on you, because you're actually paying for the amount of work that they do, not the actual project. And the project scope can change as well, and you will change the hours. That's fine. Whilst here and here, you're paying a fixed amount for something that you don't know what's going to happen. That's unpredictable, right? Now, in terms of margins, when you are starting out, you ideally want to have a 50 to 60% margin. So if you pay $500 to your freelancer, you can charge the client about $750 to $800. If you're established, you can say 6 months down the line, you want to have a 100% margin. So if you pay the freelancer $500, then you want to make a 2x return, so 1,000. And then when you're already past that point where you have enough clients and you want to charge a higher ticket, then you can start getting the margin of 150 to 200. You'll pay the freelancers 500 and you will charge a client 1.2 to 1.5. Now, typically, the better you get, the more you're going to be charging the clients. Position your offers higher ticket. Now, what we found for us is that we tended to pay more for freelancers over time because we wanted a better quality, but we also charge higher ticket for clients. So we went from charging $500 or $700 for an automation to charging 9.5K for a full system, and then outsourcing it to someone for about 1K to 1.2K and making that margin there. So how do we actually manage projects for freelancers? Now, there's no right way of doing this, but there is a structured way and there is a very unstructured way. So what we did early on is we actually had the freelancers, we give them the project and then we told them, hey, just figure it out. And then they give it back to us. And if something went wrong, only then at the end do we know that it went wrong. So we needed to have some sort of process where we could check different parts of the project over time to make sure that everything was fine until the end. And so what we did is we broke down the project into 5 different milestones. The first one is discovery and planning, where we gather requirements to find success and get the sign off from the client. So you make sure that you have everything that you need, the scope, all the softwares that you need to be able to make this happen. Once this is done, then you get to the build core functionality. So the main automation build, internal testing, demo the client. Then you have the integrations and connections. So connect all the system and you handle all the edge cases, all the different worst case scenario, best case scenario kind of thing. And then you have testing. And then finally you have end off and training. Okay. So these are the 5 different milestones that you want to go through every single time when you have a project to make it as structured as possible, but also to show the client, hey, I know what I'm doing, and you create that trust. Yeah, you're more likely going to work with them long term rather than making it all unstructured and asking them for emails and doing this and, being all over the place. When a client request comes in, you want to first thing define the scope and requirements. Please define the scope and requirements. Don't be like me when I started out and just said, yes, cool, let me build it right away, right? Because the scope is by far the most important thing of the whole project. If you don't have the scope right, your pricing is off, what you're building is off, and your relationship will go completely off. So please make sure that you know exactly what you're doing and you have all the requirements up front. Once you define the scope and you have a rough idea of exactly what you have to build, then you go to the freelancer and get a quote. So you say, hey, how many hours do you think it will take you to build this? They will say 20. Okay, cool. Their hourly rate is about 8 or 10. So you know that you have to pay them 200. So based on the freelancer price, you want to add your margin. So again, when you start 50 to 60%, then you can increase over time. So for example, if it's 200, then you can charge 300, for example, plus the buffer. So buffer just means just add a little bit more money just in case the scope changes, because it can change over time. We've had bad experiences with this. Just trust me on this. Increase the price just by a tiny bit. We typically do 15% because it does happen that you have a lot of scope creep. So clients say, hey, I want to add this, I want to add that. So you want to make sure that your scope is tight, and that even though the scope might go off and on, which it might be, it can happen, right? It does happen. Then you want to make sure that you can account for that in your actual price. When you have the freelancer price, your margin plus the buffer. So this right here will be the calculation for the full price, the full investment for the client. You send the proposal to the client accepts, and the project starts. And then you start with the first milestone. So discovery, 10%, gather requirements. You define the success criteria with the actual client. So everything is good. You know exactly what you have to do. And at this point, you want to pay 50% upfront to the freelancer. And that's when you start milestone 1, milestone 2, milestone 3 should be 3, not 4. Then you have the client approve and signs off, and milestone 5, which is hand off 10%. You do all the training and documents, and you do the final delivery, which then means you can pay the freelancer the next 50%, and the project is complete. So that right there is the overall flow when it comes to managing the project. The main thing here is to just make it structured, because if you are scaling very, very fast, or if we were booking 3 to 6 calls a day with our agency, and that was a lot of calls and a lot of clients being interested, and I had no clue what I was doing back then. And so we literally had to learn this the hard way. The planning, the actual task, it's so tedious, but it's so worth it when you are handling a lot of projects and you have so many tasks and you don't know what's going on and you have all these different missing pieces that are going everywhere, right? This makes it so much better for us, or for you, to be able to handle a project, and also to have peace of mind that you know that every single milestone of each project is finished before you go to the next one. Now, the overall tips that I can give you when working with freelancers is always start with a paid test task. When you work with a freelancer, don't just give them the project up front. What I would do is I would give them a task saying, hey, I will pay you $200 if you can build this kind of system. And what I typically do is I make them build it, and then I hop on a call with them and let them explain to me what they built and why they built it that way. So I can start to see the way that they think. And also, by doing this task, you get to see the communication that you have with the actual freelancer. Because there have been times that freelancers just don't respond. They respond after 2 days. And communication is very crucial when you're working with someone in your business. The second thing is you have to pay freelancers promptly. What that means is that you have to be fine by lowering your margin and paying higher for better people to get a better quality service, right? It is also very easy to pay them $5 an hour, but don't expect good quality if you pay lower. Just understand that. The third thing is to never pay 100% upfront, because that means that they're not incentivized to stay with you. So what I mean by this is, like, let's say you have a project, you have to pay the freelancer $1,000. If you pay them $1,000 upfront, then they can simply just leave, right? And you've just paid them. But if you pay them 50% upfront, then they're still incentivized to work until the end to be able to get that other 50%. Then the fourth thing is to document everything. This is by far one of the most important things, because like I mentioned, the scope of the project, so what you're actually building, is the most important thing out of the whole agency when you're working with clients. Part of understanding the scope is documenting exactly to the freelancer, hey, here's step by step what we're going to build. So they have an expectation of what they're going to build, and they can understand what it is that they're building. Because I remember that early on in our agency, when a client came to us and they gave me some sort of project, what I would do is I'll say, hey, guys, take the project, finish it, and come back to me. And they would get it completely wrong. And I would blame them. That's the worst part. I would blame them. Now, what I realized over time is that it's not so much the freelancer's fault, but it's you and your ability to be able to communicate effectively what it is that the project is, so they can understand the scope and then build accordingly. And yes, it takes more time. All these things take more time. Making milestones takes more time. Filming videos takes more time. Documenting everything takes time. But it takes less time to do all those things than to fix the fuck up that you have at the end, right? And making everything as structured and smooth as possible. The last thing here is to build relationships with 2 to 3 reliable freelancers, because it's unrealistic that you're going to be looking for one freelancer for every single project. It is much better to have 1 or 2 that can fulfill all your projects for all your clients. Because early on for our agency specifically, we had a ton of clients who wanted a ton of projects. And yes, it might seem like the best thing in the world. And I had a lot of problems managing projects, managing freelancers. And so the thing that changed everything for me was finding that one team, that one guy that I can always rely on, right? Because he had developers under his name or under his agency. I can rely on them to be able to outsource for every single project. And we built a relationship as well, where I actually enjoyed working with them, because that's part of it. You want to enjoy the work. And even for small things outside of work, I can always rely on them as well. All right, so congrats on completing the full AI agency course that took you from a real beginner in the AI agency space to actually having all the skill sets that you need to building a profitable business that you can scale long-term. And if you're someone who's watching this and thinking, I want to do this, but I'd rather do it step by step with someone guiding me, then I left the first thing down below, which is a video that goes through a one-to-one mentorship program where you get to work with me one-to-one to be able to start and scale your own AI agency within 90 days. So you can check out the video, and if it sounds like a good fit, then feel free to apply. Now, all the mirror boards, all the templates, and all the resources are going to be in the second link down below in my free school community. You can check them out. You can go to the classroom, you can go to the templates vault, and everything will be right there. With that being said, guys, I really hope you found value from this video. And as always, I'll see you in the next one.